It's gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless clock, another NPC.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining. It is Infinite Plane Sunday, August the 15th, 2021. And what did he say? Faceless cuck, another NPC. I was thinking about this today, about the idea of the robotization of the human race that we're seeing right now. And the people who are the quickest to put on the mask and reduce themselves to a pair of eyes that are usually covered by shades. Yeah, they're turning into robots. This is the robot wars that the Terminator was about. The human race is being extinguished. Breathers. If you breathe freely, if you have a face which is individualized and it has expressions, you're going to be terminated. Those who can be assimilated, as in turned into robots, will be preserved. They're going to go into the new age. I think that's what we're seeing here, the robot wars. And this certainly ties in to Arnold Schwarzenegger, his recent statements about screw your freedoms, and his involvement with World War Zero. So if you don't know what World War Zero is, basically it's Senator Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Satanist, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Greta Thunberg, and a few others. I believe there's also a few Democrats, but the whole idea behind World War Zero is cutting our carbon footprint in half. Our climate crisis needs to be solved according to this notion, and your breathing is causing it. So they want to cut your carbon footprint in half. What does that mean? Don't drive as much, don't fly as much, don't breathe as much, don't consume as much, recycle more. And what we're seeing here is the merging of these agendas, with the pandemic being followed by this crisis emergency where crisis lockdowns are on the table. And it says here, and this is from worldwarzero.com, we can't return to normal because normal was the crisis. Typical problem reaction solution. But my point being, World War Zero is a distinctly anti-human agenda. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the Terminator is one of its faces. We have quite a lot to talk about today. A lot. And so we may not get through everything right now. We may have to take a couple of breaks. No big deal. Also want to give out a nice shout out to all the vaccinated people, because you've died for our sins, or you're doing it for everyone else. We have to celebrate the martyrs. I just wish they could take it a step further and lock themselves down. Same with the pro-maskers. They go out wearing the masks because they think it's a great idea. They believe the science. Well, if you believe the science behind masks, the same science tells you that lockdowns are part of the same strategy. So it's hypocritical to not go all the way. So I'm suggesting that there ought to be voluntary lockdowns before you try to mandate it on everybody else, but it's actually too late. I see a movement now, March for Our Lives, the group that started after Parkland. Well, March for Our Lives is now moving into March for mandatory masking. And pretty soon, we're going to have pro-lockdown proponents marching in the streets, telling everybody else to go home. It's topsy-turvy, but this is the world we live in. Check this out. Fox News Entertainment covered this. Maskless Arnold Schwarzenegger calling people schmucks. So Schwarzenegger again said, screw your freedoms, cut your carbon footprint, don't drive, stop breathing so much. He called us schmucks. We're a schmuck if we think that freedom is more important than whatever he calls here. Here's what he says. He actually said, screw your freedom. So it's about the individual being subjugated to the collective. And he says, people should know there's a virus that kills people and the only way to prevent it is blah, blah, blah. But he says, screw your freedom was a little much. I'll admit calling people schmucks was a little much, but he stood by his statement. So in other words, don't be a schmuck, put on a mask, doesn't apply to him. And that's kind of my point here. I'm thinking, my point here is you have these hypocrites in high places, and I'm surprised people still listen to them. Well, actually, I'm not surprised, because we know what is really behind it. It's ultimately about power. I'm going to go through some comments in the chat, and then I want to go ahead and play some voicemails that have been left here over the last couple of days. Mark says, obey Dr. Eichhoff. Yeah, you spell Fauci backwards, I-C-U-A-F, and it's Eichhoff. You can also spell Dracula out of his name if you bend the F into an A. Not hard to do. And you know, they were doing vaccinations at Dracula's castle in Transylvania. And this was, I guess it was, I'm not really sure what the point of it was. It was kind of creepy because it's like you can go get your vax at Dracula's castle. Like it was some sort of an incentive. Romanians can receive COVID-19 vaccines at the castle. And until then, I didn't even think about it as like a vampire thing. Because the thing's an injection. It's not sucking like vampires suck your blood. But then maybe it's ultimately about the transformation. Because when you get injected by the vampire, you turn into one. And of course, Dracula, you have all the background, Order of the Dragon. You have the history of Vlad Tepes, the Impaler. And then beyond that, you also have the origin of the story, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Bram Stoker himself being a Thelemite who quoted, he wrote the phrase, the blood is the life, which I think is kind of indicative of, vampirism as being the core of their cult there. So I do think this is somewhat, alarming. It says, again, this is Count Dracula's lair. In Bram Stoker's 19th century Gothic novel, Dracula will be home to a free vaccination without making an appointment. Vaccination marathons. Now, just for the UN info volunteers listening, this is not an anti-vax channel. We're not a pro-vax channel. We're kind of pro-anti-vax and pro-vax. We're just open for the discourse. Prime Minister of Israel warns that if people don't get vaccinated, they will postpone the Messiah. And I called this. I said, you're going to see this being conflated with salvation, even with the religions. That science is the dominant faith. And that's what they're trying to make you see here. That science is God's way of saving us. Science is the new orthodoxy that's replaced the old religions. And many of these people have this sense of superiority. It's superior because they're scientific. They're not superstitious or whatever, or so they think. And I'm not the only one who's been saying this. In fact, there's a very popular rapper who recently has taken the very exact framework that I've used to describe this new religion, and he pretty much repeated it verbatim. The only thing he may have missed was the outer space as being the New World Order's heaven, the universal heaven. But I'm going to find that tweet because it's pretty spot on, that people are understanding that we're looking at salvation and the saved and the unsaved. Oh, by the way, I've been saying for some time that there's going to be combinations of masks and helmets for space junk because they're getting us into this space age. Well, if you look at this horrible commercial here, and I'll mute it, you have this HEPA filter purifier and a transparent visor. It's basically a motorcycle helmet with a bigger face shield, but for walking around and to protect you from COVID. It's got airtight seals, and it literally is a helmet. So this is part of the new norm. I've also seen some very fashionable face masks, and they're using very attractive models to display how these things would be worn. And I have a feeling this is part of, like I said, turning people into robots, and you'll be able to identify them very easily. And I think it's going to take another turn. I think that this notion of the metaverse and the blending of real and fake and cyberspace, this might actually be the space age. As in, the space age transition we're witnessing the one that was prophesized in the Space Odyssey, the 2001 Space Odyssey film, that maybe it's not about us physically relocating to space, but it's about us merging with cyberspace, entering the metaverse. And this would be represented by David Bowman merging with the monolith being the screen, the agreed upon filter for your reality, the new monolith, the monolith in the palm of your hands, the smartphone. And so I could imagine a situation where people are in their little bubbles, literally protective shells. I mean, this is what we're looking at. I mean, safe spaces. If you remember safe spaces, originally those were to protect you from right-wingers, from hate. Safe spaces then became mandated to protect you from viruses. And now they're getting people used to the idea that we need safe spaces, again, to be protected from ideas, even more so than viruses. So I can see these suits, these costumes, these religious garments actually creating a division in society to where now it's not just a mask or vax tracks that separate the believer from the non-believer. No, now it's a full-on damn spacesuit. And then here's where it merges with the metaverse. These things are going to merge seamlessly with all the devices. And people may have an option of like in Black Mirror, where you can mute somebody. They may be able to do that. It wouldn't be hard, I don't imagine, to put some sort of filter over your screen there to kind of augment your reality. And I can just, like, I was watching a group of individuals today hunting Pokemons, I think. There's like 5 or 6 of them. Their eyes didn't leave their screens. And I've been saying people are living through this screen. They're entering the metaverse. They're entering the monolith. And yeah, we're just about there. And once we have permanent headgear, social distancing, and every single interaction, financial and otherwise, is through this filter, yes, we are in the space age. And if you're not with the program, if you don't have the injected operating system or whatever, you're just going to be excluded. So I don't think there's necessarily any genocide. I think we have a rapture here, a voluntary rapture, and if you choose it, you can go. And it's very much like that movie From Beyond from 2017, which you can find on Netflix, which is it's considered to be a science fiction body horror film, is how they describe it. No, it's called The Beyond, but it's the same thing. It's a science fiction, but it's about the brain being removed from a body and put into a robot body to go to this new planet where it's pristine, because they don't want your earthly body to ruin it. Kind of like you couldn't go to heaven with your physical body. You have to transcend. And it's the same thing here. It's suggesting that maybe the human beings shouldn't even go to space or go to this new world until they get rid of their carbon footprint, until they become, well, transhuman. Like angelic, you rise above gender, you rise above individuality, now you're just like a pure being or something. It's alchemical is what it is. And alchemy is actually a huge part of this transition into the space age. And this is a subtext to all of the work with Stanley Kubrick, specifically 9/11. You see, 9/11, which was forecasted in 2001 Space Odyssey, is about two becoming one, two towers becoming one. And then, of course, with we have a phone call, 1 second. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, how you doing? So I got this different kind of theory that I've been like thinking about. I wanted to share with you.
Sure. What is it?
And that I think it's what we have here is not a vaccine problem, not a virus problem, not a like totalitarian billionaire problem. I think what we have here is an ugly people problem, right? So like, try to follow me on this.
Yeah, please go on.
That all these people that are like imposing this shit on you, like Bill Gates. Well, he was married to this thing that almost looked like a man, Anthony Fauci, his wife looks like a man, Let me see. You go on Reddit and you start reading threads. There was this one representative, Lisa Reynolds. She like went off on a tirade about how they're going to make sure everybody gets vaccinated and you won't be able to eat like at a restaurant without a vaccine passport.
Okay.
No. She looks like a man. She looks like a freaking man. she just about has an Adam's apple. You know what I mean?
Okay, but
Like,
look. I don't know. I mean, this is very subjective, is my point. Like, could you argue that Fauci's better
yeah,
looking than? I mean, it's too subjective. But I will
I don't
say
know.
this:
I don't know.
there is something about looks to be considered here, because communism hates attractiveness because it gives you it gives you a competitive edge in the marketplace, and they don't like competition. They want everybody to wear the same uniform, and so you may be onto something with the hatred of or disdain for people who may have, I don't know, more acceptable looks. The whole incel movement is based on the idea of unfair advantage. But I don't think that's the same thing you're describing necessarily.
No. It is what I'm describing. You know, like a Fibonacci sequence is found everywhere in nature, in everything that's beautiful. You know, and when you look at like the mayor of Chicago, you're like, this fucking thing is causing so much fucking problems for everyone. I'm like, holy shit. You know, like I'm just saying that like it's a systemic ugly person problem. You know what I mean? This is what's going on here. It really is a thing that's going on,
But
and like,
wait,
ugly
but
people are fucking ruining the world for everybody else.
but you could probably point at just as many beautiful people who have caused problems and have been problematic, and they use their beauty to even be more evil, I would imagine.
Name one. Name one.
Name one beautiful person,
Name
one beautiful evil villain. Okay, give me I mean, I've seen them in the movies. Give me a moment.
Yeah, but that's the movies. That's fiction. They'll sell you
Fascinating.
on that. You know what I'm talking
So
about?
you're kind of like
you know,
the Napoleon complex. You're suggesting, you know, like somebody has some inadequacy, and you're kind of suggesting that here we're looking at some kind of revenge for inadequacies. I've seen this theory brought up before that Bill Gates wants
no.
you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Baphomet. He looks like a Baphomet too, you know. But I mean, he's married to a man, you know. So but that's a whole other thing itself. I don't want to get into like trans investigation here. But
Oh, look,
what I'm
hold on.
saying is,
Let's
like,
get into that for a second.
Yeah.
So for people who don't
Okay,
know,
sure.
okay, I've heard this. This is a theory. It's not new. I heard Mr. E is back, and the theory is that anybody who's anybody
that.
in mass media or in the movies, both male and female, are actually the opposite of what they appear to be. So this is separate from civil rights groups or whatever about some minority groups. We're talking about his theory is that the entire elite are literally, quite literally, part of some sort of secret society that's based on androgynous Freemasonry and whatnot. Does that make sense? I mean, is that how you understand
Yeah,
it?
no. I'm fully aware of that theory, and you know what? I'll put some weight on that. I would. I'll take it at face value. You know, these fucking people are out of their minds. You know, they want to inject something in you. You know what I mean? Everybody that has a heart on to inject something in you because nobody wants to inject anything in them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're fucking ugly. You know? Excuse my language. I apologize. But
Okay, wait. Let's keep
yeah.
on track with what we brought up. So, is Donald Trump a woman,
Yeah.
according to your theory or this theory? Because that's how most people they run with it. They say that's the case. Is Donald Trump a woman, in your view?
I mean, I think he's a fat guy now. That I mean, I think he's a fat man because he's had to do so much emotional eating, probably. You know, but I don't know. I can't. I mean, if Mr. E calls him out on it and points out some things that I can't see, maybe I'll consider it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how. You know, like but maybe I don't know. I just don't.
Hold on, I got a comment here. I got a
charge.
comment. We got somebody
go ahead.
here. His name is GFYS. I don't want to say his name. He said, "I will unfollow this channel because the people are ruining the chat for him." But his name is literally bitch. It has bitch in his name. It's like, why would we be surprised by that? Go ahead and go. There's no why announce it. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat. No, it's not your fault. No, actually, let me read some comments so you know where people are at. So we have
sure.
here, Jared Board says, this caller is great.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Obrecht says, this is hilarious. I know you've made somebody mad, but they just haven't said anything yet. I'm just listening
I'm sorry, he's
impartially,
probably
but
ugly.
but look,
Probably ugly, you know?
as a rule though, I don't think you should be allowed to criticize someone's looks if your face isn't out there, unless you're willing to.
No, I'm sorry. We have a caste system in America now. You won't be able to eat at a restaurant if you don't have a vaccination card because ugly people impose this on you. So you know what? I'm gonna fucking call it like I see it. You know, if you're fucking ugly, you're fucking ugly. I'm sorry. Fix your face. You know, I'm sick and tired of America. This is fucking nuts. I just read an article that like the president of Mexico is like anti this whole vaccine bullshit because it's a big pharma fucking wet dream. I'm like, holy shit! Like Mexico is the new land of the free. All of a sudden, I should have learned Spanish when I was in high school. Holy shit!
You know what? I feel you on this.
Stuck in here.
Last year, I was disappointed that the only person on the world stage standing up to the lockdowns was the president of Brazil. And I was like, you know what? If we're in a new world order, that's my president. Why should I be stuck with the one in the geographical area in which I was born? If it's one world, we should choose our own. So I was actually considering Bolsonaro to be my president for months there.
Yeah.
Because he was the only one standing up for really what is freedom. You know, basically it's freedom. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at fascists. And they conveniently wear a fashion statement on their face that tells us that they're fascists. And that's pretty much it. It's world fascism that we're looking up against. And who's against it?
Ugly people. Well, I mean, it's ugly people pushing it. If you ever seen the Antifa people, there's a reason why they want to wear a mask. You know what I'm saying? It's like because you're fucking ugly. You know, I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent. I swear too much. I apologize. Hey, listen. Thanks for all your hard work and
cool.
Keep it going, Tim.
Thanks for the call. Have a great day.
Peace. Yeah.
All right, right. You know what? And I don't look. This is just like with some people on Twitter. They have to put something on Twitter that says a retweet or a like is not an endorsement. And let me go ahead and rate that call 5 stars. I can rate the callers. So anyway, you have these Twitter accounts where they say a retweet or a like is not an endorsement. And I don't feel the need to put that on my Twitter account. I retweet people getting, you know, for example, I retweeted these Antifas getting beaten up by Proud Boys and vice versa. I don't like the violence, but I retweet it for my own information. And so I have a list of things that I'm keeping up with. But it's not an endorsement. And so I take a lot of calls and I don't endorse every point. I really want to hear what people are, you know, how they arrive at their convictions. And this caller seems to associate physical ugliness and probably personal inadequacies with the desire to inflict authoritarianism on others. And he may actually have a point there. And I had brought up something about communists and looks and how they want everything equal. And I even think the mask, it's a symbol of your acquiescence. It's also a symbol of censorship, but it's defacing you. And they want you to efface yourself to become part of the collective. And so you're left with a face that looks like an ant to me. When I see some people with the mask all the way up over their nose and over their chin, I just see their eyes. It's pretty much like an insect, kind of like a robot. And then you attach them to all of their devices, and then you insert them into the metaverse. And, you know, we're just a few iPhone generations away from being surrounded by androids. And this is not a coincidence. Let me bring this up. George Lucas's first film, THX 1138, has an interesting release date. It was released on March 11th, 1971, 3/11. And of course, 3/11 is the date the pandemic was declared. It's about a dystopian future where the population is controlled through android police and a mandatory use of drugs to suppress emotions. Oh, mandatory drugs. And if you have any emotions against these drugs, by the way, you're a terrorist. Mandatory drugs. It's for your own good. Sound familiar? But yeah, this was the very first thing that he put out there. And the date, very significant. Very interesting movie all around. Prescient. We're living in this THX 1138, or we're just about there. Let's go back to fakeworldnews.com where I keep track of everything. I keep track of everything that we talk about, all the links. Do you all remember this picture of the Prime Minister of New Zealand after the Christchurch shooting? I believe this is when we coined the term Prime Minister Ding Dong. Well, it's being suggested that that's a crack pipe. And I actually suggested this myself because there's a video of her smoking a crack pipe. And it's real. It's not CGI. Some said they put a joint in the end of it, but no, she's like rolling this pipe around. I'm pretty sure it's a crack pipe. Anyway. Yes, Prime Minister Ding Dong is a crackhead. No surprise there. So yeah, these are the robot wars that we're in right now. And which side are you on? And when you say robot, you're just talking about a being that takes programming, no autonomy. By the way, the Epsteiners, I got to show you this. I found a picture of Zuckerberg and his wife wearing masks, and the design looks exactly like Epstein's temple and palm trees. Just something to bring up there. Although I'm not entirely sure I still believe in the whole Epstein scenario. Now, this is a little script someone sent me. You go to a restaurant and you say table for 5. And they say, what's your name? And they say, do you have your vaccination cards? And here's the answer. So basically, this works for any scenario. If they ask for your vaccination cards, you say, who will be our server? Once they tell you, great, can you show us Jill's vaccination card? I also need to see proof of her flu shot. And can you provide me with proof that she's not a carrier of HIV or hepatitis A or B or other communicable diseases? And of course, you're not going to get far with this, but finally, we'd prefer not to be served by someone who uses recreational drugs like marijuana, meth, or fentanyl. Could you provide us with Jill's most recent tox screen? That would be great. So it's a script you can take with you or memorize it. So when you go to a restaurant, you got to confront a manager. Fair is fair. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request. A Wave Principal says, how do I get a wrench? You know, you may not believe this, but I cannot log into that channel. You will never get a wrench because I've been locked out of that channel for 2 years. The only reason I can stream on it is because I have the keys. I maintain the stream keys, and the original YouTube or Gmail account associated with it was long since deleted. So I have a few glitches here that I've exploited. And I did manage to disable the robot. Apparently it was banning everybody, so there's no more bot in that chat if you've noticed. We've been talking about Matthew Coleman, the individual who allegedly killed his children because of QAnon. And the whole story is unbelievable and fake. I predicted this would happen, and those of you listening know. I even have blog posts that show I was saying we're going to have something happen on the anniversary of the Manson killings, and it's going to have all of the same key elements, and it's going to antagonize the liberal left coast, and it's going to be a right-wing Manson type figure. And sure enough, Q sent the killer, and it contains all these core elements, which we'll go through all of these in detail about this character and how they're explaining his radicalization process. But one of the things that I found interesting about this QAnoner so-called killer is that he harpooned his children to death. So you have this symbol here, you know, the harpoon gun. You have a symbol of the harpoon, like a spear, and he did it because, in his words, his children had serpent DNA, and he didn't want them to grow up to be monsters, which, you know, sounds insane. Man killed his kids over QAnon serpent DNA conspiracy. Now, I've studied QAnon. I've never heard QAnoners pushing the serpent thing. But the mass media is running with this. Well, it turns out that the guy in Nashville who blew himself up in his truck, his name was Q Warner, which QAnoners took to be a warning from Q. He also believed in lizard people, supposedly. And then it turns out there are other parents, other people who have actually killed their children in the name of Q, according to the fake news. But I'm looking deeper into the story to find out if there's anything real about it. And one of the things that stood out, though, was this theme of the harpoon and the snake. You know, the spear killing the dragon. Because interestingly enough, the ADL has recently put a ban on that image because the right-wingers, the 3%ers, apparently they use the image of the archangel killing the dragon. That's something that the Anti-Defamation League has associated apparently with hate groups. And it has to do with, I believe, Floyd and Chauvin. Here we go. ADL data reveals uptick in anti-Semitic incidents. And so, of course, they catalog all these different symbols that go into this, this new threat, you know, the white Al-Qaeda. And now it's like normalized that they're actually out there killing their own kids. It's like they're Satanists or something, sacrificing babies. It makes no sense. But anyway, I think there's some correlation here between the spearing of the snake and the symbol of the archangel spearing the dragon also being associated with right-wing hate and QAnon. And then that Q would send him to kill the serpent. It's just part of their storytelling and their narrative. But it's just all noteworthy too, because we're talking about a grotesque killing that took place at the exact same time as the one. You had the Cyber Symposium, which is right-wingers gathering to overturn the country, QAnon fueled. In fact, one of the main QAnon promulgators, someone that was believed to be Q, actually spoke at the event, Code Monkey Z, Ron Wickens. So you can't say these things are disconnected. And then that was also the anniversary of the Manson killings. QAnon and Illuminati ideas caused a man to kill his children. So now they're also putting it out here that conspiracy theories, quote, enlighten people about the world so they can take action. So it's this new kind of jihadi template they've created. And everything we're seeing is based on templates. Right now, as we speak, American Taliban is trending. And I've been saying for some time that the QAnon radicalized terrorists have been replaced by, the Quranic radicalized terrorists of Islam have been replaced by QAnon radicalized terrorists. And these are not coincidental. In fact, there's this concept, it's called the black pill. And, there's two reasons I wanted to talk about this black pill thing. One, there's actually a really good podcast called Black Pill Radio, and they deal with a lot of fake news. Well, the media has claimed the term black pill to refer to right-wing shooters, basically. But black pill, this is where it gets interestingly tied into this American Taliban thing. The concept of the black pill is that the ones who believe this, they believe that if you're not born attractive in this society, you have a disadvantage. So they want to reset society by instigating World War III, and then when they build back better, post-reset, women will have no rights. They want to put women into basically like burqas or like that movie Handmaid's Tale. And these are comparisons that have been made in the media, that the incel black pill movement wants to subjugate women. It's an absurd story, but let me go ahead and show you how they've taken this pill, this black pill. So they've taken the red pill term, the black pillers have done this, and they've said that it doesn't go far enough. So here's what it says. Beginning around 2016, the red pill started shifting to the, quote, black pill mentality, and the belief system accepts the red pill view of society dominated by women. And again, but it goes deeper. Black pill adherents believe that looks are genetically determined and women choose solely on looks. So whether or not you're an incel is predetermined. Now this is absurd. Looks have nothing to do with it. Just look around. Everybody's having babies. It doesn't matter if you match what they show on the TV. But this theory is that if you don't look like Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise or whatever, or Matt Damon, you're not going to have babies. And that's just not true. But it says, misogynistic incels attempt to prove the truth of the black pill movement through scientific studies and online dating data sets. Goes on to say that some of them go into gym maxing, as in lifting weights, to improve their game. So the black pill strategy has two options for you. One of them is you try to cope and adapt, and the other is you become a hero. Now the hero is the equivalent of a jihadi martyr. And this is something they've created off of a template. So you have the sexually repressed Islamic jihadi suicide bombers seeking virgins in heaven while destroying the world that needs to be destroyed so they can build it back without the women in control. And this has been replaced, and it's the same story. So when they're putting out the trending meme right now, American Taliban, yeah, they're connecting it to this notion that you have this sexist undercurrent, and that's why all of these shooters have been described as incel. And again, they are considered to be a terrorist movement by the FBI. And again, these words are similar: Quran, QAnon. Not a coincidence that they used to look for terror cells, and now they're looking for incels in basements. Basements are caves in this new context. FBI terror hunters turn to a different threat: incels. The FBI's top terrorism cops are now taking a different angle. And I've seen, so recently, like in the UK, you had a 22-year-old incel who shot up a number of people, killed himself, but apparently he identified as an American and a Trumper. Even though he was, and this is a picture of him, Plymouth Gunman 22. It's from the Daily Mail. There's quite a lot about this story I find unbelievable. But they're trying to associate him with Trump, even though he's in the UK. And he idolized Elliot Rodgers. We'll go into this story. It's just as fake as all these other ones. But there was a foiled incel attempt I want to bring up really quick. There was a foiled attempt in Ohio. And check this out. So supposedly, the FBI uncover a plot by one of these incels, one of these black pillars. And his plot involved a plan to shoot 3,000 women. 3,000. So this is, in my view, this is all just writing, script writing, and it's meant to convey a certain story within the subtext. So what are they really saying here when you have incels who want to kill 3,000? Well, 3,000 is a very specific number. It's a 9/11 number. That's the number of casualties, roughly. So the idea that he had a plot to commit a 9/11 level terror attack kind of tells you. It says he had the ultimate goal of killing 3,000 women after he completed his Army basic training. So this guy goes to basic training and comes out with a plan to basically be like the Osama bin Laden of black pillars. Now, in my opinion, these are psychological operatives and actors. I don't think there's anything legitimate or real here. It's totally invented. But it doesn't matter. The public will believe it. And the public will largely believe that this individual in California was radicalized by Illuminati ideas, and these ideas caused him to kill his children. The entire movement, by the way, is about saving children. It's about stopping the elite from drinking the blood of children, from sacrificing children. And we're supposed to believe that QAnoners are going to, draw a Q in the ground and put a baby in the middle and stab it while chanting Donald Trump's name? That's not what's happening. It's absurd. But this also ties in to the conflating of the QAnon movement with the sort of unhinged right-wing hippieism gone wrong. But it's definitely tying into this notion of New Age and right-wingers are becoming something of a new hippie movement. And I've seen that storyline coming out now pretty frequently. It's just, you see these stories being pushed out there to normalize the idea. California man confessed to killing his children, refers to Illuminati conspiracy theories. And now you have the DHS actually saying that conspiracy theories are going to cause the next terror attack, possibly on 9/11. So how did this happen? How do conspiracy theories somehow get conflated with acts of, like terroristic doctrines? Well, they did this with QAnon, I believe, and this is one reason why it's likely that the deep state narrative is totally fake. Because if you notice, these theories put targets on the backs of every major Democrat and every major celebrity. Oh, that's a baby eater. If you were truly a believer in this whole story, you would think that Tom Hanks is a human trafficker. And much worse. So you can understand why somebody unhinged would have a rationale kind of built in. This is how they can make the claim that it's like a radical religious movement, no different than jihadis who supposedly want to destroy the great Satan. So I think that the QAnon story about the evils of the West and those in power, or the evil in control of the world right now that needs to be fought, the need for a jihad and digital soldiers to take action or whatever, this is invented in order to destroy any kind of real, true resistance, I think, to this world fascism. Huge trap, if you ask me. Let us continue. This is another one. Lancashire man, 47, obsessed with COVID conspiracy theories, kills himself after a breakdown. So people are catching conspiracy theories and killing others and killing themselves. Homeland Security warns new COVID restrictions will spark attacks by domestic extremists. So now anyone who is resentful about having to wear a face diaper is considered to be a domestic extremist. Amazing, right? And if you recall last year, and I think it's important that you don't forget this, last year, snitching was off the charts. People, when the lockdown started, people started calling the cops on their neighbors for coughing, for leaving their homes. And there were so many incidents where people were just turning on their friends and family. So it turned into basically a war, a class war, interpersonal wars being thrown into it. But you have the looting going on, all the small businesses being shut down, big businesses doing great. But to the backdrop of this, you have the people who are in favor of the burning down of the system, conspicuously silent on the looting, the burnings of these cities, except when one person shot back in Kenosha. But you saw it was mostly people were complicit with it because it's a revolution. And I think that the shutting down of businesses by snitches calling 311 is no different than burning someone's business down. So anyway, you're considered to be more or less a counter-revolutionary, if you ask me. You're not a domestic extremist if you're against what you perceive to be or what is obviously a revolution. It says, beyond the domestic threat, DHS warns of heightened threat environment ahead of the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. Now, speaking of anniversaries, on the 19th anniversary of the September 11th attack, Derek Chauvin had a hearing. And this, of course, was, I think, an intentional act to, here we go, throw a little more accelerant on this, add some more symbolic value. So on September the 11th, 2020, he's on trial. Floyd's legal team is outside with masks with 846 on it, the I can't breathe thing. And all across America, you have not celebration, but they have a memorial at 8:46 a.m. to commemorate the time of day that the first of the Twin Towers was hit by a plane. So, this is what I said before. It's a remembrance that happens to have that number 846, and then Chauvin's on trial, and the people outside are wearing 846s on their face for a completely different reason. But that's just one more example of how these two events, September the 11th and the killing of George Floyd, were completely interrelated, entirely interrelated. And they both connect to even the Rodney King beating, if you get into the symbolism and the storyline. Far beyond coincidence. And we've talked about this, and if you don't know about these coincidences connecting 9/11 to the Floyd killing, Derek Chauvin, 9/11 America. And it's all in the subtext. You have various elements and props within that event that kind of repeat the story. But just a couple of key points. Twin Cities, Twin Towers. 8:46 was the time that the first of the towers was hit. Floyd, of course, suffocated for 8:46. The sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. So the sun setting at that time is key, especially when you're trying to show that these events aren't arbitrarily planned, even if they're staged, but they're actually timed. They have a very specific timing. Not a coincidence that 330 days after the death, the death of George Floyd, or alleged death. So 333 days later, it's 420. That's when Chauvin is convicted. And Chauvin, of course, at his trial, they only allowed 33 people in the room at any moment. And this is all stuff in the news. You can look it up. On 3/3, the 30th anniversary of the Rodney King beating, they passed the George Floyd Act. And the Rodney King beating, it's worth noting, he was beaten for 1 minute, 19 seconds. So it's like a reverse 9/11. And he was hit 33 times. And the number 33 is encoded into these events. In fact, the Twin Towers were 33 years old when they were brought down. Even the $20 bill, you've seen it folded up. You have the burning towers in the back. He was arrested over the $20 bill, the counterfeit. The name Derek is derived from a famous hangman. So there's your significance there. I can't breathe, a hangman. The name Chauvin, obviously a reference to Western chauvinism, because we're looking at Western chauvinism versus world communist revolution, or whatever you want to call it. BLM's the vanguard. You could say Stooges, fodder for this bigger movement, but they set up this dynamic here, which is like, I wouldn't even take sides in anything like this, considering how they have the default. You know, it's like, why should the people who are on the side of the cops by default have to back Chauvin? But that's how they polarize this thing. And of course, Western chauvinism is what the Proud Boys are advocating. They call themselves Western chauvinists. And it's not a coincidence that one of the Proud Boy patriots, J. Aaron Danielson, was shot in the chest. And this was one of these prayer, patriot, Proud Boy, Western chauvinists. And he's like a martyr. You could say he's one of the first martyrs of this. And the shooter, who was with Antifa, told Vice News right before he was killed, apparently at Trump's orders, that this was the first shot in their civil war. But if you look at the killing of J. Aaron Danielson in Portland, Saturday, 8/29/2020, look at the time, 8:46 p.m. So what are the connections here with 8:46? Well, 9/11, the George Floyd event, and this event, like 9/11, the number, you find certain key numbers that seem to be associated with major psychological operations. And the 846, the connection here, it seems to mean or imply that this is like a shot heard around the world type of moment. That's what it implies. So the first tower hit in the building, the death of Floyd and what that triggered. And then the shot against Danielson, 846. Now that hasn't had the blowback yet. But if you follow the story, and we do, if you follow the metascript, you'll see that that's actually percolating. That the Fed-run Proud Boys, and they're all Fed-run, Fed-run Proud Boys, Fed-run Soy Boy Antifas. It's got Proud Boys and Soy Boys competing for the favor of daddy government. But the Fed-run Proud Boys have already made threats against Colin Kaepernick, for example, and they're basically going to retaliate at some point, if you ask me. Possibly even for Ashley Babbitt, a new martyr. Not dead. If you've watched the video, Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes. And I hope everyone here has watched that, by the way. But they're trying to turn Ashley Babbitt into a martyr. And before you get behind that parade, before you do something in the name of Ashley Babbitt, you should know that she's alive and well. Well-paid crisis actress or agent, psychological warfare agent. There's a video called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes, and it describes... I'm going to play about 30 seconds of it, but basically it's about the simulated riots and specifically about the so-called death, the killing of Babbitt, but how this staged death of Ashley Babbitt was probably to create a martyr, to be exploited later. Okay, warning, the footage you're about to see is extremely educational.
There's some protests happening down outside the Capitol.
The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for a disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place.
We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here.
I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today.
I was paid. That individual came out. I don't know if that's legitimate, but the frame-by-frame breakdown is what you can go off of. And the frame-by-frame breakdown tells you everything you need to know. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Obreek says, is Gavin McInnes an actor? More than likely. Alt media, all the alternative media types, it's just mainstream media light. If they don't call out crisis actors, then they're actors, even if they don't know it. I mean, they could be stooges or dupes, I suppose, if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But if you remember, for example, after the Orlando disco shooting, Gavin McInnes went out to the scene, and instead of calling it a hoax, a gun grab hoax, a psychological operation, instead he makes out with Milo Yiannopoulos and tries to appeal to the LGBT vote. Like, oh, our side will protect you from the Islamic terrorists. Like, that wasn't the story. The story was the whole thing was fake and a psyop. There was no way you could cram 300 people into a nightclub with 7 cars in the parking lot. Unless the LGBT crowd have special clown cars. So it was not staffed. It wasn't full. And if you've watched the footage, if you've watched the breakdowns, nobody died in Orlando. And, there are some things worth pointing out that connect Orlando to the Borderline shooting. The Borderline Bar and Grill shooting that was 13 months after the Vegas shooting that involved 50 of the same people. Well, there were some wardrobe overlaps worth looking at. And, ever since I mentioned that the only people on TV that wear flannels are crisis actors pretending to be rednecks, ever since I've mentioned it, I've been seeing flannels everywhere on crisis actors pretending to be rednecks. On TV, of course. Okay, I'm going through comments. Mike H says, my natural instinct is to blend in, but I try and catch myself. Well, I don't think that there's anything doom and gloom, to be quite honest. We're moving into a cashless society, and I think everything's going digital. And so you just expect it. It's not the end of the world. The world already ended. Like, you survived that. The world ended on, 12/21/2020 probably. That was when they had the date set so we had our reset. So it ended and we're in the new one. You might not like the new one as much. It's far more entertaining if you ask me. It's less predictable. It's insane. It's a bad comedy show. I mean, look at this incel killer. It's got to be a joke because it looks like, I'm just assessing like I always do. Keeping up with the crisis actors, we have to look at the symbolism and the subtext. Like, what are they really showing us? What's the true substance here? And it's never what they say. Never. There's always another meaning here. And so the physical appearances are always worth looking at. And so the UK shooter identifies as a Trump-supporting American incel. And I'm thinking he's just a thick girl with a fake neck beard or testosterone induced. Like, there's something off about this. And in the background behind him, he has a, quote, inversion table from Walmart. So I don't know where he got a Walmart inversion table to pose with, but I'm thinking it's not unintentional. Now listen to this. Thursday's killings will mean that online manosphere, do you know what the manosphere is? So the manosphere, I've never been there, okay? It's like this place where men go to be toxic, where women aren't allowed or something. But it says the manosphere comes under new scrutiny. I guess this will include all the websites that advocate black pill philosophy. But it says it's a sprawling, decentralized network of chat rooms and platforms that normalize misogyny. Any attempts to crack down on the hate may push its members to migrate to newer, ungoverned internet platforms. So here you have your cave-dwelling terrorists that they can't regulate. They can't regulate their speech, and we have to. We don't want to ban them, but we have to, and then they go to their other platforms, and we have to find them. So now they have to hunt down the terrorists. But the terrorists this time are a bunch of guys who can't get laid, and they gripe about it all day. And they plot revenge against Western society. It's a repeat of the post-9/11 world. This is from The Guardian. Incel ideology, a new blurry form of extremism incubated online. His name, by the way, is Jake Davidson, the chick with the neck beard. It says Thursday's killings will mean, again, that the manosphere is going to come under new scrutiny. So what they're trying to do next is they're trying to get the public to think that these are terrorists. The police have decided not to categorize it as a terror incident, but this is what The Guardian says. Terrorism, by definition, is the threat or use of action to intimidate the public in advancement of a religious, racial, political, or ideological cause. So it does appear that the police need to speed up with the emergent threat of mixed and unstable and unclear ideology, because the next Davidson will be known as a terrorist. So what they're saying is that they overlook this terrorism inherent in this attack, and by definition, being an incel shooting women to change society is terrorism. Although the mass media is the biggest terrorist in the world, I think we all know that. Again, not a coincidence that American Taliban is trending at this moment. Now, let's go ahead and take a short tangent here. Okay. One more thing I want to show you. I'm looking at the Proud Boys fighting Antifas, and they're all wearing like American flags wrapped around their heads, and they're fighting very badly. It's actually comical. I'm not going to play it. You can look it up. Antifa versus Proud Boys, Soy Boys and Proud Boys. And it looks fake. I mean, it looks like World Wrestling Entertainment staged street wrestling. Too many photographers, too many cameramen around who don't feel like, look, if I saw a brawl, I leave. If I'm at a bar and people start fighting, if I'm in public, because people get stupid. They bring out guns, they bring out knives, and people die. So I would not hang out there with a camera and watch a bunch of individuals fight when it's escalating. But it looks to me just as staged and phony as the 1-6 thing. And I think they're trying to convince the public, oh, you've got these American Talibans running around with flags wrapped around their faces, beating up the anti-fascists. And we need the anti-fascists because we don't want to fall into fascism. So fake. So anyway, American Taliban, it's phony. They made it up. But now I want to bring up something else. If you might remember this. I go deep into the QAnon rabbit holes. I've been to the bottom. I know what's at the bottom of the whole QAnon story, and I actually think it was probably written in the 60s. But listen to this. QAnon is the Galactic Federation of Light, headed by the higher Pleiadian soul of John F. Kennedy Sr., named Ortic, or Q, and a mix of other ETs, mostly Pleiadians, Arcturians, and a few trusted humans, both military, non-military, and Q plus is Trump. They are here. So according to this meme, we've already been invaded by light beings, the white hats, I guess, and they're fighting the other side, and somehow JFK and his son play strongly into this. So you might think this is insane. Well, I'm going to close out here before we take a break, and we'll be back later, with the song from 1982 called The Voice of Q. And it seems to be, I guess you would call it prophetic, this song. And the lyrics are on the screen. Actually, I'm going to have to read the lyrics. The song is terrible, but... Open your mind and listen, receive the transmission, and it's got this big glowing Q on the screen. I'm just going to play it. It's 30 seconds of a Q-themed disco song, and this is going around Q circles as like evidence of time travel, or that the mission had started a long time ago. Like these people, this is the fringe.
Let's communicate interplanetary hyperspace. Open up your mind. You will answer questions anytime.
Okay, there you have it. There you have it. And I don't find this stuff by accident. Like, I'm looking to see what they're actually sharing. So there you have it. This is an interesting one. Most of you are probably familiar with Miles Matheson and Miles Matheson's theory about Tupac Shakur being alive, and not just alive, but actually an actor, and not just any actor, but like one of the best, if this is true. So I don't find anything that I can dispute about the theory that Tupac is still alive. I think it's obvious that his death was a hoax, and there are many indications that, you know, he's possibly playing another role. But there is this other theory put forth by Miles Mathis. I'll just bring it up on the screen. And he does his research. So Tupac is still alive by Miles Mathis. To celebrate the 22nd anniversary of Tupac Shakur's non-death, I thought it'd be fun to memorialize him with an expose. And what he reveals here is that Tupac is Jewish, that he's faking, that he's actually a deep fake, that he's a gay Jew and he's still alive, and that the entire thing was an act from start to finish. Now, you'd have to read it. Don't take my word for it. But I want to bring up something that someone sent to me this morning about the Tupac hoax, I guess you could call it. But what's more, they have something that actually substantiates the notion that he may have been what we would describe as a deepfake. So I'm going to pull up this video. And again, anything that we talk about on this channel during these live streams during the day, I put over there at fakeworld.news. It's a Minds group. So if you don't use Minds.com, it's a nice uncensored place where you can share your memes without fear of them being burned later. So the video I'm going to post there, it's called Tupac Coming to America, Chapter 11. And this is by Industry Hoax Revealed. And he goes through a lot of the usual deepfake stuff, you know, with the hyper-realistic masks. But if you look at the cover, well, you'll see.
On how the CIA effectively pull off fictional identities. They accomplish this, in part, by using public officials in law enforcement, the military, etc. The mechanisms, as they are called, passports and state driver's licenses for people who don't exist, bills, tax documents, and other things that form the foundation of
So he goes into the background of how they form these characters. He's done some great research on deepfake. But what he's positing here, and it puts it into the realm of possibility that this isn't wrong at all, that he may be a complete construct. And I think he's actually identified who he believes is the core actor behind Tupac. Very interesting video. Again, it's called Tupac Coming to America by Industry Hoax Revealed. Put the link at Fake World News. So if you want to investigate that further, those of you who have been interested in this topic. So in other words, he's not just a death faker, but a race faker, an everything faker. And this is the thing most people don't know. They don't know how fake things can be. And you have to know this. Like, this is why I used to always bring up Jonah Mendez when she first started doing these interviews. You have Jonah Mendez. She was an American former chief of disguise for the CIA. And what she was revealing after they had declassified it is that for 30, 40 years plus, the government has had access to hyper-realistic masks that are foolproof. And, you know, it's really difficult to emphasize, you know, how significant this is, because we see digital videos where, oh, look, this guy looks like Tom Cruise and he fooled a bunch of people on TikTok. Well, that's nothing. That's on TV. We're talking about people in our faces. And that's why we talk a lot about Joe Biden and these others, because, you know, you have to know what's within the realm of possibility, or you might just be off your mark, even if you exhaust every possibility that's, you know, obvious or put in front of you. So this is former CIA operative explains how spies use disguise. And this is from Wired. I'll just play a short clip.
In Europe, and you were meeting with a clandestine source at a cafe, your biggest concern might be that your next door neighbor was going to wander into that cafe at that moment and say, "Hi, Bill," when you weren't Bill. And that kind of casual stumbling upon people was an issue.
So what she developed were these hyper-realistic masks, and she goes into detail about how you can completely change someone's appearance with simple things like a plumper along your gum line, something in your nose, very simple things.
I've made prostheses on occasion. You could actually change cheekbones, you can add something here, you can add a forehead, you can...
So we're not talking about a mask, because a mask would be easy to see through. But if you have a little nose augmentation, a little bit added to your cheek, you would be able to effectively change anybody into anybody. And it's a very popular theory that The Weeknd is a character played by Justin Bieber. So if you put that into context, yeah, this isn't far-fetched to suggest that Tupac is alive, and way opposite of what you would expect. Another article here from the Inquisitor. California dad Matthew Taylor Coleman reportedly confesses to killing his kid over a QAnon conspiracy theory. Expect that to continue to percolate, that story, and then he's going to come out and speak on 8/31, August 31st, and we'll probably hear a lot. And the thing is, it's a grisly, disturbing story, and it's going to be studied in great detail, like the Manson killings. It's meant to shock people, I believe, and to get them to associate QAnon with a dangerous cult. So I think this is a repeat of the Charles Manson psychological operation, which demonizes certain demographics and ideas and anti-authoritarian attitudes. Well, I think they're doing the exact same thing here. And again, the masses are going to believe this. They're going to believe it's plausible that you listen to a QAnon conspiracy theory and next thing you know, you think your kids are monsters and you're killing them in Mexico in a grotesque way with a spear. Oh, by the way, I brought this up and someone in chat reminded me of it. So you have the harpoon, the spear, spearing the snake kids. And then you have the archangel, the spear, or St. George lancing the dragon being associated with Q. And QAnon has been saying a lot about Britney Spears being freed, a free spear being some kind of indicator or something. So I just notice these memes and the repetition. And it's worth noting these things because this is how you can pick up how they force meme and force virality. They force ideas in order to help maintain complete control over the zeitgeist. Going through some comments. One Step Too Far says, ballet is essential for your son if you ever want him boxing. I'm dead serious. Yeah, I've heard that for sure. I've heard that being said with sports in general. I think people ripped on Tupac because he was a ballet dancer, but it's just because it conflicts with the idea that he's some street-hardened gangbanger or something, but that, no, he actually had a very eclectic upbringing, was very learned. He's a Shakespearean actor. I mean, he's a Shakespearean actor. Like one of the best. That's the whole point here. Echo Charlie says, Britney is the UK. What is UK gonna spear? Fascinating. Domestic extremist chatter online is similar to just before January 6th, says DHS chief. Intelligence chief has warned that the rhetoric is very similar to what was happening before the 1/6 buildup. Got to be careful, that rhetoric. And the 1/6 event, as you all know, was a CNN production. Bad performance art. Worst psyop ever. I compared it to some of the worst acting of Sandy Hook and Parkland, and I stand by that. Look at this. NBC host Joy Reid compared the situation in Afghanistan to The Handmaid's Tale and claimed it was a cautionary tale for the United States. You know, The Handmaid's Tale has a lot of interesting predictive programming or references to COVID-19, even the name of one of the vax manufacturers. But this is one of these movies where, another example, you can see the public was being acclimated for something. And the movie is basically authoritarianism, cultism, and people in masks. Of course, in the movie, the masks are a bad thing. But, in real life, somehow they managed to flip that. All right, let's continue. A few more things I want to go through. Again, everything here I'm putting in the chat. We have links. Okay, so let's go back to the UK shooter. Virgin at 22. Jake Davidson shot and killed mother 50. Went outside and shot Sophie Martin 3 and her father with a pump action shotgun. Went to a park and shot someone else. So he really went on a spree. The Plymouth incel shooter. Now, again, he's in the UK, but he identifies as an American Trump voter. Okay, so it says today it was claimed his mother, who had recovered from cancer, begged the NHS and the police to give him mental health treatment during lockdown. And this is another element to it, the mental health element, because they want, just like with the guy in California, they want people to think that even though conspiracy theories might be fine for entertainment or questioning things or having alternative explanations, might be fine for you because you're not mentally ill. But these ideas out there are dangerous because the mentally ill can catch them and act upon them. And so there's a reason why they're all mentally ill, all the shooters, all the bowl cuts. They always throw that in there because mentally ill means you don't have any autonomy, and they can start creating the perception that mental illness is a public health problem. In fact, after the Borderline shooting, which I referenced earlier, Lady Gaga actually came out and said, we need to watch out for these veterans. They might be mentally ill, might shoot up places. We need to do more for mental health for our veterans. I remember she just got out in front of it. I'm like, you don't know what happened, and you're going to make comments about the supposed motives of the shooter? And then also putting a target on veterans in particular, which is also very typical. Here we go. Lady Gaga mentions Borderline shooting at a speech about mental health. And they're all spokesmouths for this idea. And this is all a precursor to the COVID, which was all setting up the infrastructure for censoring ideas as though it were a disease. So this is all an ongoing agenda. And I really started pointing this out 2 or 3 years ago. I said, why are they using the lexicon of epidemiology to describe news or ideas? It's because they've been creating thought crimes, and they've successfully done it. They have successfully created thought crimes. A couple of other things really quick here that we're following. We are keeping up with Jimmy Fallon, Pizzagate. Not sure what's up with all of that. We're also working on an episode of South Pole. So just a heads up, you can expect that to come up pretty soon. According to George News / QAnon, there's going to be disclosure of UFOs, and Roswell footage will be revealed and verified by the Pentagon very soon. Every single picture we found so far of the alleged killer in California looks the same. They all look fake, and the people are always looking in different directions. It looks like a total Photoshop job. Trying to discern, where it's real, where it's fabrication, but I don't think that the horror story they depict actually happened. Now look at this. This is from Zuby Music. I don't know if anyone here knows who Zuby Music is. I'll go ahead and pull up his Twitter account. Okay, so Zuby Music is a rapper, author, podcaster, speaker, and coach. And he has a new album called Word of Zuby. And he's pretty, I would say pretty influential. He has a good reach, nearly 500,000 followers. And listen to this tweet. We have witnessed the birth of a new secular religion. COVID-19 is the devil. Government is God. Scientists and experts are high priests. Masks are magical talismans. Vaccination is baptism. Challenging the dogma is blasphemy. Thou shalt follow the science or be punished. He nailed it on every single point, and this is the birth of a new secular religion. Dances with Penguin says MAGA Akbar. Yeah, exactly. But again, I think it's worth stressing. The public, especially the anti-Q public, they will find all of this stuff believable. They do believe that you do have this American Taliban threat, and that they're so crazy that they would kill their own children over something they read on the internet. Which, again, it's projection, if anything. Isn't it true that the entire QAnon narrative is about stopping the elite from killing babies? So it makes zero sense. It looks like it's projection. All right, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on to take calls. In fact, I had a couple voicemails. Let me just check one of the voicemails. I meant to get to that. But I'm glad I found that tweet. Again, we answer calls when we're live, but if we're ever not live, you're welcome to leave a message. So I actually have about 3 of them here. I can actually read the transcripts. I want to make sure I get something quality here. We do have, yes. This is from someone who's a routine caller.
Hey, I'm just trying to pull more data and information from the realm and apply Tim Osman teachings to it. So I got one thing that I can apply to the International Space Station. Like the next, you talk about the next step or the next CGI or the next model that how to convince us of what's real. Check out the Star Wars Mandalorian backstory stuff. There's like a whole other extra series of videos. It's kind of like the making of season 1. One episode is about how they revolutionized their filming process, and it's called The Volume. The whole show is, it seems as though it's just, most of it is filmed on one soundstage. They basically built a bunch of LCD screens top to bottom, and they just redid like the floor, and they, it's...
Yes, I know.
In 1 minute.
I know what he's talking about. I was actually looking at this. It's the technology that's replacing the green screen, and they use virtual sets. So it's no longer a screen. It's a virtual set. And so it's an all-encompassing surround LED screen. So you can actually be in an immersive atmosphere environment. And the people who are in these environments will tell you that you can't tell when you're going to hit the wall. That's how realistic it looks. You get realistic reflections. It solves a lot of the problems. You don't get any green screen edging. So, you have the blur around the person and you can see the little bits of green. So if this is what they're using in the future, when they start doing moon bases and Mars landings, you're not going to be able to debunk it. So real or fake, it's going to be real, because look how real this looks. And you know how low the standards are with regards to the public. I mean, they believe drawings are real if they're not told it's a drawing. So yes, we are doomed. We are doomed because collectively we have been rendered visually illiterate to separate the illusory from the real. All right, this is Fepe Akbar by Allergic to Bullshit featuring Lean Dion. Have a great day. Subscribe below.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting better. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The book has paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick DIPS are making an entrance, busting doors down cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum, there's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tenpin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes on me, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship, we ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin. fucking with the penguins. Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. In fact, let me go ahead and just jump right into the voicemails. Again, that's Masquerade, JT33, and Symbia. Put a link to the track below. Okay, first voicemail of the night. Looks like this one is a long one. I'll parse through it.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? It's Rich from Cape Cod. Hey, I just wanted to see if you could find the video of the MAGA hat guy at the insurrection yelling at the riot guys, cops, all in full gear with their riot shields, just standing down. He's yelling at them, hey, get in there. Get in there. They need you in there. And they're just standing down. Can you find that video? See if you can find that video.
Okay, I think I know what he's talking about. And again, we're talking about the 1/6 performance art piece / CNN production that's being treated as some kind of a 9/11 level event, which clearly it was not. And so I'll get back to this one, and then we'll move on to the main topic, which is a new Mandela effect, which should be of interest to the Mandela affected.
It'd be interesting to watch. Also, the people who make the people pushing for the vaccine passport, look into the last name of those people. They were literally the people that are doing that, their parents, and it's still in the same family name, were they owned the Nazi slave camps, and the company's still in business. They bypassed the Nuremberg trials and everything. You should look into that as well. Anyway, God bless you. Take it easy.
Yeah, okay.
I'm listening to a replay, I guess.
I've heard that, and I saw the comment, which I'll look into if anyone has any information about whether or not that's true. I mean, I don't even think we need to go into genealogy to prove anything about that. I think it's pretty clear who the Nazis are today. It's the ones who call everyone else Nazis for not agreeing with them. They're the only ones behaving like fascists. And, I'm all for lockdown, masking, vaccine, whatever, but the people who advocate it for this stuff the most are not doing it themselves first. They should lead by example. I want to see the pro-lockdown crowd sell their cars. Why not? The next stage is environmental-based lockdowns. You got to save the planet. What do you need a car for? The future is lockdowns. Flower says, so excited for the Mandela effect. So let's go ahead and get into that. There's a new Mandela effect in the Call of Duty. And the reason why this matters is most Mandela effects have to do with things, artifacts, cultural artifacts, things from the 1980s and 90s, characters who people today wouldn't know who they are. I always find it dubious when a 20-year-old on YouTube, 25-year-old or whatever, is saying, I remember Mr. Ed McMahon passing out checks, big checks. It's like, wait, he died before you would have been a baby when he was doing that. So you wouldn't have had that as a memory. And lately we've been talking about this, how people remember recollections of things that never actually happened because they kind of formed the memory secondhand. And recently I've been bringing up this clip where Buzz Aldrin is talking to Conan O'Brien. And O'Brien says, I remember watching you land on the moon on TV live. And Buzz says, no, you didn't. You might have heard me, but you watched an animation. He had to make that distinction. And that's how I believe the Mandela effect generally works. At least that's been my explanation. If you have another explanation for the Mandela effect, you're welcome to call in. If you think it's something other than faulty eyewitness testimony and false memory. But my point is, most of the Mandela effects were things that happened 90s, 80s. There were some episodes, I think, from Lassie fell down the well, right? And that was like in the 40s. But my point is, there's no new Mandela effects. And I'm thinking, what's going to happen when there's no more Mandela effectees? Like, new ones aren't being born. There aren't any new effects. Is this going to go away? And I started thinking that was the end of it, and that they were going to have to maybe hold Mandela effect conferences, maybe to try to continue this thing. Maybe they could have children and then raise their children Mandela affected, like a religion. But short of that, the cult's going to die. That was my thinking. The idea is going to just go away. But no, that's not true. I just came across some information a few hours ago about a brand new Mandela effect in the Call of Duty game. Now, I don't play Call of Duty. However, I have been paying attention to the predictive programming inherent within it. So this is from Game Rant. Black Ops 2 map is causing a rift in the community, a Mandela effect. Black Ops Cold War community is divided over a big yellow Russian sign. And this might sound trivial. Like, it might sound trivial that some people remember Jiffy, some people remember Jif. Some people remember Luke, I'm your father. Others remember I'm your father. So this might not sound like a lot. It says here, the Mandela effect is a phenomenon that makes people question the most mundane memories from the past. So, Call of Duty, Black Ops, Civil War has sparked a passionate debate over this effect because there's an image, a photograph of a map in a town, and I looked at it, and I don't think it's all that remarkable, but just so you can see for yourself if you're looking at the screen, this is a game where you run around with a gun and you shoot at other people running around with guns. In the midst of the game, in the middle of it somewhere, there's a yellow sign. Now, the debate is this sign new? Well, it turns out that this sign has been there since 2012, but most people don't remember it. So Trenton says, apparently it's been here the whole time, but I don't remember it. But it was always there. But it's the first time we've seen it. It's as though the simulation is glitching and the Mandela effect is in overdrive. Next commenter says, I can't believe they just added this sign. The response is, nope, it's been there forever. So many users have been kind of fighting over this. It's been getting kind of bloody, more or less. They're infighting, you could say. And there was a poll, millions of people took it, and it's like 50-50. So I don't know if any of you are passionately attached to this game, willing to fight over whether or not that sign was already there, but it's a Mandela effect. And like, to my knowledge, there hasn't been one in this is the only new Mandela effect in 10 years? Stranger says Lassie has a golden leg. Right, that's a Mandela effect. The explanation was that the leg was actually silver, but it's reflecting the environment or something like that. Oh, you're joking, because the real Mandela effect is C-3PO. Lassie didn't have a golden leg. Lassie fell down the well. Worst Nightmare says, it's like it's always there and they tweak the little things. Orwell is right, says, 100%, I don't remember that sign first time seeing it. And you would remember a yellow sign, right? A yellow sign with Russian lettering. Who wouldn't remember that? So, now again, I'm looking at the numbers here. 62,000 people giving this thing a heart. Like, you think this is trivial? So laugh if you want. But what you're talking about here, what we're actually discussing, is the possibility that millions of people have branched off. Sorry, Windows is trying to shut me down. I'm going to snooze it. Yeah, what we're talking about here is the idea that there's a breakaway civilization of people who have walked through or passed through a glitch in the simulation and they've noticed. In other words, the prisoners, or rather the sentient beings within the Matrix, are becoming self-aware of the Matrix itself by comparing notes. And that's what the Mandela effect kind of reveals, if it's real, in other words. If it's real, it's showing, okay, there's something going on here that can only be explained by accounting for the effect of the observers on what we are observing. Posel says, Tim, does life seem more pointless these days? I would say it seems more game-like. And I guess it depends on what you watch. You know, I mean, if you watch a lot of Netflix, I can understand why you might walk away saying, well, life is pointless. It's time to just shut it down, upload our minds into the cloud. I was going to start watching a TV show about that. I think it's called, is it called Upload? There's a number of shows that are confronting this idea that there's a better world in the digital heaven that they're kind of constructing. It's like they've replaced the old kind of mysticism. Like yoga's bad now because you got to breathe. And people who do yoga are prone to conspiratorial thinking. But they're getting people used to this idea of this spiritualized technology, beaming your life, you know, your mind up into the cloud. And there was some character recently, some individual who was still communicating with his dead ex through a simulation that he had created. They called it an AI, but come on. You might as well be using a Ouija board. It's just bias confirmation. Sleepy Random says, did Mandela wear a monocle? Right, that's another. There's so many Mandela effects that we should probably go through before we go any further, just to show you that, yeah, there are many things that people have arrived at as like legitimate Mandela effects. And there are legitimate effects and there are fake Mandela effects. Like there's a Mandela effect that I have that I talked about it and I was chastised by the main Mandela effect promulgators. Do you remember that movie, The Christmas Story? Where he says, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. Well, I remember it being, you'll shoot your eyes out, kid. You know, like eyes. You'll shoot your eyes out, plural. So the theory is that if there's a Mandela effect and you find any kind of evidence that it used to be something different, you call that evidence residue. Like here's residue of where it used to be the other way, where somebody else remembers it that way. And funnily enough, there are a few old graphics and t-shirts that that are wrong the same way that I'm wrong. So it's more or less a contest of who is wrong. Well, not only who is wrong, it's who's wronger. Well, you're both equally wrong when it comes to Mandela effects, but it's like who has the most people thinking that this is the right way. It's a strange thing. It'd be analogous to a lot of people spelling a word wrong in a dictionary and then blaming the dictionary, and then considering all the people who still use the dictionary to be people of the previous universe, previous timeline, people who didn't get the update. Does it sound madness? Like it's like a delusional trap? Because it might just be. Let's go ahead and go through some of these. Now this is from mentalfloss.com. Fiona Broom coined the phrase Mandela effect in 2009. She was discussing the passing of Nelson Mandela. People she spoke to recalled him dying in prison, but some believed he was alive, even though this is all very much insane. If you don't know about Mandela effects past, it would sound preposterous to you that people had these ideas that they remember him dying previously. But anyway, she found that people were so divided on it that she called it the Mandela effect. And then later, people started finding other things that they had significant disagreements on, and these are things that there should be unanimous agreement on. So here we have Star Wars, I'm your father, Luke, I'm your father, or no, I'm, whatever it is. I mean, like I said, these things are mundane. A yellow sign in a game, was it there in 2009 or was it not there? Worst Nightmare says, I think you called it right when you defined it as chaos magic. Well, there's only one way to find out. Has anyone here ever attempted to create a Mandela effect or believe themselves into a different but very similar reality? Dumb says, dinosaurs were not real, now they are. Dinosaurs, God, that's not technically a Mandela effect, but when you have fake history or hoaxes of any kinds, those aren't Mandela effects, but they're similar. Like the media, to the extent that people are true believers, it has the power to Mandela affect people. It's really a remarkable thing. They can pretty much change history real time, 1984 style. And you know what? The more people are locked down, quarantined, the more people are filtered through the screen, the more power they have, because you can't cross-reference it. And I think this is one of the reasons why they're pulling down statues, getting rid of books. They want to get rid of anything physical and replace everything with a metaverse that they completely control. Now, as far as these effects, though, it's been an ongoing conversation because you have so many ways of dismissing it entirely. But then there is the possibility that this is some kind of intentionally created psychological operation. Evar says, do people really remember being inside the head of Statue of Liberty, or did they watch it on Ghostbusters? See, some people will say they remember going inside of the torch. But when we debunked it a couple of years ago, we brought up some examples where you have the psychiatrist talking about memory and false memories. And she says, you can just have a poster up from Disneyland and have Bugs Bunny on the poster, even though he's not from Disneyland. And if you ask somebody about their memories of Disneyland and you throw in, did you see Bugs Bunny? Many people will recollect it, even though he wasn't there. And it has to do with your recent exposure to these memories, and they can be tampered with. They call this the interrogator, I think it's the interrogator influence. Might even be bias. But the whole point of it is, the interrogator bias has everything to do with the Mandela effect, because the person who is asking the question is in fact creating a bias in how it's just the way it's framed. For example, if I tell you, do you remember Chick-fil-A with a K or Chick-fil-A without a K? Well, I just kind of biased you. I steered you into one of two. Maybe you remember, as I do, that Chick-fil-A has a Q in it. C-H-I-Q, Chick-fil-A. Who doesn't remember Chick-fil-A like that? But when they frame it that way, they kind of control your answer. And then there are other factors in play, why you might choose one over the other. And then once you choose one, you're more likely to stick with it. And then you kind of cement it emotionally. It's a well understood process. And the Mandela effect pushers are in fact gaslighting and manipulating the people that they are interrogating. Commenter says it makes you think you can't even trust your own memory. Well, I think it destroys your credibility in a certain way if you're going to get into the area of media criticism. Like, if you want to be taken seriously and say, well, nobody died at fill in the blank event. And then you're going to also say that reality is constantly changing, reality is fake. Well, then you're in no position to say the news is fake. Like, either reality's fake or the news is fake. But if reality's fake, then everything's fake. You have no way to actually say, well, this news is fake versus that news, because it's all fake. There has to be some objective reality. And the problem with the Mandela effect is it removes objective reality. And if there's no objective reality, then the question of whether or not the news is fake is immaterial. It's irrelevant. So that's why I don't really care for it. But I am interested in the topic of synchronicity. I am interested in the topic of the apparent influence of observers on events, on reality, in a tangible way, however you may experience it. And that's different from the Mandela effect, but I think there's a lot of overlap when you get into these areas of conversation. Because we're talking about subjective experiences, and as the subjective, and specifically ones that seem imbued with meaning, which by definition is like a synchronicity. However, the Mandela effect is also so strange and peculiar because it also ties in with so many mainstream artifacts, mainstream characters, that it just seems like it could be something manipulated, but the question is what for? And one of my answers for this, why, is maybe it's part of getting people to believe in the magic of CERN and D-Wave computing. Maybe to get people to actually believe in, well, a lot of pseudoscience and mysticism. But if you have any Mandela effects of your own, please call in 833-311-1984. The one I was talking about tonight was the one in the video game that seemed very trivial, doesn't it? But that's the nature of the glitch. It's very, very trivial. It might seem trivial. Couple of other things. Today is 8/4. Happy birthday, Barack Obama. Remember last night I was talking about how there was like 500 people going to Martha's Vineyard? Well, apparently they canceled the party because of COVID. I don't know if they still had all those, $65,000 worth of hot dogs delivered, but the party seems to have been tapered down. There was also this idea that something might have gone down today, or was planning. There might be still. There's still like an hour, but 8/4 was supposed to be the day, according to some, we'll just say media analysts. It might have been a very significant day, but we'll see. It's not over yet. My sights are firmly fixed on 8/11 and this cyber symposium and the upcoming emergency broadcast test by the FCC and FEMA. And what is that about? Remember, keep your phones charged. FEMA and FCC plan nationwide emergency test, coinciding perfectly with the Pillowman's expose on the election. Commenter asks, have people always worn masks? Are these a Mandela effect? Let's see. Stranger says life is glitchy. Right. I'm of the opinion that there are rational explanations for each and every Mandela effect. I was talking about this last night, how, it's good marketing. One person in the Discord server had remarked that it would be really good for your company to be accused of or associated with the Mandela effect because you get a lot of searches. And it turns out that the reason why Ed McMahon is such a popular figure in this conspiracy theory is that he worked for American Family Publishing. Publishers Clearinghouse was a competitor, and they had a prize patrol with the van that would go around and give checks. Well, anyway, their commercials would run at the same time. And people mistakenly assumed that Ed McMahon represented Publishers Clearinghouse when he did not. However, since Publishers Clearinghouse, this is all free publicity, nobody complained. That's my point. They allowed the confusion to remain. And so this became some sort of confirmation. Some people just seeing these associations think that they remember Ed McMahon giving out big checks. But strangely enough, there's a few things that kind of suggest that it's assumed that Ed McMahon did pass out big checks. Like the Johnny Carson show made some joke about it. So there's this kind of gray area where, are we looking at some kind of prank, some deep troll? And is it just targeting a fringe? What are we looking at? Sleepy says, I don't recognize my friends without their masks. Look, when I see people with masks on, I'm just thinking, why aren't you quarantined? Why aren't you socially distanced? Like, you're out because the D variant, it's worse than before. and the unmasked people presumably are unvaxxed and they could die. I mean, it just seems strange to me. Like they're brave or they're dumb or they don't really believe it and they're just pretending. But if I really believe that going outside could kill me or kill somebody else, I would stay indoors. That you have an excuse. Let's see. User offline says Trump won. It's a Mandela effect. Yeah, they kind of Mandela affected the election if you want to look at it that way. You have the facts, we have the observations, but we know what history is going to say. Assuming the Pillow Man doesn't succeed in flipping it. I mean, that might happen. If it does happen, it would be, in my opinion, just an operation meant to divide, create a bit of a rapture. Okay, so yesterday was interesting too because Obama's party was at Martha's Vineyard, and someone pointed out to me that that's where JFK Jr. was going when he supposedly crashed. And if you didn't know, JFK Jr. is believed to be QAnon, and we're following that story closely. A few other interesting tidbits here. I appreciate everyone who brings these puzzle pieces to the table. We have this massive puzzle on a table that we're putting together. We have most of the big picture. There's a lot of blank spots. That's the difference between the so-called conspiracy theorists and the true believers in the beast, the image of the beast, the TV. They think they know everything. They think they have the big picture. And so when they see us looking at puzzle pieces, they're like, what are you doing? Catch up. We already have all the answers. It's on TV. So whenever someone brings little bits of information, I aggregate it because I know that these are parts that kind of fit into the bigger thing, and people who are joining in are able to add to it. And someone had dropped off some interesting information. Maybe it's not huge, but the author of the Turner Diaries was born on September the 11th. There's a lot of overlap between the race war psyops and the white nationalist boogeyman they created and that number. Like, if you didn't know, the Derek Chauvin George Floyd event is heavily integrated with 9/11. 9/11 is connected to it through symbolism and through the storytelling in many different ways we could talk about. But so too is the beating of Rodney King. And these events are all interconnected, and it's tied in the symbolism, and the use of the number 911 is prevalent through all these events. So it's just not a surprise that the author of the Bible of White Nationalism would have 9/11 as his birthday, William Luther Pierce. And this was the inspiration for Timothy McVeigh, who was executed on 6/11. And he was, of course, Timothy McVeigh was inspired by the book, total psyop, fake and everything. But, I mean, if you want to get into the numerology, some would say 6/11 and 9/11 could be related in a way, kind of mirrored. Now, this was interesting. Simon said that obelisks on the moon shall one day speak and destroy the voice of man. Benjamin Paravinci, the most accurate prophet who ever lived. He also prophesied that satellites would fall down from the sky. And I found these prophecies from the 40s. Very interesting stuff. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. How you doing?
I don't hear you very well, but you sound like a long distance.
I'll see if I can fix that. Let me go ahead and... Oh, you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned...
Let me put you on speakerphone. Let me see if it works better.
I got it. I got it now.
Okay, good.
No, thank you.
I've
been trying to fix that for I've been trying to fix that for like 3 days now. And you said
it sounds perfect.
You said long distance, so that gave me the clue. It told me that I was on the wrong mic. So thank you. I appreciate it. So we're good.
Yeah, you're talking about the Mandela effect, right?
Yes, the Mandela effect, and there's a new one, Call of Duty. What's your thoughts on the Mandela effect?
Well, the thing was, I never had heard of it until I heard Stavey talking about it a few years ago. Of course, that's all he talked about for a long time. And I tried to call in and tell him something, and you know how short-tempered he is. He got mad and hung up on me. Because I was in England until 89. And so over in England, so I was trying to give him a thing. Maybe some things in some countries aren't Mandela effect because they were different in what they portray on our TVs, I guess, or media. Because when I was over in England, when I go to London all the time, in front of the South African embassy, they always had people protesting release him from jail. So I told him, I said, we never over there thought he was dead. We always knew he was in jail. And of course, he got mad and hung up on me. So that's the only thing I have to go on.
Interesting. And I've heard him and others say that they kind of regret that it's called the Mandela effect because very few people actually even know anything about that story. And I've suggested that they rebrand it the Ed McMahon effect, but they haven't gone
that would be better. Yeah, but that's why I tried to tell him. I said, over there, they're protesting every weekend. They're almost always protesting. There has some marchers in front of there to release him from jail. So it was never a thing for me.
Right, and that's kind of the thing here. What we're talking about is, is it possible for millions of people to misremember? And the answer is yes. If it wasn't, we would have all straight A students in history courses. But no, you get Fs because not everybody remembers things appropriately. It takes effort, and there's so many factors.
Yeah. Anyway, I joined your Patreon today, and I'm the one that sent you that one about the coronavirus, Corona being murdered or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, are you talking about at the movie theater?
No, no. It was called Rona something. I can't remember. I did it. I didn't save it. Now let me see. Yeah, here it is. It's called Rona Reclassified, short film.
Okay, you're the one who sent that to me. I started watching it. Rona Reclassified. I started watching it. It's about a 10-minute film, and I'll check it out though, and I'll do a little review on it. I like.
Yeah, and the very end of it has him. Well, I won't spoil the surprise to you. It's really good ending. It's really quality done for a short film if you looked at it a little bit.
Yeah, I started looking through it, and I decided I'd watch it when I have time to sit down. I've always liked the medium of short films. I got burned out on big productions, big films, but short films are where I think you get a lot of the deep thinkers who put their ideas in a format that communicates it better than these longer, grandiose films. And this one seems interesting.
Yeah, you reminded me yesterday on your show when you were talking about flu being murdered or something like that, and you said, where'd the flu go,
Yes.
And that's exactly what this little short film's about.
Yeah, someone was like, what do you mean no bodies? Like, what do you mean no deaths? And I'm like, well, the only death I can think of is flu. Because, yeah, they played with the numbers. I mean, to me, this whole scam has been exposed so well. But what do you think? You think that this is going to stick around for 15 years? Or you think that this
I know. Well, the exercise is good till at least 8 years from the two. I got the one form where they got the World Health Organization has it world exercise until 2025. And then what was it called? I can't remember the other one. Through the John Hopkins, they put out another one supposed to be pick up from 25 to 28. So I've got 8 years for sure.
Right. See, I think so too. I see the mask and the vax and the PPE. I think it's all part of getting us used to being aliens, as in we're not designed for the environment that we're in. So we require protection, as in domes, PPE. The vaccination is part of this because it's part of, I think, the space age mentality, the new age. So
I never thought of it that way. I just thought it is just divide and conquer. It's simple.
Yeah, very much. It's a religious garment is what I'm suggesting. And religious garments do that. They are there to protect you or block the world in some way. It's a religious garment in my view. And it's very divisive, as you've seen. My contention with the vax all along has been this is very divisive because it's putting a line in the sand between people who are in favor of government mandates and people who prefer freedom. It's very basic.
There was a guy who already put out a video. I was watching today. I watched so many, so I don't know. But he did a Project Mockingbird on the unvaccinated through this news, and they must have mentioned it 200 times about the unvaccinated. Same, just like on every channel was the same verbiage. So they're really hitting the unvaccinated hard right now.
Right. Well, when they first brought out HRC 6666, the Tracer Act, I said, hey, look, contact tracing is inquisition, and the unvaccinated are the sinners, the unrepentant, the unsaved. And what we're saying is essentially an injectable communion wafer, and the mass media is the church. And so the people who reject that wafer are the ones who reject the mass media, the church.
You reject Christ, right?
Yeah.
What you call it? Did you on that form you said HR 666, whatever that is, right?
Right.
The form you just talked about.
Yeah.
That's not the patent, is it?
No, that's a different 666. Funnily enough, but no, the form I'm talking about, the Tracer Act that had the sixes in it, which
right from the House.
Right.
Okay, I did check. I checked out the ones on the patent, right? And I went back and looked at them, and I typed it in, trying to find out what's going back. Every 2 years, that number is issued out, and so it goes 2015, same number, but it's only differentiated by the years. It seems like every 2 years that same number is going on. They go through the same numbers, and I was looking at it. So you can take back 2 years from, what was it, 19 that came out, or 20, whichever one. You go back, I think it was the 19, so you go back to 17, they had the same number, but it was 2017 6666, and they had 2015 666. So it wasn't uncommon. I don't know what the other ones were. I didn't look, but people tripping out on that one. So I don't know how much on purpose it was.
Oh yeah, no doubt. People do trip, and people have been experiencing like Bill Gates phobia since Alex Jones made it cool like more than 10 years ago. I think a lot of these things are, I don't know why they do it. Like, do you have an answer for why AstraZeneca has an obvious 666 in the logo?
Well, I think that's just the corporations being part of the team. They're in love with numbers. Whether we believe it or not, they like the numbers. There's definitely, I think almost all major corporations have to have 666 somewhere in their labels. And that's why I think it's just one of their club numbers. That's the way I would look at it.
Right. Even like I'm on my Adrenochrome, Chrome browser, Adrena graphics processor, and the Chrome is a 666. CERN is 666. World Economic Forum, and yeah, it's like it's everywhere.
Like the space agencies are sevens. They all got their what group they're in. The 7 vectors and stuff like that.
Right. Okay, so
so if it's through a space, it's always got 7s. And there's another one I can't remember. And I just think that's just their number. Okay, you're in this group. You're in this group. You're in this group.
It could be as simple as that. Could very much be. I was kind of positing that maybe Mask of the Beast would be the appropriate interpretation, that somewhere somebody had screwed up one letter, typo, some monk, some scribe, and ever since then people were waiting for the mark of the beast when it was mask, because the mask to me already did the job that the mark was supposed to have done, if you ask me.
But you got to remember this mask was done before, so people keep thinking the end of the world's tomorrow. They've been thinking that for 1,000 years. So that part, this isn't new. It's happened before. We know that, right?
Yeah. Very good point. The world is not ended.
Huh?
No, that's a good point. I mean, the religious prophecies have all failed to come true. The global warmists and their prophecies have failed to come true. And the world was supposed to end last year from the pandemic. It didn't. Vaccines were supposed to kill everybody. They didn't. So many doomsday scenarios. How many asteroids? How many world-killing asteroids have missed us?
Well, we can laugh at those now, the space stuff. So, but you know what? You should be able to laugh at the other stuff too. But, religion's a deep thing, and people just you got the most awake truthers that will just die by that Bible. They just do. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and my best way of explaining it is,
go ahead.
Well, we're talking about curated historical accounts, if you want to call it that, but the key word here is curated, edited. And
yes,
it's like, wait, that's the old school mass media. You're going to swear by that. You might as well just believe in CNN.
There you go. It's the same thing. They give everybody their poison. Whatever fits. There's something for everybody, and I just wish I could. Sometimes I say, what am I missing? What am I still asleep about? And you still think it's just like, okay, have you heard about? You've heard what's that called? Our immune system. You've heard of immune system, right?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, you believe in it, right?
Sure. The dictionary definition, sure, I do.
Have you ever questioned it?
I've experienced it. I imagine, like, I just assume that your skin, your entire body.
This is how it came. Amanda Vollmiller, Amanda Vollmiller, the doctor up there in Canada.
What about her? And I'll put her up on the screen.
Well, yeah, she's amazing, and she just said she quit. She gave up her title of doctor and everything else. Like Dr. Kaufman, he just gave up his title of doctor because of all the bullshit. And what it is, it's the lymphatic node system is what we had. But to make it where Big Pharma changed it and calls it an immune system so they can have something with the vaccination to create it. And they needed an immune system so the vaccination would work what they wanted to be with it. And she says it was always referred to as the lymphatic node system. And that's what it is. So Big Pharma, the same ones that came up with the ball and everything else and all this other bullshit science, and Big Pharma came up with the immune system.
Okay. I'm interested to hear more about this, because one thing that I think is critical here is that we're not anti-science. There's no anti-science sentiment here.
No.
It's anti-science to say you can't question, you must accept dogmas. And so I'm interested to learn more, especially when it comes to the media plays off of popular misconceptions of things. And so I want to understand the definitions that are being used.
Right. And they couldn't have a vaccine without an immune system. With the lymphatic node system, I can't say that word right, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. And it doesn't work. So they had to create something to make the vaccine work. It's like reverse engineering the heliocentric model. They started with this, and you have to reverse engineer it to make it work. And everything that doesn't work, they keep adding to it. And that's the same thing they do with Big Pharma.
Sure. It reminds me of, in a lot of ways, this, like, I've been suggesting that the virus is just a new iteration of sin, and this is a new priesthood. And when I look at, like, the DSM-5, the manual that describes mental illnesses and how they diagnose them, it reminds me in many ways of the Inquisition's Guide for Hunting Witches. It's like if all you have is a hammer, everything begins to look like a nail. There's like, you can kind of prove anything when you have one of these books. You can find what you're looking for. And I think that's kind of what they've done all along with the fake sciences all around, where they make it possible to find climate change. They'll find an asteroid and ping it with some sort like that Osiris Rex.
Well, they just did it the other day. There's another one heading our way. I don't know if you saw that or not. There's always one heading our way.
Look, I never believe it. I never believe that they're going to hit us because they've been wrong 100% of the time. But the last one, the one you're referring to, was reported on TMZ. So I believe it, because TMZ is very tight with the whole PSYOP entertainment complex, and they reach all of the people who are into the entertainment and celebrity news. So if they're going to hit us with an asteroid, it's going to be pushed through TMZ first, for sure.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, but you're saying they're going to hit us, but they have to, it won't be an asteroid, though, but we know something like that. I mean, I'm on the same page as you. You don't believe in space, do you?
No, what they'll do is they will have some kind of CGI thing on TV. They'll have bombs on the ground,
right,
and a bunch of crisis actors running around saying that they were hit by a piece of the rock. Like, no, this is just going to be a staged production, decades in the planning.
Right. Okay, so also what you're saying is, so you're still thinking they're going to have some space incident, right?
Oh, yes. In fact,
that's a lot of the truth they're saying. I think we've never guessed what they're going to do. Project Bluebeam, that part I don't think is going to happen, because they feed us stuff. We've never guessed ahead of time what they're going to do. It wasn't hard about the vaccines. They gave us that. All you had to do is read about the vaccines and Gavi and passports. They've been doing that for 2 years in Africa already, and they've already done it in China. We know that stuff. So what I was thinking is the alien invasion was the coronavirus. It's instead of outer space, it was the inner space. It's just as fake and just as bad as the heliocentric model. If you think about the viruses and all the micro stuff that you can't see, the same thing as in the heliocentric model, it's the same thing in inner space. Do you remember that one movie where they shrunk the submarine down to super micro thing and it went inside the person's body?
Yes, Inner Space with Rick Moranis. Rick Moranis, yes.
No, not comedy. Not a comedy. This was in the 70s movie.
I probably have.
But anyway, so that's what it is. I think the alien invasion was the coronavirus. That's just what I was thinking way back over a year and a half ago. I said, this is the invasion. Instead of looking up, which they had us looking up, it was actually right there.
That would make a lot of sense. We had generations of planning for it, and it would fit all of the various hallmarks of what an alien invasion would result in. And there are many movies you can point to where the aliens don't show themselves physically. It's just like it's assumed
right. They have a virus or something. Now, remember, they've had alien viruses.
And on that point, it just happened to be the case that the Roswell crash landing was in Corona Field. So there's always been this alien virus kind of connection. And then last August, when Putin released their vaccine, it was called Sputnik. And the same day, and Sputnik.
I didn't know that.
The first object in space. And on that same day in Russia, they released a film called Sputnik about a virus from outer space that takes over human bodies.
So I told, back in December of 2019, I said, this is the alien invasion. I said, the only reason is, Tim, is because we've never been able to guess what they're going to do. We never guessed the shooting in advance. We never guessed 9/11 in advance. We never guessed anything in advance. We have to see the clues afterwards.
You're right.
Hello?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, as much as we try, the best we can do is look apprehensive at certain dates. Like, for example, on 3/22, I said it's a super day for a PSYOP, or I said it's a likely day for a PSYOP, and that was the day of the King Super shooting. There are anniversaries like that, but no, as far as the big one, nobody would have guessed that. I wouldn't have believed it. I was thinking,
right.
I was thinking COVID's going to disappear the next time some celebrity dies or the Kardashians have a wardrobe malfunction. But I was completely caught off guard by how easily I was surprised that America fell for it. I thought everybody else would go for it. But when Trump was like, yep, America, we're shutting down, I thought, well, I underestimated the power of the media.
Well, think about it. Well, I think it's the hundreds of movies that were prepared us for this. I think mentally people were prepared because of the movies and even like, what was that called? The Stephen King one was on a TV series where they all went to Denver together or something.
The Stand? Was it The Stand?
Yeah. Yeah, we've been programmed. We've been programmed to accept this. That's why it was so easy. It wasn't like it just happened. This is a long program. They've been telling us this since the 50s and 40s since they made movies. So it's just ingrained in us, and we don't. That's what I'm saying. What do we asleep to? Even when we're awake, what are we still asleep to?
Yeah, exactly. And good point there. And by the way, The Stand was being re-released last year, and it was the 42nd anniversary. And there are so many interesting connections, counting back from 2020, 42 years in the movies and the video games that were basically forecasting what happened. And, funnily enough, somebody in the chat said that we're experiencing a Mandela effect in real time. And the phone line started acting up, and it actually sounded like we were experiencing a Mandela effect in real time. Have you seen any changes, like real time in your room? Anything changed?
Well, I don't want. Okay, I know this is. I'm going to wacko land here. Okay, I started noticing the time. Well, okay, you could always go to time off your computer, off your phone, any digital clock connected to the internet. They're always within a minute or 30 seconds of each other. Isn't that about right?
Yes.
Well, I was noticing there was missing, and so I went and bought 6 analog clocks and put them up on my wall. And within 6 weeks, it was almost 10 minutes difference. The time was faster, and my analog clocks were behind. 6 of them, all of them, was the exact same time difference. And so I'm sitting there looking at this. And then all of a sudden, a wave, it just like like you would say a warp or something warping, boom, and all of a sudden, boom, it just went through me, and all the clocks were the same. And that just happened about 3 months ago. I said, fuck it. I took all the clocks down. I said, this ain't going to work. So all the clocks synced up when I was trying to prove to myself what was going on. And there was like a little wave went through me.
That's fascinating. I mean,
I know
well, I mean, I can't.
What can you say?
Commenter Mark says that's true. I have analog clocks that always get behind too. My thinking on it is, I have a few different thoughts on it. I mean, for one thing, the other day I was talking about Jeff Bezos. Did you know he spent $42 million on a clock that he built into a mountain?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, 42 million. And I've been thinking about this because everything about the cult that runs the world, the cult of the monolith, revolves around the figure of Saturn, which is time, and ultimately time control. So I find the clock to be a very interesting thing in the sense that it's used symbolically. And ultimately, we're living in some kind of matrix, and it's all about their control over time, which is why control over media and history is so important, because they're writing our history.
Well, how could it change? How could my clocks? It was just like I can almost see the wave just come through. It was like I got dizzy and sat down. It was only lasted maybe 3 seconds, but all the clocks were back to normal, all matched with the digital. So if you're talking about Mandela effects, maybe there's something way out there we don't know that fucking has control of it, and there's nothing we can do to change it.
Yeah, that's as good as an explanation as I could come up with, because that sounds like what the Mandela effect would entail, where you're talking about very subtle changes.
It changed. You said in real time that something happened. I said, well, that happened in real time right there. And you're the first one I've told, because you're going to think I'm crazy, but you're not going to think I'm jumping off a cliff crazy. You know?
Right.
So you're the first one I've told. Who can you tell that to?
Well, hey, I'm always interested in the topic of time travel and time control. I think that it has a number of areas where it intersects with the media control, and it's worth talking about, especially because we're also discussing, I think, this cult, which again is based around this god of time, and time is all about, it's what kills everybody. It's the god of death, but also the god of starting points.
Birth, but it's birth and death.
Fascinating. Well, hey, thanks very much for the call, and thanks for helping me out fixing the microphone. I wouldn't have fixed that issue if you hadn't told me that.
Without me saying long distance, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Also, I just liked it that I call the coronavirus. I want to point for that was the alien invasion. That's just what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay. I'll continue on with that topic as well. All right. Have a great night. All right, everyone. And our mic is fixed. So those callers who, like, for the last week have been saying that I sound like I'm coming from long distance, that's because it was using the microphone on the tower, a little built-in microphone there. It wasn't using my headset, so it's fixed. Enslaved by Truth says he's a robot trying to sell Walmart China clocks. Well, the thing about Bezos' clock is it's a $42 million clock, huge expenditure, and it's supposed to last for 10,000 years. A 10,000-year clock. Have you looked into Vibes of Cosmos? Anyone here? I've been promoting them forever. Vibes of Cosmos, that channel used to be Sturgio Studios 10. The way he describes the world, it would look like we're on essentially the face of a big clock. And the zodiac represents immense periods of 2,000 years. And the idea is that the area of the world we inhabit, the lands that we have, are the areas that are being exposed by the local sun. But that as the ages progress, the center moves in a circle, going through the signs every some 2,000 years, so that basically, according to this theory, Vibes of Cosmos and Iwar Anon, if you put these two together, their explanation, it would seem that if you had a 10,000-year clock, maybe you know something about how these cycles work or something. And if you don't know about Vibes of Cosmos, I think I have a a video here that I actually highlighted. I'll play a bit. What he has done is he has posited a model that explains the moon and the Earth below it, but only if you're looking at it from the perspective of the Earth possibly being stationary and more or less flat, and the moon being a projection in the ionosphere, and it reveals what's beneath it by way of something of a negative. So in other words, like the Batman signal projecting on the clouds, but that the dark spots would represent the continents. And what he has done is he has meticulously gone over the map of the moon and all the craters and correlated them with areas on the ground below, and has actually had a great deal of success, I think, in kind of making a very strong case for his particular model. But Vibes of Cosmos, and I'll make sure I put links below, and I think I have one of his videos bookmarked, and I'll make sure I play it. Here's a quote from George Carlin. Bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out. Totally true. All of the psyops are essentially bipartisan, and both sides are playing into them. And that's kind of what I think might be happening now with this QAnon and the election resentment, the pillow guy, and the idea of there being some kind of an overturning. And there's an article that came out today from Daily Maverick, and it's about the book The Storm is Upon Us, how QAnon became a movement, a cult, and a conspiracy theory of everything. I had interviewed the author last month, and this is just taking a look at the book and what it's projecting. And listen to this, because this is what I had said months ago. I said, I think that the QAnoners were patsies. They were scapegoated for the fake insurrection, and that it's probably not over yet. This article is, could QAnon commit acts the magnitude of 9/11? I mean, how strange is that? 19 years ago, you'd be worried about Quran radicalized individuals in America committing some destructive acts. But now, nobody cares about the mind virus of radical Islam. Now it's the mind virus of QAnon. Strange things. Strange that, the Patriot Act was passed back then, and now it's the people who think that they're the uber patriots who are the target. I mean, who didn't see this coming? It says here, QAnon has become both organized and violent, much more quickly than any form of Islamic extremism. Al-Qaeda has been around for well over a decade, when its hijackers took control of 4 planes in the sky over the East Coast and used them to commit the worst attack on the continental United States. Now look, this goes on to talk about McVeigh, and I mentioned McVeigh a moment ago. And I mentioned it because the McCloskeys are back in the news, Turner Diaries and all this stuff. And of course, that book is the book that is like the Bible, supposedly, for these white nationalists and QAnon and everything. But anyway, the author of that book's birthday was 9/11. And I just think it's very significant here, because QAnon, could white Al-Qaeda commit 9/11 style events? Well, it's certainly scripted that day. It says, while nothing approaching this level of horror has come from an organized group of QAnon believers yet, the violent chaos perpetrated by them at the Capitol proves without a doubt that the potential is there. And see, that's the problem. I said before that this book in particular has established the premise that this is within the realm of possibility. And this is the book that people are going to hear from. They're not going to ask their crazy uncle about QAnon. They're going to read this book. And the very opening page talks about how the Trumpers were storming the Capitol, killing cops and burning it down. I mean, the author believes the mainstream story and all the drama, the way it's going to be represented in the movies later, not the way it actually was. By the way, do you remember I was kind of joking about how we should just quarantine the 33-year-olds because they're causing all the problems. And I was citing the QAnon shaman, Jake Angeli, who's 33. I'm not only I guess I'm joking, but not really. Because that type of thing is constantly coming up. And I had to show you this one. So in Australia, last week, there was an activist wearing a shirt that says free speech who punched a horse in the face. I don't know if you saw this guy. Very unbelievable. The whole thing looked unbelievable, like Photoshop. But as a 33-year-old who was punching a horse, he was taken to King's Cross police station and charged with cruelty to animals. My point being, he's 33 years old. Like I said, just quarantine the 33-year-olds and we wouldn't have any problems. But the fact is, he's wearing a shirt that says free speech. So I'm just suggesting that the horse was a crisis actor. This whole thing's a psyop to make people who believe in free speech look dangerous. Australian man accused of punching police horse at a COVID lockdown protest. Man punches horse at a rally. Christian Polkolnik, 33, photographed punching a horse. Now you can look at the picture for yourself. It looks incredibly staged. It looks like something you might see on, I don't know, the Power Rangers, like really cheesy, made-for-TV violence. I don't think the horse was hurt, but anyway, it's a crime to even strike out at them. My point being, it just looks psyopy, and he's 33. Nothing else to see here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, caller? What are your thoughts on the topics we're covering tonight? Mandela effect in particular.
Mandela effect. I don't know. I mean, the thing that got me originally was the Bernstein Bears versus the Bernstein Bears, and I don't know. I remember as a kid as Bernstein. So, I mean, as any farther, I don't know. I mean, it seems so like people are kind of grasping at straws at this point. Like things may be a few syllables off or a few letters off from what they remember them. So, and that's kind of ridiculous to me.
Fair enough. I tend to agree. I'm a terrible speller. I rely on Grammarly. And if I was to assume that every time I misspelled a word I was jumping universes, I would be totally lost.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of it is misremembering. But I don't know. I definitely remember Bernstein Bears. So, like I said, that's one thing that kind of got me. But and I guess what Mirror Mirror on the Wall? It's Magic Mirror on the Wall now. But and Sally Fields too. That one got me a little bit. But I mean, I think it's just misremembering stuff.
Right.
I don't think there's really anything to it.
I've looked through some of them indeed. Like Joel Osteen I used to think it was Joe Olstein, but it's Joel Osteen. But if you look at the way he writes his name and his logo, you could actually say it's ambiguous. So it's just a matter of, do you remember him as Joe or Joel? And people think that's a Mandela effect. And I'm thinking, no, that's just how you remember it when you observe the logo. It's ambiguous. And people need to understand that reality can be ambiguous at times.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of channels that, are kind of riding on this Mandela effect thing. But like I said, I think it's kind of grasping at straws at times. Like one of the latest ones I saw was, do you remember the Motorola phone as being Razor, RAZOR versus RAZR? And I'm like, I don't remember. Like, I don't remember that shit, I don't know. I mean, but it to me, it's just, you know, finding something that might be a little off and, you know, making a huge deal about it.
Yeah, exactly. And when I debunked this thing, or I was analyzing, because I'm very interested in how people believe things because of social pressure as well as false memory.
Mhm.
So it's a very fascinating
Yep,
topic.
yep.
But after the coronavirus thing and the lockdowns, I realized that this is too trivial of a so-called conspiracy theory in the face of things that are actually impacting us every day. So I'm surprised it's still around. And I only brought it up today because there's this trivial little effect in a video game that I thought I would bring up to see if anybody had recognized this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't play video games, but I mean, yeah, considering we're living in a like dystopia at this point, like what does it really matter? You know?
This could be a publicity stunt by Call of Duty. They're like, hey, let's put a Mandela effect in our game that will sell copies.
Yeah, that's possible. That's a possibility. Definitely.
Yeah. Now, on the other topic, the QAnon being set up for a 9/11 style event, in your opinion, is it believable? Or do you think, like if the media were to stage another insurrection type event, do you think QAnoners are that unhinged, or is this just kind of a media hype? What do you think?
I think they've been played up in the media to be that unhinged, but no, I think it's just, you know, something that people got around as some kind of hope, that somebody was trying to, you know, actually do something good from the inside. But, I mean, they've been staging a lot of things to, you know, blame it on a certain group of people, and that's all just, you know, divide and conquer. So,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
I mean, it's all media play. I mean, you know, they create a certain narrative, and you know, people, you know, like my parents, and you know, especially like, you know, the generation right above mine, like my parents, like they'll just buy into that because they're sitting in front of CNN all day.
Yeah, that's actually true. People I know, 'cause I follow this stuff every day, but people I know in the real world, they don't know anything about QAnon. I bring it up and they seem like, what are you talking about? I'm like, wow. So then they see something on the news about it on 60 Minutes, and then they know. But everything they know came from that one source. And that's always the pattern with this thing. They go from complete ignorance to they know all they need to know. But it happens to be the official line.
Yep, like, you know, my family at this point is pushing me to get the vaccine. And I'm like, you know, I've learned a long time ago that I'm not going to argue or bring any, like, point or make any points that could be, like, conspiracy minded, because the media has already, you know, kind of ping those people who have an alternative point of view as, you know, crazy people.
Oh,
know?
yes.
So
they have. They really have. Haven't they ruined Thanksgiving? Like every Thanksgiving, the media says how to talk to your crazy uncle about climate change, how to talk to your crazy uncle about fill in the blank.
Yeah.
They do it every year. And this year they're saying, should you invite your crazy uncle over if he doesn't wear a mask? They've been building this up.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, I'm looking at it like I don't feel like the crazy person anymore. I look around and I'm like, all you other people are crazy. I mean, I got like 3 calls in the past week about, you know, from family members like, when are you going to get the vaccine? You need to get the vaccine. And I'm like, I'm not getting it, you know, in the discussion. I mean, you know, but there's so much pressure because, like I said, these people are sitting in front of CNN all day and they're, you know, scared to death that this coronavirus is like a real thing. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a real thing. Like, coronavirus has been a real thing in existence for many years, but the way that it's been hyped up, and them, reclassifying debts and inflating numbers and so on and so forth. Like, it's obvious that something really fishy is going on, and I'm just shocked that I'm the only person, around many, who really smart people who don't get it.
Yes, it's really incredible because the way these deceptions work is if you accept one premise, everything falls from it. It's like a trap. With climate change, I often have the same kind of conversation with people where I don't deny the weather. I don't deny climate exists. However, it's a leap to say that my actions are responsible for the changes collectively. And that's the leap they keep making. Like, I don't deny that people get sick. I'm just denying that their perfect model that they can just show you in a very, I would say, very prophetic way, how the numbers are going to come out. They're able to predict these things practically. It just shows me it's almost like a war game more than anything. And I don't trust climate scientists because there's an obvious agenda. There's an obvious incentive in order, to game the numbers a little bit. And as far as I know, the ocean levels haven't gone up at all. But my point is, it's the same kind of game, but with the virus and the pandemic thing, they've managed to reduce the time scale. So instead of scaring us about climate change in 20 years, if we don't change our behaviors, now it's, we're all going to die, this year if we don't change our behaviors. And it worked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I can tell you that, this virus bill has affected me, and a lot of people a lot closer to home than any other, quote, conspiracy theory ever has, in our lifetime. Because there's all this pressure to, inject something into your body that, there's no long-term studies, there's nothing, but, there's a lot of societal pressure. Like, people are losing their jobs over this,
Oh, yes. Did you hear the drummer?
Like, families, like...
Oh, I was going to say the drummer...
Like, families are fighting with each other behind it, So it hits close to the home.
Yeah, people are getting fired, and there was a drummer from, I think it was The Offspring, which is some punk rock band, who was fired because he didn't get the vaccine, and he claims that he had a autoimmune disorder, so he didn't want to have the injection, but they kicked him out of the band. And I'm like, wait a minute here. Here you have a band that has sold more than 10 million records worldwide. There's no way that this is anything more than a publicity stunt, if you ask me, where they're punishing this guy publicly, like shaming him for not conforming. And, punk rock was always counterculture, and it shows you how they've completely co-opted that as well.
Well, yeah, they've co-opted. I mean, they've even tried to make the vaccine like a left versus right thing. So, I mean, and like as a black person, like I know a lot of black people aren't getting the vaccine, but I mean, we're like 60 years from the Tuskegee experiment, so like, why would we trust that? So they're even politicizing that. I mean, now because Biden is president, like the vaccines are okay, but I promise you, if like Trump was pushing vaccines, then like people would be a lot more hesitant to get it. So they're even creating a divide between this vaccine thing as a left versus right thing, which is crazy.
Yeah, it really is. It's incredible what they've done. I call it a schism. I say, whatever you think's in it, it doesn't matter. It's a schism that just the existence of this and this choice that everyone has to make, because it makes you choose sides with the media or against the media. And that decision is splitting families, friendships, separating, like you said, from their jobs. It's just, this has been a crack, in this country, in this world, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say this is the best thing they've ever pulled off. I mean, because, I watched 9/11, and that was, pretty traumatizing. I mean, I was in high school at the time. But this, like, the pressure is, like, crazy. Where they're sicking like your family on you to, to inject something in your body that nobody really knows. I mean, it's different than any kind of vaccine that, we've ever had. I mean, it's mRNA technology. It's not like, the flu shot, which I still wouldn't get, but it's not injecting a virus into your body to, build your immunity up against it. It's a completely different type of technology. So I don't understand why people are so anxious to get it.
I think it's a very powerful thing that they've managed to convince people that there's this threat that's going to encompass the entire world and the government can save you. And so I think what they've sold people on is the illusion of salvation, and salvation from what? That's the question. Does that even exist? Is there something to be saved from? Which I would say no. But regardless, I think it's ludicrous. This whole thing has just been, I think, a big sales pitch for big government and global governance in particular. And just like the war on terror gave government all kinds of power and reach, this is even more, I think, of a power grab and expansion than post 9/11. And I think that was the objective all along. I think this was all about and has always been about power and censorship. That's the part that kills me, though, is the censorship side of it, where they just want to stop conversations altogether because of a sickness.
Oh, I mean, you haven't been able to Google anything outside of, that's not on the first 100 pages outside of, what the mainstream media narrative is. So even if I do say, oh, well, there's these possible side effects, somebody will Google it and see that, oh, that's debunked, that's misinformation, fact checkers, which is like.
And then independent media get defunded all the time. So, like, let's say your channel is devoted to independent investigation journalism and you cover these topics. Well, now your funding, your PayPal will get pulled very easily these days. So they make it very cost prohibitive to even be independent media if you're going to cover these topics. So this is how they coerce a monopoly around this topic all around. And it's been working, I think, for the most part.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I mean, if you Google something, if I, were to tell somebody that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is caused blood clots, like, you probably wouldn't be able to, you'd probably have to go to page 95 on Google to find that. And if you did find it, it would be how it's been in, very few cases. I mean, but I'm going to take that risk because you're talking about a virus with a 99.8% recovery rate. Like, what are we all in a panic about in the first place?
Man, I've seen some...
Like, don't people... people don't see that? I mean...
I got to find it. I saw this tweet today where some politician said that people who aren't vaccinated are, quote, murderers. They literally have made these connections, like,
right.
That's all shame. And if they're using shame, it makes me question, like, well, that's a very specific tactic. I mean, usually it's religions, get to church, get baptized, get saved.
Burn the witch, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, yeah. Burn the witch. And they're starting to, you're a witch if you're unvaccinated. You're an infidel.
Yeah.
You're an apostate if you've been shown the science and you rejected it. So, yeah, I feel like that it's a worldwide cult. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's really starting to weird me out because, like I said, I mean, this is the first, and, and I've been into conspiracy theories for about 10 years now, and this is the first one that's really hit close to home. And it had just started, the crazy thing is that it just started to die out. Like, my state had stopped the mask mandates, so I was able to walk around freely without a mask. But then with this Delta variant thing, they picked it right back up. And I was even saying, like, oh, we don't have to wear a mask anymore. I mean, this happened, like, in June. And I was like, wait, is the government just going to let go of that control that easily? And it was cool for like a month. And then they started ramping it back up with this Delta variant thing. And one YouTuber I heard made a good point about even the word Delta and the brainwaves. Like, that signifies that you're kind of like in a zombie state with the word Delta.
I've heard that brought up
The
here.
Delta brainwave.
Right, that there's a correlation there, that we're being lulled to sleep into a dream state, and it's hard. It's almost like a spell being cast at times, the way that they're rolling this thing out. But yeah, unfortunately, it seems like we are hostage to the mind-controlled masses. If 95% of the population trust the news implicitly as true believers, the 5% are kind of constrained by that, and that's always been the case, I think.
Right. Yep. So I feel like they're gonna start really ramping up the constraints. I mean, in my area, they're talking about, you can only go into certain restaurants if you have a vaccination card. So they're gonna start with it locally, like exclude you from certain places, which I don't care. Like, I don't want to go in any place that's gonna require me to show my papers. But I think it's just gonna, keep ramping up, because, like I said, they're not gonna give up that control. They're just gonna ramp it up even more. And I was surprised when they lifted the mask mandates for, a month or so.
Wow,
So,
I think yeah. I'm gonna carry on along this topic because I think you're right. When we're looking at this thing as control, ramping up their control, why would they relinquish it, especially when there hasn't really been any strong intellectual resistance? You have the exaggerated resistance where people are like the QAnoners, but as far as like credible resistance to it, not really. Everything's just censored as, quote, misinformation. The media doesn't consider anything that goes against it to be credible at all, and there's no voice for it, like you said. And just like, well, I think that this is going to stick for 10 or 15 years, to be quite honest. I think it's going to go up and down depending on the level of censorship, because that's really holds us back, if you ask me. It's the level of awareness, and most people just aren't aware. They're in the echo chamber that the mass media puts them in.
you're right. Well, and I'm done trying to, talk to people about different viewpoints, because, that's gotten me nowhere. And, with the, people who watch CNN all day, I just look like a crazy person. So I don't even talk about it anymore. I don't even express any opposing viewpoints. I'm just like, it's a personal decision, and I'm not comfortable with, there not being enough long-term research on it and so on and so forth. But I have to keep it really simple.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, I see there's no reason to alienate people, and just because they don't have the same level of situational awareness doesn't mean you have to rock the boat. But you always have this platform, this chat room. Call in anytime, because, yeah, we all keep an open platform for these types of topics, knowing that, yeah, you run the risk of alienating people just discussing some of these things. And I'll talk about any of these topics that the media considers to be borderline or censorable, because really there's nowhere else. And I think we've kind of found a way to skirt the censorship, and it's really based on keeping a think tank with the same group of people, so we can kind of move around as we have to.
Yeah. Well, I've been listening to you since like the Nipsey Hussle days, so keep going, and keep listening.
Cool. All right. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Thanks for the call again.
You too.
All right. Been listening since the Nipsey Hussle staged death of 2019. I have come across a clue as to who Nipsey Hussle may have transitioned into. A few people are saying thanks, caller. Yes, appreciate it very much, as always. And Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds. Also open phones for closed minds. But the point is, you have an echo chamber, which means that nothing gets out. It's closed. So you have the echoes. No new information. What we have is a think tank. And the difference is you have open doors. There's in other words, more thoughts are allowed in. So it's the opposite of an echo chamber. It's like a refinement chamber, a crucible for ideas. All right, Molly, Roland, Stranger, they all say nice caller. Yes. And the previous caller before that brought up the idea that the COVID-19 was the alien invasion that we were all anticipating, which I think is a very fair assessment, and we've covered that a few times. The ways that they may have been preparing us for an invasion, and we're looking up and it comes from within. I mean, it's perfect. What a perfect ruse. And we can find a lot to kind of substantiate this, invasion of the body snatchers. I mentioned this on the call. The Offspring drummer Pete Pareda was dropped over vaccine refusal. I just find it to be strange. I mean, I don't know about that band in particular, but it's probably not the worst thing that these guys have injected into themselves, all those years of touring. But he's going to refuse this thing. But he says he has an autoimmune disorder. I think it might be a psyop, but we'll see. Now let's see here. I think Giuliani might have backed up that, quote, conspiracy theory that the police officer at the Capitol, the guy with the mangy beard, Michael Fannon, that this character is also the one with the Confederate flag and the bad teeth. And I think so too. But I think it's interesting. It says here, another hysterical lie about 1/6. This is Rudy Giuliani. And the cover-up of an unarmed woman being killed by an unidentified officer. Oh yeah, Ashley Babbitt, who was cremated 2 days after, which is very fast. Someone suggested to me this might be the reason for the name Ashley. Infinite Plane Radio, do you believe that the Mandela effect is real?
Well, I believe what you said earlier, that we've all been Mandela affected, because I think we can't remember a time when we didn't wear a mask, So basically, what I think is going on, maybe perhaps, is one of the things that I'm seeing happening is that the wages for specialized jobs are going up due to this pandemic, and everybody knows that that's what this is. And I'm noticing that in the field that I'm in, and I'm seeing job offers for like $50 to $100 an hour for the things that I'm doing, and it's in the science field. So, but it's unprecedented. I mean, it might be due to the hyperinflation taking place, but maybe what this is like a big smoke screen to mask the hyperinflation happening in the world today. But I don't know. It seems kind of fishy, So
I don't think you can separate the two. I think that there's just as much predictive programming and preparation for a financial collapse of some kind as there was for a pandemic. These two things go hand in hand. And a number of people have drawn attention to that 1988 cover of The Economist with a phoenix on top of all the burning currency. So it more than likely is a smokescreen. I just figured, what's it a smokescreen for? That's what we have to figure out.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, the more they let us talk about it on your Rogue channel here, the faster we're going to figure it out. But I can't seem to read the Metascript any deeper than you can. But maybe together we all can figure something out fast enough. I personally think it's a supercomputer spitting out fake news from a mainframe somewhere, and I not only think that, I think it's catered to each individual person listening on cell phone. So like whatever you search for, the fake news will be catered to you directly. That's the way I that's what I think is going on. I don't think there's any think tank out there like a DARPA think tank that is could ever put this together the way they've done it. It has to be a computer. It has to be. So nothing else makes sense. And to be able to manipulate the world the way that it's doing it is unprecedented. And it has to be a supercomputer pumping out catered fake news for each individual person out there. You know, that's what I think is going on. So, I mean, it's just my idea. I could be wrong. You know, this could be all be.
I've heard that this has been described as an alternate reality game. I've heard some very good explanations of what those are and how they're interactive, and that for example, QAnon you could describe as an alternate reality game where their reality is going to depend on what they're fed, and that's going to depend on their reactions. And so if you're suggesting that this could be done by a very sophisticated computer, absolutely. And we could each be within our own ARG.
Yeah, I suspected that when I had my YouTube channel, and it got shut down, you know, in the blink of an eye. During the first purge, way back in the day, I suspect I was wondering how many of my subs are actually real subs, because I had like 10,000 subs at the time. I was like, how many of these subs are actually real? You know, I mean, it makes me wonder. You know, and I think this whole thing started in 2012 with that prophecy Terrence McKenna had. He said, you know, like all novelty stops in 2012. I don't know if you recall listening to that. I'm in the same boat with you. I think Terrence is a Unabomber. That's what I think.
I love that one. But, yes. Terrence McKenna may have played the role of the Unabomber on the world stage. Good. There's a good storyline connecting the two. But, this idea of, okay, so 2012 was when I started paying attention to fake news because of Sandy Hook. And that's what started me. What about you?
So I'm about an hour away, and I went down there a month after the event, and they were already tearing it down. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why would you be like tearing it? It was like they were taking apart like a movie, like a stage or something like that. I'm like, why would you be? Wouldn't you be like, you know, calculating the trajectory of every bullet that, you know, like got fired there, like for you know, like months and years on end to figure out what was going? It's all bullshit. I was like, what the fuck, man? This is so weird. It was eerie, actually, you know. And I'm not the only one that went down there to check it out. The guy that fixes my computers, he went down there too. Like, we were having this conversation. I was like, holy shit, you went down there too? He's like, yeah, I went down there too. I was like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I'm from here, you know, so I was like, oh my God. But I'll leave it at that, you know.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I went into everything that was revealed by Helbig. I looked very deep into it, and I was surprised that Alex Jones just backed off of it and went along with the whole idea that he was psychotic or something, because that was, to me, that was the thing that showed me that the media has been hijacked by something. I didn't know what. I didn't know how bad it was.
Yeah.
But that was the clue.
So the reason my channel got shut down back in the day was because I actually put out a video showing that, like, I think 100 residences in Newtown got their mortgages paid off on Christmas Eve of that year. I'm like, what? Are you like, who paid these people off? What scares me is if there's that many people getting paid off in just one small little town called Newtown, which is a creepy little town like that. I can only imagine how many more people are out there like that. I mean, they must have like legions of actors like this, you know. And I was talking to my friend that works in the electric boat business. He makes submarines, you know. And I'm like, he's been making submarines for like 10 years. And I'm like, hey, have you ever seen one launch? And he's like, no, I'd never seen one launch. I'm like, are you for real? So I suspect like it's a fake industry where they dismantle it over here and they put it back together over there or something like that. And I was talking to him, and what was my point? I forgot. Oh my God, I'm sorry about that. I actually lost my train of thought, but I mean, ultimately, like, it's.
Well, let me bring this up really quick.
No. Hold on. I remember my point. I remember him telling me the contracts over there was for like $10 billion, and it's enough to like employ like 16,000 people for the next 25 years. So I'm thinking to myself, like 10 or $16 billion or something like that. You know, like it's a small billion number there. You know what I mean? Like, as opposed to what they've been, dishing out lately. So I'm thinking.
Okay, wait. So you're talking about like
any billionaire,
a town.
Any billionaire could. Yeah,
you could buy
any
like
billionaire.
Like the guy Christoph in the Truman Show, who basically owned the whole town, and Truman was the only person who wasn't in the conspiracy.
Yeah, basically, like a billionaire out there could afford to have a legion of crisis actors out there, doing his bidding at any time. It's absolutely feasible. Like I'm in the same boat with you, where I think there's high technology out there, and it belongs to the billionaires, and they're controlling the things like you wouldn't believe. That's what I truly suspect that, given where I'm at right now. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your show, and I'm out. Peace.
All right, appreciate it. Great leads, and I'll follow up on all of those. Okay, so this really got me thinking about the numbers here, because the thinking around conspiracy theories generally is that you've got a small group, a cabal, and they control a large group, the sheeple, and that the reason why they're doing it in secret is they don't want to wake up the sheeple, and if they did, they would lose because they're far outnumbered. That's kind of the thinking. But lately I've been open to the idea that maybe we're outnumbered. As in, the pyramid, like you have the sleepers at the bottom, and then the awake, the Illuminati at the top, they're glowing. But the higher you go to the top, the fewer people are there. Well, it could be the case that maybe our pyramid's inverted, and that the majority are part of the scam, the control system. They're all Agent Smiths, and there's only a small minority who are in fact the subjects. Sort of like the Truman Show, where he was actually imprisoned by liars everywhere, and until he realized he couldn't trust anybody, he wasn't able to awaken. But it doesn't matter if people are literally initiated into the cult that controls the world. Most of them behave as proxies anyway. So you could buy a town if you were rich enough, sure. You could hire a bunch of crisis actors. But most people become crisis actors by following the programs given to them. Last year, the world was given COVID by the WHO, which has a wicked case of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, got us all sick. Well, at least those who followed the scripts. Let me see here. What the caller brought up about alternative reality, or rather of news curation down to the level of the individual, done by HAL, the supercomputer, by AI, that's where things are headed. It's already there anyway, in the sense that you have this automated system of censorship. I mean, they've destroyed social media, but that's their point. Commenter says, your callers are a lot louder. Appreciate it. I'll try to fix that. I'll have to call the company that I use for the phones, because there have been some strange glitches, if you've heard. Wasn't sure if it was just me or not, but we're working on it. I'll fix it for the archives. And by the way, if you want the archives, just join Patreon, $2 a month. You'll get the links, audio and video. And then, of course, we're available on all the different platforms that do podcasts, Spotify, in other words. I think Spotify is one of the most popular ones right now. And that's like $2.99 a month, full archives. The first 550 podcasts are free, but as of 8/12, we're putting them behind or for the members. But nothing is exclusive. In other words, yeah, you could just go to YouTube and listen. Or you could catch us live, no big deal. Commenter says, how many accounts am I interacting with on Twitter that are fake and doing psyops? Well, look, nothing that's viral, if you ask me, nothing that is viral is organically viral. It's like pandemics. Well, every viral phenomenon, for the most part. There's a few things that might slip through the cracks, but by and large, if something is going mainstream, it's because somebody's paying it to go mainstream, or the media has an interest in it. It's a few little glitches here and there, a few little bugs we're working out, but it's a work in progress. We have a 30-year plan, and I think you're going to like what evolves over the next few weeks and months with this channel. We're expanding, not contracting. We have more people tuning in on a weekly basis than ever before, despite all the failed and feeble attempts to censor us. I mean, YouTube has tried its best, and they hate us, and they do take us down when they can. Right now, we're live on 2 different YouTube channels. Each one has about 50 people or so. So, appreciate you all subscribing. Hit the notification. But if you want to make sure that your access to this content isn't interrupted, you should just join one of these, either Patreon or the podcast platform, because every single one of those YouTube channels is marked for death. Zareth says, the majority of the people under the spell are Agent Smiths. Lean says the word viral, very interesting, obviously. Yeah, think about it. They've been using the lexicon of epidemiology to prepare you for the eventual censorship of the internet for thought crimes or mind viruses. It's a very important book. If you haven't read it, it's called Mind Virus. Actually, it's called Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody. There's a few reasons why this book is significant. The New Science of the Meme. They should have put pseudoscience, because this, I believe, was the source of this idea that now we can associate memes with genes. Memetics is the science of memes, the invisible but very real DNA of human society. Has a lot of 1-star ratings, which surprises me. But anyway, it was written by Richard Brody. So what's the significance here? And it has a brain being vaccinated. An American computer programmer. He created Microsoft Word. So think about that. The creator of Microsoft Word really codified the existence of memetics and mind viruses. His whole theory in this book is that you don't consciously choose the ideas that you have, you caught them. You could catch flat earth if you overhear a very catchy meme. Therefore, we must be quarantined mentally. So I think that this book was put there in advance to get us prepared for today, where now people are ready to put masks on in case somebody around them has bad thoughts, wrong think, misinformation in the, like, that's really what it's about. Misinformation is the new virus. Orwell is right, says neuro-linguistic programming, absolutely. NLP is a huge part of it, anchoring and everything. Also, a part of neuro-linguistic programming, at least the practical part of it, is when you're trying to basically improve your internal communication to get better results in life. And you do kind of fulfill a lot of the prophecies that you tell yourself. Like, a lot of your self-talk does reflect in what you manifest. And I think in that sense, NLP is a huge part of mass media, setting our expectations, getting us to mentally prepare for things or rehearse things, which is a big part of it. This article here, I brought up here, could QAnon commit an act the magnitude of 9/11? No. Now, could the government and the media? Yes. And of course, they will blame it on QAnon. And anybody with a Q on a shirt, on a bumper sticker, will be targeted for censorship. There's an all-out war on memes. Last year, when I said that they're going to send in the UN troops to take the Qs off your keyboards and the question marks, I was sort of joking, but it's all coming true. Someone sent this to me. I brought this up earlier. Some kind of a prophet, Benjamin Paravicini, This is a prophet, they say. This guy wrote some poems back in the 30s and 40s. Here's an image of it. So we're looking at a Russian poet and this bizarre drawing, which I believe represents... It's kind of hard to say. It looks insane. But anyway, listen to this. It says, satellites will fall down to the yellow man. This is from 1939. The alligator will bite and destroy. The satellites will fall down. The red ones will be frightened as they will fear being victims of a maneuver. So this is a little, it's called Forbidden Prophecies, not apt for public consumption. Anyway, someone sent me this link, so I'm looking through it, and I have found a couple of interesting things that seem to suggest that this prophet might have a point. But his whole thing was about falling satellites, and seems to be indicating Russia, possibly China. And if you haven't been following the story, Russia sent this satellite up last week. It hit the space station, and at first they understated how hard it hit the thing. Impact of a space station, spin requires study. It says they flipped it 540 degrees. Further analysis showed a total attitude change before regaining normal attitude control, 540 degrees, so it's 1.5 turns. But to me, it's starting to look more and more fishy, specifically because of the source and the idea that this was a new probe, and when it was docked on the space station, somebody hit the on button, somebody turned on the thrusters, and I don't know why it didn't fall all the way down to Earth. Now, lately I've been talking a bit about the real meaning behind the space program and how basically it's all a cover for something much more ancient. That is just the old mystery Babylon dressed up as science fiction. Well, the other day I was looking through this Star City, this star base where Musk is setting up his Starship rockets to take people to Mars, and I found something there. It's called Stargate. So he's in front of a big sign, and I'm like, Stargate? That seems to be like something out of a movie. I don't know if you've seen the Stargate movie. So let me show you a picture. Elon Musk on Stargate. Now, this was new to me, of course, that they have this place they call Stargate. And the reason it stood out to me is that if you remember the history of L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and Marjorie Cameron doing these rituals back when Jack Parsons was still doing these experiments with rocket science before NASA had really even discussed seriously the idea of going to the moon. Back then, they were doing these rituals to invoke or evoke or summon the Antichrist, or conceive of him, actually, is what they were trying to do. They were trying to conceive the Antichrist, or perhaps bring about the spirit of the Antichrist into the age. I mean, this is all just history. But my point is, I was watching this video today about Musk over there, and he's posing in front of a big sign that says Stargate, and it made me think, well, they called the woman, the priestess, a Stargate. That's part of their terminology. And so here's an article from Scribed. The Babylonian Stargate opened. Aleister Crowley's attempt to create a dimensional vortex to bridge the gap of the world, of the seen and the unseen. So just to put this in context, Aleister Crowley has this thing, this Babylonian Stargate ritual, the purpose of which is to open some kind of a gateway between worlds. Well then, here we have Elon Musk talking about Neuralink, artificial intelligence, uploading one's consciousness into a computer, into the cloud. Well, here he is posing in front of this interesting structure, and behind him he has his two rockets like twin pillars, but the sign in front of him says Stargate. So I'm just saying there's really a direct lineage, if you follow it, between SpaceX, the space agencies, New Age occultism, specifically sex magic, and these Stargates. And also in this video that I was analyzing today with Elon Musk, I also saw something else that's kind of noteworthy. He has a red scar across his throat. Not sure what that could mean. But here you have it, Stargate. If you want the article, I have it linked over at my site. So if you just go over to fakeworld.news, it'll take you to my Minds account. You can read about the dimensional vortex, the Babylonian Stargate, and everything that entails. And it has to do with something called, well, it has to do with, sex magic is what you could call it. But in the new context, interestingly enough, this is what I'm suggesting, is that SpaceX is Mystery Babylon, that the obelisk worship of old has just been recast, new props, and that SpaceX might actually be space sex, because space is the new heaven, higher states of consciousness, and that's ultimately what we're talking about here, spiritualized sex. And that's what is at the core of Mystery Babylon. And that's why you have these so obvious fertility rites, but it's esoteric. It's hidden in plain sight. And oftentimes it's given away in the verbiage, the words. So again, not a coincidence that he's in front of a Stargate. I'm going to put a link in the chat to a video by John LeBon. If anyone follows him, you may already have seen this one. It's kind of an interesting topic. And I listened to this podcast today. He was asking the question, are people really waking up? Because it seems like a lot of people are very concerned with your woke status. And I wonder, is that even a relevant question? Should we even be asking that question? Like, are you woke? Are you vaxxed? Is it my business? Do I need to make sure that everybody's vaxxed or that everybody's awake? Like, what's more important, your spiritual health or your physical health? So, it's to me, it's just not my business how, quote, awake other people are. I don't assume that just because they're not privy to the esoteric, that they're somehow slumbering. I mean, in many ways they are, of course. They're dupes, that's for sure. But anyway, the question, are people waking up? And simply asking the question got a lot of interesting responses in the chat. And the podcast that I'm referring to, the one I linked, he's going through and responding to people's responses. And I think now's a good time to really ask this question, since we've had 2020 to look at. I mean, in my opinion, the world has embraced a new religion. The new religion is an amalgamation of all the other ones, just as bad, actually much worse, because it combines the worst elements of all of them. But it's a combination of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, atheism, which is a religion, basically deifies science, but it combines them all. And the new heaven is outer space. The new concept of sin is your virus. Your new eschatology is climate change. Stranger says, when you wake up, you just take on the opinions of the conspiracy channel that woke you up, still not free thinking. Interesting. I like CNN. I like Fox. I like a lot of the fake news for its entertainment value. And I think it's important to know what the dominant world is. The dominant world's not the real world. It's the world stage, the fake world. We are, I believe right now, for the time being, speaking from the perspective of people who are in the real one. But it's not the dominant worldview, as we all know. But what we actually do have is we do have curious minds. The slumberers that do awaken do tend to get filtered into various camps, which is the opposite of free thinking. Happens all the time. They get guardrailed. I have a book on the topic. If anyone wants to read it, it's called Guardrailed. I'll give you the full title. But basically, it's about how free thinkers or curious minds tend to be contained by false narratives. The full title is Guardrails, How Free Minds Are Contained by False Narratives and Conspiracy Rabbit Trails. And I make the distinction between false flag theory and hoax theory. Or rather, the explanation that it's a hoax, that it's fake until proven real. I'll go through the table of contents really quick here. So this one opens up Guardrails, where I explain the premise here about how people who do break away from the mainstream are pretty much contained. And then I explain, or rather I have an article in here about why auto-hoaxing matters, why it matters to shift the burden of proof whenever it comes to mainstream, extraordinary claims. If they say it's going to rain tomorrow, you can mostly trust them. If they say an asteroid's going to kill us all tomorrow, it's extraordinary. I also included in here Mandoozled, my explanation for the Mandela effect, why I think it's not real, or at least not the way that its experiencers believe it to be. And Nipsey's Not Dead, the Jesus Christ hustle, and that one's all about his fake fake death, the exit from the world stage. And one more thing, the cover art was done by MVP, Hardware Vandal. You've heard his music on this channel. You have the Twin Towers, you have the Seattle Space Needle, Nelson Mandela, Cell Phone Girl, Nipsey Hussle. If you're familiar with any of these psyops, all of these characters should resonate with you. Lickety says, excellent book, appreciate it. If you're in my Patreon, I will send a ebook copy. So let me put that in the notes here. If you want to sign up for Patreon, I'll send the ebook copy of Guardrailed to everybody who is a subscriber there. It's patreon.com/InfinitePlaneSociety. So just look in your inbox for that, probably in the next half hour or so. All right, there's so many things to go through. We got through most of it. We're pretty much live most afternoons. FakeWorld.news, just parsing everything as it's unfolding. Today's 8/4. Happy birthday, Obama. Like I said, they canceled the party. Not sure that what they did with all the hot dogs they no doubt ordered. I mean, 500 people. They could have consumed a lot. In about a week, we have the Cyber Symposium. We have the FEMA emergency alert to look forward to as well. Appreciate the callers. Thanks again for calling. And I'm going to try to work with the levels. We're going to have to figure that out. And one more thing, just if you are a QAnoner, I'm open to taking calls on this topic because all people have are the media misrepresentations. And it seems like the media is setting the public up to expect a 9/11 coming not from the Islamic terrorists, but from the Uber patriots. I mean, what a complete inversion. I mean, have they not just completely flipped reality upside down on its head? All right, thanks for joining. This is Auto Hoax by Chief Crow, and I'll send out that PDF shortly. Have a great night. Same time tomorrow.
I'm on Auto Hoax, and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew it 96, y'all. Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a dumb little donkey like Eeyore. I'ma be an auto hoax. Auto hoax. And it feels so good. You just ought to believe everything.
Okay, today is August the 5th, 2021, aka 1984, the year it will always be. This is Fake World News coverage. Join us here daily, Infinite Plane Radio, generally between 10 and 12 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll parse through the latest news and links dropped in the Discord server, and I'll be going through the Infinite Plane Media forums. So let's go ahead and start. Yesterday was Barack Obama's birthday, and someone sent me this. Valerie Jarrett had sent him a tweet. My dear friend Barack is turning 60. For his birthday, I'm asking you to chip in $6 or $60 to help bring the Obama Presidential Center to life. 60 for 60 or 6 for 60. I mean, this is just an obvious shout out, I believe. To who? The devil, the Antichrist, the Pope, the AI God that's going to take over. Trump cards are out. Donald Trump has released Trump cards, and there's 5 versions of them. The one that caught my eye was the red with the gold phoenix. And listeners of this channel know what the phoenix means. Now, he's being roundly ridiculed and mocked by his opponents who think that this is some kind of a culty thing. One of them pointed out here that it resembles the imperial eagle of the Nazis. And there's a comparison, which, I mean, honestly, this is just a slander against eagles at this point. You know, any eagle I don't like is a Nazi. I mean, because they all do kind of look the same. But yeah, it is true that you had an eagle holding a swastika. Well, if the Trump card was holding, I don't know, like a coin with a T on it or Trump's face, I would say yes. But in this case, no, it's just a standard Illuminati insider cult of the reset phoenix symbol disguised as an eagle. I mean, that's the thing here. It is a phoenix, but they call it an eagle. And that's been the case in the beginning. If you look into the symbolism inherent within the dollar bill, the U.S. Capitol, and everything else, you can see it's all Masonic. And the eagle is a cover. Now, there's 4 versions. You have one with the phoenix thing, one with the flag. And now one of them here, it's look at the spelling, OFFICAL. The official card. So I noticed one of them was misspelled, and sure enough, the QAnoners are taking this to mean that Trump is sending them a signal. And it involves the number 9. Because I is the 9th letter, and it's missing an I. So missing an I, if anybody can crack that and let Q know. Why does he always just drop little hints? Why can't he just tell them something a little substantive? Okay, here's another lead to follow regarding the Officer Fan One, who may also have been the hillbilly with the fake teeth and the Confederate flag on 1/6. Warrior29 on Twitter found this. He said that there's something wrong with the ears of Officer Fan One. Now, I pointed out his mangy beard is just wildly out of regulation. I mean, it's actually touching his collar. You believe this? He's got gang tats, and he's got Class A's that look like he purchased them from an army surplus store. Like, nothing about this guy seems legitimate, and his acting was terrible. I mean, pretty standard for someone in the Government Actors Guild. The GAG. Couldn't make it in the SAG. But look at these ears. Now, you all have earlobes. I have earlobes. You all have the same basic structure of an ear, but none of you have this piece, which is kind of like a shield in front of the earlobe. I don't know what you would call this. But that to me looks like the edge of a mask, and this would explain the mangy beard. So the suggestion here is that you're looking at a mask, and if you look at his eyes, you'll notice how deep set they are. He's not wearing eyeshadow. So it actually looks like the guy's entire face, as weird as this sounds, is a face piece. That would also include the neck tats. So whose eyes are these? Whose bad acting is that? Yet to be determined. But again, look, these ears are plastic, silicone. There's not one listener here today that has ears like this. Looks like Spock's ears, you know, from Star Trek. These are like the Spock ears you buy at the Halloween costume store. Here it's the Spirit Superstore, and they have all kinds of plastic ears you can just pop on. And this looks like silicone. These are not real ears. I'm sorry. That is not a human. Okay? And moreover, those eyes are way too deep set. What a terrible disguise. That's why their names all seem so made up. Thinks he's a penguin says, hey Tim, thanks for your work. Obreek says, great. Awesome, thanks for joining us. There's a live premiere from last night's Infinite Plane radio live stream where we talked about the new Mandela effect that showed up in Call of Duty. That will be premiering after, and I'll just patch you in. Now look, this looks like an operation to me. This does not look like it's an accident. Look at these headlines. Taller people face a higher risk of catching COVID-19. Fox 11. Diabetes.co.uk. Short people are at a greater risk for catching COVID-19. Okay, so here's another one. New York Post. Taller people face a higher risk of catching COVID-19. Science says, crazy study reveals short people have a higher risk of catching the coronavirus. So what is it? Do taller people have a higher risk and shorter people have a lower risk? Or do short people have a high risk and tall people have a low risk? Or is it tall, low, low, tall? You see how confusing this is? And I'm suggesting that this is intentionally inflicted cognitive dissonance to confuse you so you don't know which way to go. And then you ask Dr. Fauci or whoever they put in front of you to tell you which way to go. So just pointing that out. They're conflicting these stories on purpose. I remember these restaurants would have signs that say, wear your mask when you're walking around. Don't make eye contact. Don't talk to anybody you don't know. But when you're sitting down, you can take off your mask. So that had me thinking, well, maybe COVID does only stay about 5 or 6 feet up, and maybe duck and cover drills would be effective against COVID, because you could just apparently sit down at a booth and it can't get you. But no, according to this, if you're tall or you're short, you're done. Someone noticed something here. Patrick King is one of these anti-COVID activist types, I believe. You have all these activists, very colorful personalities, very vibrant tattoos, and apparently this guy has tattoos that match the tattoos of Jake and Jelly, the Viking who led the insurrection against the Capitol. God, what horrible tattoos, by the way. Matching tats, are they in the same club? Probably. I think these tattoos are all fake, by the way. There's nothing about Jake and Jelly that would connect him to these particular designs. White power, white nationalist. This one here is the 777, Triskelion. There's several different ways that they use this one, but the 3 7s are encoded into this one. Some have connected it with pedo symbols. And then you have the world tree, more Norse stuff. And I don't know if that's even his background or heritage. And it must have been awkward for the tattoo artist to have worked around his nipples that way. Very just awful tattoos. And I'm suggesting these are fake. Fake is the makeup on his face and as the character he's playing. This mentally ill guy who was swept up by all the memes and couldn't control himself. If this is a real insurrection, if this is a real event and not a staged CNN production, they would have shot him because he had a spear. You can't run anywhere around crowds with a spear or a knife without getting shot. This was a CNN production, bad performance art, terrible crisis acting. A lot of, honestly, if I had to guess, I would say my first guess was actually that Jimmy Kimmel probably staffed this thing, because he often sends a bunch of his goons undercover to wreck events. If you remember a couple of years ago, Jimmy Kimmel sent a bunch of people to the Flat Earth Conference pretending to be flat earthers. And this was done with the help of the organizers. They're the ones who got the camera time, and they acted goofy in front of the camera. The people who were authentically into the topic weren't represented. And every single person here is some kind of a caricature. These aren't real Trump supporters. These are all actors. They made sure that the real ones were left out. It just looks like a bad made-for-TV production designed to demonize people. Take a look at this picture. Here's AOC. Cameras on, mask on. Cameras off, mask off. And these are the ones who are telling you to put masks on your babies. Literally. Mask your pets, mask your babies. It's like, look, if you feel like you're a masky, right? You're vaxxed, double jabbed, you got your space junk helmet on, you're a masky. You feel like you're killing other people who don't wear masks. Just wear another layer. Triple it. Like, before trying to impose your mask ideology on the faced, consider doubling up on your own mask. Your own ideology. Maybe you're not doing it hard enough. Squad member Cori Bush, who was with BLM trespassers at the McCloskey property, has slammed their pardon. So this is your Turner Diaries update. I've been talking about the McCloskeys who stepped off the cover of the Turner Diaries book, the Bible for the white nationalists. Well, they've been pardoned, and as a result, you have a blowback from Representative Cori Bush, who says, Mark McCloskey is an absolute liar. His day will come.
The governor of Missouri, a Republican, has pardoned Mark and Patricia McCloskey, who were famously photographed pointing guns at protesters during June of 2020 in those demonstrations in St. Louis. You were actually among the marchers who encountered the McCloskeys that day.
She was part of the PSYOP. You have to look at the McCloskeys. She's obviously an agitator, in my opinion. The McCloskeys look exactly like the cover of the Turner Diaries book. They dress like this when they go on their little political tours. Totally staged drama to make it look like these white privileged people with these big empty mansions are threatened by the masses of poor all around them who are fighting for their rights. I mean, this is all just theater, and it's right on time. So let's take a listen to the rest of this.
Mark McCloskey at the Republican convention called you the Marxist liberal activist leading the mob through our neighborhood. What is your reaction to this pardon?
It is absolutely unbelievable. There are other people that...
Now, one other thing about Bush here. Bush has also said that she will keep her own private security force even as she works to defund the police.
That there are pardons that we have been asking for, pardons that actually should happen in Missouri, and that was not one. That was not one. They stood there, they pointed their guns, totally reckless, to a group of non-violent protesters.
Now, they were peaceful protesters, but we know what peaceful means today in 1984. And moreover, they had torn down a gate to access the gated community. And apparently the gate had some historic value. So there's some serious property damage, irreplaceable. This is just one of these things where they're painting themselves up as the good guys. But no, you can understand the McCloskeys. I'm not defending BLM's march through this neighborhood, and I'm not defending the McCloskeys either, because I kind of think that this is all theater. The way the McCloskeys reacted was absurd. They walked out onto their lawns and pointed guns at people directly who were not, in fact, directly threatening them. So let's listen to what she says, though, about Mark.
There's walking down a street that had no clue that they lived there, didn't care that they lived there, didn't know them, didn't want to know them. Mark McCloskey is an absolute liar. He has spat on my name, and because of that, his day will come. You will.
Okay, well, his day will come. I don't know if that's threatening. Just bringing that up. Rand Paul calls on citizens to resist mask mandates and lockdowns. This is one of these things that it's like, okay, you have to remember the place where he's coming from. He believes the virus is real. If you remember, his father made a whole lot of sense on 14, the day after they declared the national emergency. His father, Ron Paul, put out an article where he said that this was an authoritarian's dream come true. In fact, he called it a hoax. The next day, Rand Paul came down with COVID, and he refused to quarantine. So I don't think that Rand Paul is all that useful, because he says, oh no, disregard the rules, but I caught the virus. I believe in it. The virus that killed many people, according to the news. He is saying resist the masks, but again, he's also an admitted then super spreader. So he buys into the narrative, and then he fights it from that perspective by rejecting it, which is anti-science, it's anti-common sense. You really can't stand by his position, even if you're opposed to mask mandates and lockdowns. I mean, you can, but the fact that he doesn't outright question the very existence of the pandemic itself means that his position is still very world stagey. I'm not going to line up behind him. To me, this is controlled opposition, and what's he actually agitating for? They want the masks and the vaxxed people versus the anti-maskers and the anti-vaxxers, because it's a perfect split, a perfect schism. Bill Gates has come out and apologized, or sort of tried to explain his relationship to Epstein.
Epstein, did you have any concerns? Was there ever any concerns you
And if you remember, this was the reason why Kevin Kline divorced him.
had about it?
Oh, certainly. I had several dinners with him, hoping that what he said about getting billions of philanthropy for global health through contacts that he had might emerge, when it looked like that wasn't a real thing.
So basically, he was there for the money. He wasn't there for whatever else is at the island. And then he kind of weakly defends himself, and he says other people were there too.
Being there were lots of others in that same situation, but I'm in that same situation, but
There were lots of others there too, so he's not as guilty. That's how it works. You see, if everybody's doing it, you can average out your guilt, and it actually spreads out among everybody equally, so you're all just not as bad. Listen to this. West Lafayette Mayor John Dennis has doubled down on his statements. So he's not my mayor. This is from, again, West Lafayette. And he said here, we will not close down the city to protect the a-hole unvaccinated. So it's good and bad news. They're not going to shut down the city. But yes, he has really bad things to say about you if you're one of the unvaccinated. And that is the new group that is being isolated. The unsaved, the reprobates, the heathens. That's how they look at you. Infidels. Just the other day, Apple kicked an app off their website, off of their Apple store, and it was an app for the unvaccinated to date each other. It was called Unjected. Like, don't you have the right to know who you're, what they have? Like, what do you have? Do you have AIDS? Do you have Pfizer? Like, do you want to know what's in the blood of the person that you're dating? Well, they don't want you to know if that person is a vax rejecter, probably because they don't want people to meet up who connect along ideological grounds. It's not about health. It's all reality curation, though. They don't even want you to be able to meet. I mean, this is insanity, if you ask me. It's just anti-freedom is what it is. Listen to this. I talked about this yesterday, how the 4 cops who died obviously didn't die. These are crisis actors, and they're trying to bury the story. They're not going to show us the 14,000 hours of CCTV from the Capitol on 1/6/2021, because that would show it was all just a really bad movie. You would see all the actors with Pelosi taking their lunch break. You'd see all the backstage stuff. It's all fake. But look at this. Suspicious how the far right is spreading a bizarre conspiracy theory. Well, the bizarre conspiracy theory here is that the 4 cops didn't commit suicide. What's bizarre about that? It says here, it's a bizarre conspiracy theory to consider the 4 deaths suspicious. No, it is suspicious. For them to say, this is Raw Story, that it's not suspicious that 4 of these cops would have committed suicide before they could testify, that to me is suspect. What are they trying to hide? And again, we were looking at Officer Fanon. His ear is plastic. That's a mask. Like, really think about this for a minute. If you look at him closely, if you look at the brow, and you look at the depth of the eyes, and you look at the ear, it makes sense. It's some kind of a silicone mask. Now, who's wearing it? I don't know. Now, here's some more confusion for you, and I think this is intentional. The director of the NIH, Francis Collins, clarified statements he made. So, originally the statements were basically that vaccinated parents need to wear masks around kids and vice versa. It says, if you're in an area with children, wear a mask. But anyway, he walked it back. He said, vaccinated parents who live in communities with high COVID transmission rates should wear the masks in public indoor settings to minimize the risk to their unvaxxed kids. But they confirmed that you do not need to wear masks in your home. So they send these messages that are very garbled. In fact, in his words, I sound garbled explaining it. He said, let me clarify the masking message that I garbled on New Day this morning. Vaccinated parents who live in communities with high COVID transmission rates should mask when out in public indoor settings to minimize the risk to their unvaccinated kids at home, but no need to wear the mask at home. Again, this is like saying, I believe this is all intentionally to create confusion. This is like saying to get there, go right, then take a left, then go straight, then take 2 rights, and then 3 turns. It's intentionally meant to get you lost in a labyrinth. And it works because people don't know, and then they look around to see, well, what am I supposed to do? And if they see a bunch of masks, what do? They follow along and they get the masks. Because a lot of people are just going to go with the flow. In fact, I have a quote here. I believe it's Kurt Vonnegut. I have to play. I actually have to read this. This is just a perfect explanation of where we are at today. Okay, so I'll find it in just a moment. Here's another one. This is George Carlin. Bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out. I'll find this other quote here momentarily by Kurt Vonnegut, and it has to do with the way that people tend to automate their behaviors. And really that's what I'm referring to with the masks. A lot of it is, I believe, the confusion is intentionally sown because they know that people will default. They'll kind of blend themselves in with everyone else. Nothing new there. And the elites who program your media know this. Here's a quick update. Corona movie theater shooting. Suspect said he stopped taking his medications, and the voices in his head prompted the killings. So the story here was, at a Corona theater, someone gets shot in their head, crown of the head, and it was at The Purge Forever. So it's another movie in the Purge franchise, and there were a number of things that were kind of fishy about this, in my opinion. So, for example, the person who was killed is a very popular social media influencer. And that in itself, I think, it should be taken with a degree of suspicion, because a lot of these psyops are used basically to influence us in various ways, and they use people who are reaching you, who may not be mainstream, but are still vastly popular. And so what would be the incentive? What would be the motivation between a psyop, or with a psyop where someone shoots somebody in a theater? And I think it might have to do with the medication thing. He said he stopped taking his medication, and then he started shooting people. Well, if you think about it, that's the exact story of the Aurora movie theater shooter, and that was during the Batman movie. And the Batman movie was very much included in a lot of the predictive programming, and the same can be said for the Purge series. So looking at this story, the Purge, the voices prompting the killing, social media, influencer, and then the theater is called Corona. No, the place is called Corona. The theater was, I believe it was like Regis Theater, which is king or crown. So the thing is latent with symbolism, making me think it's probably as fake as everything else. Now check this out. The mother of Ashley Babbitt. Now Ashley Babbitt was cremated 2 days after, which I think is very suspicious. But the mother is suggesting that her daughter was a martyr and ought to be treated as a martyr. And here they are playing that role. And I think this is highly suspicious. I kind of suspect that her mother is probably just as connected to the PSYOP entertainment complex as her daughter. Take a listen.
Babbitt's mom was invited by Congressman Gosar to speak at the election integrity rally for Donald Trump. My daughter died for this cause. There are still political prisoners being held in the D.C. jail under horrible conditions as a result of this. They were protesting their American birthright to go and redress their government because everybody in this country knows this was a stolen election. So I'm here to be my daughter's voice because it has been silenced. And I'm Wilma, a family friend, and I'm here for justice for Ashley because nobody should die when they go to the Capitol.
So again, what she's saying, it's kind of hard to hear, but she's saying that her daughter died for this cause. And so here they have these portraits of her daughter with a MAGA hat, very nice airbrush paintings. It looks like they're taking cues from off camera. It looks really fishy to me. I find it to be very unbelievable. But Representative Paul Gosar invited her to attend his Arizona speech. Okay, here's the quote by Kurt Vonnegut, which makes me think about pretty much everyone today who just goes along with the crowd. Quote, so in the interest of survival, they train themselves to be agreeing machines instead of thinking machines. All their minds had to do was to discover what other people were thinking, and then they thought that too. So that makes sense to me. We're looking at agreeing machines. It's all about the consensus. Nobody's safe till everybody's safe. We can't have fake news. We have to have agreement news where everybody agrees. Consensus reality news. Consensus media. If it goes against the consensus, it's unharmonious or something. That's pretty much what people are being trained to think here. That we shouldn't have disagreement, that there should be unanimous agreement on everything. One world system, one monolithic, one world view, one media. That's where we're going. That's why they burn the competition. That's why they censor. That's why they don't believe in debate. That's why and I'm talking about the mainstream media and its consumers who really don't stand up in defense of the so-called conspiracy theorists who have been, I think, unfairly demonized, because the conspiracy theorists are the only fact checkers of the day. Let me go ahead and go through some of your comments. Last night we had a live stream, which I'm going to be mirroring here when it premieres. We talked about Call of Duty and the Mandela effect. Also, yesterday was the 4th. It was Obama's birthday. Nothing big happened. He canceled the big party. I don't know what they did with all those stranded hot dogs. Now, in about 6 days, and this is what I'm watching, we have the Cyber Symposium. The Cyber Symposium is going to be on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and the pillow guy, Lindell, is going to be attempting to change the public's opinion on what happened at the election, but they're no longer making promises that they're going to overturn it this symposium, that it's going to take until some time. They have to go to the Supreme Court, so September possibly. Now, one more note here. I brought this up last night, but Tim and Vic Stagram sent this to me. The author of the Turner Diaries was born on 9/11. The significance here, 9/11 actually has astrological significance, as does January 1st. These are New Year's dates, our New Year's date and then the Coptic calendar's date. And both of these dates have a relationship to the dog star, to Sirius. Like, on New Year's, when you're counting down and the ball's dropping, it represents the dog star, which reaches its highest point at midnight on New Year's. This is the significance of these dates, and it's all about this astrotheological cult that worships these things. The dog star is in every single Masonic lodge. It's not a coincidence that Jim Carrey in The Truman Show woke up to the false nature of his reality, to the fact that he was a false man. He woke up when the dog star fell. It was a satellite in the stage that was labeled dog star. My point being, all of this is integrated into a bigger picture, a bigger script. So the McCloskeys walking around the world stage right now, to me, it is definitely worth paying attention to. And look, here's another example of scripting in the 1/6 insurrection event. So listen to this. Ashley Babbitt, the 35-year-old QAnon supporter and Trump superfan who was killed, is more famous in death than she was in life. Her fate reminds me, and this is from Salon, her fate reminds me of a famous 1963 episode of The Twilight Zone, He's Alive, in which Hitler's ghost returns from the grave to teach a young neo-Nazi how to manipulate crowds. Hitler explains that exploiting the death of an obscure follower transforms the individual into a heroic martyr. This is an act of friendship, says the ghost of Hitler. We're allowing him to serve the cause. So this is from Salon.com. Matthew Rosa wrote this. And Ashley Babbitt, the 21st century Horst Wessel, symbolic martyr to the fascist cause. All right, thanks everyone for joining. We'll be live pretty much every day around this time to go over the links posted at the forum and the Discord server. Join InfinitePlaneSociety.com if you want access to the Discord server where we collaborate and we compile all of our findings. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO, and I'll be turning this over to the 24/7 stream shortly.
Listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Floaters skipped history, and they may go with that. I don't know. I'm trying to shy away from overarching explanations.
All right, thank you for joining, everyone. It's August the 5th, 2021, and you're hearing One-Eyed Jack and the Shells' Mud Flood, which is the previous reset to the one we're about to go through. I don't know if the coming reset, the Great Reset, involves mud or anomalous soil deposits or not. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Thanks, Thirst for Truth, for the kind support. This is listener supported. We have a new system where if you click the link where it says to send a tip, it will post an animated Jiffy on the screen. I replaced the generic zombie with a penguin basically dancing on top of a big COVID ball. And then it has the person's name right there. And I think we also have TTS, text to speech. And just a warning for all the trolls and the prank callers, it filters out the bad words automatically. I haven't gone through to see, but I mean, there's ways around these things. But I'm not gonna divulge any of that. It'll be used against us. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Yesterday we talked about a Mandela effect, and someone who plays the game Call of Duty said they do not recall ever having seen the Russian sign that was somehow Mandela affected into the game. Sounds like nothing. Sounds like something trivial, for most people who aren't really aware of the Mandela effect, but it's not trivial because if true, it means that our reality is some kind of an interactive simulation and it's given away in the glitches. But we'll see. I'm not holding out hope that Ed McMahon will show up at my door at any time with a big check. And by the way, I'm wondering, is there anyone out there claiming that their family's wealth came from an Ed McMahon check? I kind of don't think so. If you're looking on the screen, that is not a hostage situation, even though it looks like it. The little girl with the mask looks like she's been kidnapped. You see some bracelets, like she's tied down. No, that's your president, not my president. Making her feel very awkward and uncomfortable. Or it might just be an angle. I don't know. What do you want to say? It's trending right now. Creepy Biden. If that is Joe Biden. We'll move on. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Hardly even noteworthy. Biden invites children to the desk before he signs a bill into law. It's just, to me, it's surreal. Here's the thing. And the mass media has not noticed this, or they choose not to. So we're supposed to be wearing the masks, going through with the vaccination, in order to prevent the spread of the deadly variant. Well, they're not socially distanced, one, which cancels out the mask. And two, Joe Biden is not wearing a mask. So he's basically an example of the kind of, what did he call the uninjected? Maybe he used the word morons or something. But anyway, he's such a hypocrite, but I think this might be strategic. Strategic hypocrisy to induce cognitive dissonance, confusion, to cause people to just give up or something, tune out, because it's just too crazy. Wanted to point this out. Yesterday I was talking about how the author of the book, The Turner Diaries, was born on September the 11th, 1933. So 9/11/33. And how this book was the inspiration for Timothy McVeigh, sort of his blueprint. He used this book, bombed the government buildings. He was executed on 6/11/2001, which is kind of an inverted 9/11. Well, it turns out he was 33. I just found this out today. Born in 68, the year the towers went up. Executed 2001, the years the towers go down. But again, the author of the book that gave us Timothy McVeigh, I pretty much think he's a character out of the book. His birthday was 9/11/33, and here's a guy who's 33, executed on 6/11. Just a little bit of interesting little nuances when you're getting into these psyops, just how interconnected they actually are. And they all are. I can go off on some of these things. It's just absurd, and there's a point where we know what we're looking at now. You know, that last shooting in Boulder, Colorado, like the last major mass shooting in public, it was at a King Soopers. You know that was King Soopers number 33? There were 33 union members there that day who were being shot at, and they overlap the PSYOPs. So they're there for their COVID-19 shots, and they get the AR-15 shots. It's all meant to be ironic. This shooter was doing so in retaliation for the Christchurch shooting, fake, of course, side note. And then, strangely enough, at that same time, we had the Parler shootings in Atlanta, and the Parler shootings were templated 100% off of Christchurch, the inspiration for the King Sooper shooting. And what I mean by templated is Christchurch was a shooting at 2 locations of a target immigrant population, and the shooter, who was a white right-wing racist, was run off the road in a pit maneuver, dragged out of the car, and arrested. Well, that was Christchurch. In Atlanta, the Parler shooter, 2 locations, dragged out of the car in a pit maneuver, and arrested. Totally templated. And it's because all of these events exist in the same fictional universe. And it's true that they all are interconnected because they're written with the same exact background. Like fictional universes, you're probably familiar with them. They're just internally consistent backdrops for different characters to interact, but they have the same basic timeline, same events, same conditions. And the majority of the world's population inhabit the same fictional universe that all the fake shooters and all the fake victims live in. I mean, some of us are able to see how you have some characters who are clearly world stage characters, but they're conscious of their roles, whereas the general public is unaware of it. Case in point, crisis actor, we'll say David Hogg. Well, he's been called out as an actor, but he still plays the role. The public has confused the role for the person. They don't know that these are 2 different things. Those of us who do are censored. No, truly, we live in a schizophrenic world. The people who are in love with the image of the beast, the TV, the ones who worship this thing, are in a simulation already. Restless Bear says, what happened to the other guy involved in the bombing? I can't remember his name. I think it was Terry Nichols. And I believe he was, born 1955. I'm going to see what his death date was. I don't think he's dead yet. So. Oh, by the way, someone brought something up yesterday, and I want to mention this. So the Unabomber, I was looking into him recently because there's a rumor that Greta Thunberg is one of his biggest pen pals, which wouldn't surprise me one bit. But someone had suggested that the Unabomber is a character portrayed or played by Terence McKenna, kind of a drug guru, an ethnobotanist and mystic. So it would be kind of interesting that he would portray such a role. I think this is the thing. I don't think they look all that similar. They may sound alike. I mean, come to think of it, they do look kind of similar. But when you're talking about environmentalists, people who believe in Earth, like Gaia, Mother Earth is this conscious thing, and we need to put down our technology and stop using fossil fuels. These environmentalists are all basically copacetic with the Unabomber manifesto, which is why it wouldn't surprise me if Greta Thunberg was in fact one of his biggest fans. Think about it. If she didn't have that outlet at the UN to make those faces and tell us how bad we all are, she probably would be sending off bombs. Like, I'm kind of glad that she had an outlet. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let me go ahead and start off with a voicemail.
Hey, Tim. I have a quick, fun Metascript-related message for you. So I got
I was looking through 80s cartoons for no reason whatsoever, and
80s cartoons, which probably a great source of predictive programming, because what we're doing is we're undoing our individual and collective MK Ultra programming. And we were all born into this MK Ultra entertainment zone where basically all of your entertainment is there for mind control. It's mind control and brainwashing first. Entertainment is really just a side effect. Very tasty poison. So anyway, the caller here has been watching 80s cartoons.
Found a mask show. Clicked around, didn't really find anything there, but just thought it was funny. There was a show in the 80s called Mask, or Masks. And then what I really was calling you about is a show called Silverhawks. It started in 1986, and a bunch of really weird symbolism on the, the cover art of this show. But I wanted to mention that the storyline is when outer space gangsters, or an outer space gangster known as Mon Star, escapes from the pineal planet. Pineal, the pineal gland, supposedly the limbo section of the galaxy.
Okay, I'll take a look at these. I'll pull them up on the screen. And, I'm going through my Twitter feed. There's something I wanted to put up on the screen. I was picking up groceries today and I got a case of bottled water because I trust the bisphenol A more than I trust the fluoride. I don't even want to say what that will do to you according to Alex Jones, but look at this here. Recycle, and it has a bottle with the recycling logo, which again I pointed this out. This is a symbol of Saturn, the god of death and resurrection, god of death and rebirth. Contains a hexagram within the negative space, and it consists of 3 arrows, which are used to nail the god of death and resurrection to the cross. Anyway, this is a very modern take on this ancient god's symbolism, the god of the earth, the vegetation god Osiris. Saturn, Osiris, this concept here again has to do with death, as in the harvest, and then rebirth. So this cycle. Anyway, I have pointed out before that I believe that the act of recycling is paying homage to this earth god. And of course, it is the earth god who will flood the world if you don't recycle, if you don't go green, because he is the original green god. But anyway, the bottled water company put this logo that says, "Help your bottle get reborn." And it has the recycling logo on it. So I just feel very vindicated here that yes, indeed, recycling is actually part of the act of earth worship. And it's a religious act. It's the expiation of guilt. It's confession for the modern atheist. So let's say you're a Catholic, you go to confession. Well, what are you actually doing? You're assessing your choices from the last week. And you're separating the good from the bad, confessing the bad. And then you're putting some money in the basket, staving off God's wrath. Because if too many people sin, God's going to flood the place again. Now fast forward, this modern era, they've replaced that. Well, now at the end of the week, you look at your trash, and that represents your choices. That's the trash, it's the garbage left over from your consumer choices. And then you have to separate them, your bad from your good choices. And your good choices are those that can be recycled, which is pleasing to the earth god and will stave off his wrath. And then, of course, your other trash represents the bad decisions that you made and the bad companies that you shouldn't support. So what you're actually having to do here is recognize where you should feel guilty and act accordingly. It's an act of contrition. And of course, it's just the act of selling indulgences on behalf of the government the way the churches would. No coincidences here. It's all just a religion. And it's all predicated on the notion that we have a vengeful God, but as long as we're obedient, we can actually kind of prevent that. And we have to listen to the priesthood, of course. So again, help your water bottles achieve rebirth. What a culty thing. All right, let me go ahead and continue with the rest of that voicemail.
Is in great peril. In great peril. In response, an elite team of cyborgs called the Silverhawks are assembled as a counterforce that is Limbo's best hope against Monstar's gang. So I just thought it would be a cool thing to show as a juxtaposition between this and how Elon Musk is kind of...
I'll take a look at this. I will. I found something else today, actually, that was equally compelling. And it was, I think it was called Wonka Piercer, where someone had looked at the movie Snowpiercer, which is a very terrible movie, and they compared it to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And the conclusion here is that Snowpiercer is a sinister sequel when Charlie grows up, and he's the guy in charge of the train in Snowpiercer. The train that everyone is trapped on. I don't care to go too much into it. I watched it. I didn't see anything all that profound in terms of symbolism. What I saw, though, was more or less plagiarism and a template. But I recommend watching this thing. Again, it's called Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory Connections to Snowpiercer, or Wonka Piercer, because it shows you how movie directors are able to actually very subtly encode other messages. In this case, another movie is pretty much repeated through an entirely different set of circumstances. But if you know what you're looking at, you can see it. And it's this templating that we see here that's evident with all of the predictive programming, where movies, regular old movies, seem to foreshadow news events that show up later. I'll play a short clip. Again, this is Snowpiercer equals Willy Wonka sequel. And I'm just going to go right up to... We'll just play about 15 seconds of it.
And you'll see into your imagination.
Okay, it starts off with entering into a world of pure imagination. And that makes me think of the Mars program, the space program, entering into a full simulation. People already live in a simulation for the most part, but once they've gone to the Mars bases, it's all over. And it shows how the tunnel to the land where the Oompa Loomps are has a parallel in the movie Snowpiercer. And there are many, many parallels. I think that the connections are pretty well established. You even have a form of Oompa Loomps. So I won't play the whole video, but it's listed there on my Minds account. And it's a good example, though, of how a very subtle subtext can be inserted into a movie, and very deep messages can be communicated just very subtly to those in the know, hidden in plain sight. And there's an esoteric side to all of our popular entertainment that is important to understand, because that's the main part. The esoteric is the actual meaning. Everything else is to conceal the meaning. So that's what I said before, that the brainwashing is the main purpose. The entertainment's just a side effect. If you're looking on the screen, we have Dr. Aqualung, an individual walking around, and I've said this before, that on this channel we've predicted people will be in space suits by 2021. Well, we have them. People are walking around with their own oxygen supplies, so they go out in public, which again is completely moronic, and that's just, I'm being charitable. If you're really so certain that there is this deadly virus out there, you really shouldn't even be leaving your house. And someone else brought something up. They said, let's say that we're not being lied to about everything. And thanks, Zin Velis, for the 311. Let's say, for example, that they're not lying about any of this stuff, and the people are now masking up again to protect the unmasked. It's like, well, why don't they just wear 2 masks? before insisting that everyone else does it. Where are the self-quarantiners? You think there'd be a lot of support for that too. Where are the people who are voluntarily going into quarantine? Maybe even to save the planet, selling their cars and everything. Nobody's doing that. All right, let us continue. Now, I mentioned Gaia when I talked about the god of the earth that people are worshiping. And you need to know that the World Economic Forum has this thing called the Global AI Action Alliance. And this is all about putting, quote, artificial intelligence in control. Listen to this. The fourth industrial revolution, or if you want to be a real culty, you can call it the 4IR. The 4IR is a fusion of advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things, genetic engineering, quantum computing, and more. The fourth industrial revolution is a way of blurring the boundaries between the physical, the digital, and the biological. This is what they call the metaverse that they're putting us into. The metaverse is just mind control, but this is what I've been saying, that they've been using the entertainment mediums. They've been using the media, the news media, all the movies, the video games in particular, and all of the, I would even say like the comics and the novels are huge when predictive programming is taken into account. Books are big, but they've used all of this to blur the distinction between real and fake because they have total control over the media. And this allows them to totally redefine our reality. So here we are, looking at the World Economic Forum with their 666 logo, with dear leader Darth Klaus talking about how we'll be happy when we have nothing. And they have this agenda named Gaia. So just so you know, Gaia is a primordial earth goddess. It's earth worship. So when I said that the god of the earth, the god of recycling, is the god that they worship, and it's the god that you're actually venerating when you recycle, I absolutely mean it. They're trying to appease their god before he punishes them, before he floods the place. And this is the basis for the story of Noah's Ark, but it's been repackaged. And so now we have the space program as our new escape. Should things get too bad, should we not be able to restrain the capitalists, we have a way out of here. And that's the role of Elon Musk. And they've even used the phrase space ark. And I frequently talk about this, about specifically NOAA, and how the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration actually uses the symbol of a dove to represent this organization that supposedly is just purely scientific, and their purpose is to warn us of any incoming flood, to help us to mitigate environmental catastrophe. Listen to this. This is a recent headline. NOAA predicts 18 days of high tide flooding in Boston next year. So NOAA is always here to warn us about the flood myths, and their logo, as I pointed out, is a dove. And if you look at their website, Science, Service, Stewardship, you can see a world flooding, and they have their big ark. So I did a little search on their site. So I wanted to find out, why did they choose a dove? Because the symbol of the dove is actually the symbol of Noah from the Bible. The dove and the olive branch serves to tell Noah that now you can go back to the earth and start again. The great reset can begin because the flooding is done. So you might think of the dove as a symbol of peace. No, it's a symbol of the reset. In fact, I would say it's an occulted phoenix. Burn it down, build back better. Same thing. Flood, burn it. It doesn't make a difference. It's a retelling of this ancient myth disguised as science. It's a modern flood myth. So I looked into it to see, did they choose the dove? Did they choose it because it's from the Bible? And it says here, The design from NOAA was chosen in 1971. In 1970, NOAA was officially recognized and all of its components were united under a common name and mission. 1 year later, their administrator had 3 choices of designs they presented for the emblem. The chosen design was made official and remains so to this day. A white gull-like form links the atmosphere to the sea or earth. The earth and the atmosphere and the interrelationships between the two are the major concerns of NOAA. So anyway, this is their explanation for it. It makes no mention of it being a post-reset, post-flood, Old Testament symbol. Now when you get into the why did God flood the world? Wickedness. So what is the wickedness of the day? It's your carbon footprint. It's your use of fossil fuels. And all this has to do with property and property, materialism, everything condemned by the World Economic Forum is something that the globe would want to punish. And the way that they describe global warming today, it is very much a punishing, vengeful storm god. There was even some suggestions that the condo that collapsed in Miami on Timothy McVeigh's death day on 6/11, around there, I think it was a couple days before, but anyway, that condo was said to have been taken out by global warming. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're talking about a global phenomenon. How is it targeting one building? It's the wrath of God. Miami condo collapse prompts questions over the role of climate change. Let me see when this thing collapsed. I think it was early June, but there were reports that it was going to fall anyway. People were talking about problems with the design. Whatever you think about it, the idea that they would connect this to global warming is absurd. Ocean levels rising? No. Maybe the ocean levels could rise now, given an abundance of masks. Going through some comments, Aline Dion says the Snowpiercer Netflix series was the one with the 311 shot on it. Oh yes, Netflix movies have all kinds of references to 311. In fact, one of the series is on Netflix called Colony, has an episode, it's season 3, episode 11, so there's your 311, where it actually says, has a couple of things. One, it talks about something called Operation Phoenix. So there's your Phoenix symbol, a reset symbol. And in this episode of Colony, they say that Seattle is going to be the ground zero for the reboot of civilization. Now think about that, because what we're seeing right now is the reset, the great reset. So what's the difference? Reset, reboot? Because the reset started with the pandemic, which kicked off on 3/11 in Seattle. So here's from hiddenremote.com, Colony, Season 3, Episode 11. I'm going to scroll through here and just give you a little rundown of what it has to do with Seattle. Here we go. Seattle was supposed to be safe. I'm going to play a clip. No, it's a jiffy. It's a gif of Seattle being nuked. That's what it actually has here. Project Phoenix. Now this is the reset symbol. And this movie, by the way, this series takes place after the world has been shut down because of an alien invasion. And like COVID, we never see the aliens. So you have this thing called Project Phoenix. You have an insurrection against this new order. Now listen to this, because it ties into this concept of the Ark. Because this takes place in the future. It says, and in our future, like with every science fiction movie, we've ruined everything. Okay, so at the meetup we see Adam. He explains the plan. He says that Seattle is the version of the Ark. They've been collecting all of the best people from every field, doctors, engineers, and soldiers, because when they get rid of the alien races, Seattle is going to be the place where human civilization starts over. And this is the real resistance. So if you look at from the perspective of the pandemic being the alien invasion, well, the only people who are going to be carriers, as in aliens, are going to be the unvaccinated. So if you look at it from this perspective, in this TV show, Seattle is beneath a dome. It's enclosed. So it would make sense that the reboot of civilization happens after they close up all the cities, with the people who are salvageable, people worthy of being put into the arcs, as in the vaxxed, the brainwashed. And the people who aren't inside can be easily wiped out. They're the aliens among us. And if you remember last year, there was an Economist cover, it was last August in fact, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And the cover looks like outer space. Looks like satellites, probes, moons, planets. But no, that's your inner space. And you're looking at viruses, you're looking at bacteria, and you're looking at the vaccine. But the concept here, the aliens among us, how viruses shape the world, it's all about how the carriers are like an alien force invading. Not a coincidence, in my opinion, that last August, Putin released Sputnik, the vaccine. Of course, named for the first object put into space, kicking off the space race. But what's more, on that same day, a film called Sputnik was released about a virus from outer space that takes possession of the cosmonauts and makes them into, well, predators. So, an alien invasion through kind of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. So, my point being, the reboot of civilization is about rebooting it with an arc situation where you have the people who are salvageable, brainwashed, who go with the program, who have the blood pact vax with the state, because that's what it is. It's just a blood pact. It shows that you accept establishment science and establishment media. In other words, the state religion. And the infidels can all be filtered out. You're the alien invaders at this point. You're the ones who have been possessed. You're the carriers. You're the ones who have been body snatched. And your vax hesitancy has made you an enemy, as you can see by the way the media describes it. So I would say that this is all just more predictive programming, but again, it's worth noting that the resistance uses the name Project Phoenix, and the whole thing's about a reboot starting in Seattle. By the way, the first patient to come down with COVID shows up on 119. There's so much, if we want to go into the meta scripting of everything, that shows you how everything is carefully planned. And that's why I'm pointing this out. This is just one of many TV shows on Netflix, I'm talking about Colony, that was telling us to expect something big on 3/11, which is why we were. And 3/11 was the day they kicked this thing off, but unlike 9/11, this event, which was the 3/11 for this generation, wasn't described as, quote, 3/11. They didn't isolate a day. They didn't brand it that way. And I think it was on purpose. It would have been too obvious. Lean says the WEF are the globe's priests. They totally are. There's quite a lot there to substantiate that, because we're talking about Noah, Noah's Ark, and then the modern Noah, and the space program, which are the new arcs. This is the modern priesthood. The modern globe is just the new God. No, and look, you have the astronauts who are your high priests. Those are the ones who go really high, or they get really, they get a special view that you can't have. They get to see the face of God. They get to see heaven. They see the face of globe, and they get the overview effect, which is a cognitive shift, where they no longer see boundaries. Everything is one when you get that high. So they're able to tell us, hey, from our perspective, the globe's not looking too good. And if you don't change your behaviors, there's going to be a flood. So the priesthood informs our politicians who are able to charge us money. You got to pay money somehow to calm the globe down. I mean, it worked. It keeps God from flooding us. Why wouldn't it stop the globe? So now let's get into the next part of this, because I'm just describing here this modern flood myth and how it's been brought back. So the symbol of the dove was front and center during the inauguration when Lady Gaga performed the national anthem. And she was dressed up like someone out of the Hunger Games. So the Hunger Games is the very definition of post-reset dystopian science fiction. Post-reset, post-flood. After you start over with the salvageable, the ones who were worthy of being put into your arks or your enclosed cities. So here we are with all the talk about Dark Winter as a backdrop, and they come out dressed like characters from the Hunger Games, the author of which she was from Sandy Hook, which is kind of worth mentioning here. Because all of these movies, like I mentioned earlier, all of these books, these novels, they're all very much connected with the psyops, with the news. And Suzanne Collins has connections to the city of, or the town of Sandy Hook, which also has other connections to other movies, like the Batman Dark Knight Rises franchise, which, by the way, Dark Knight Rises makes use of the burning bat. Dark Knight Rises, like a phoenix rises. There's these correlations being made. But let me show you the movie poster if you haven't seen it. In the negative space between the buildings behind the Batman, you actually have the shape of a phoenix in the flames. So the phoenix is a symbol of the reset, the thing that causes the flood, or rather the symbol of the flood in the post-reset. But this time it's been rebranded as a bat. So you've seen it as a dove, you've seen it as the phoenix. Well, here you actually see it as a bat, same symbol. It just means burn down, flood, build back in the aftermath. Again, Joker, played by Joaquin Phoenix. None of these things are insignificant, but the catalyst for the revolution, which was telegraphed in that movie with the Joker movie, where everyone put on the Joker masks, which referenced the medical masks that you're wearing, because they've made clowns out of all of you. But the catalyst for the reset was what? The bat soup. By the way, bats are also the culprit for Ebola. But anyway, it's the bat that kicked off the revolution. And there are so many examples of coronavirus predictive programming in these movies. And there's one scene in particular where Batman is hanging out with this character without a mask who says, "I don't need a mask, I'm not afraid." And Batman says, "The mask is not for you, it's to protect those you love." And then he throws a grenade that looks like a COVID, a spiked ball. And it explodes, leaving this cloud of smoke everywhere. So we haven't seen that yet, the nuke or whatever. But we've seen, well, maybe we have. Last August, we had a series of mushroom clouds covering the so-called globe from basically August, 4th to the 13th, starting with these bombings in Beirut, all coinciding with the anniversary of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. So back to Lady Gaga with the post-reset movie references in her wardrobe and the dove. This is all telling us the same story. It's about the reset and what comes next. So next, let's go to the movie Wall-E. The movie Wall-E actually has the number 113 encoded into the name, and that's admitted that the Wall-E is basically another one of these Pixars that uses all the same symbolism. But the thing about this movie is it takes place after man has destroyed the world. It's covered in junk, And not only is it covered in junk, but it's surrounded by space junk. It's uninhabitable. So mankind gets into a big spaceship. In other words, an ark. And in the ark, they get fat and lazy and they orbit around the Earth, waiting until they get the message that it's okay to go back and repopulate. So they send a little robot down to the Earth, and the robot happens to look like a dove. Not a coincidence. And this robot is searching for any signs of life, and she finds a branch. And just like the dove with the branch that goes to meet Noah, the dove with the branch on Lady Gaga's chest, it takes it back up to the captain of the ship of the Ark, who then decides to go back to the Earth. And by the way, the captain of the ship has to declare this thing called Directive 113, which is 311 in reverse. And it's all about how the Earth needs to be abandoned. And the person giving, the president giving the Directive 113, puts on a gas mask. So you even have a COVID reference to the reset and the shutting down, the abandoning of everything. In other words, shutting down society to save the planet. Now, in the movie, they literally leave the planet. But at the end, when they come back, they decide to abandon their technology and their lazy lifestyles and their TVs, their recliners, their fast food, and they decide to become farmers. So at the end of Wall-E, you have a communist revolution. And again, this is all part of the same type of programming where we have a new priesthood that can tell us how to prevent the next flood, how to prevent a dystopia, how to stop the wicked from destroying everything. And one of the subtext of this movie was just about how bad humans are. Like, the robot becomes a very sympathetic character, and the humans are absolute pigs. And they're exploitative. They have a robot underclass that allows them to be lazy, that allows them to stop moving around on their own energy. So they just basically get fat, their muscles atrophy, and their bones get soft. So we're just blobs in space, staring at screens with robots attending to our every need. In other words, we've become wicked. And this is the message with Noah as well. The people had become wicked, and the flood came so they could be saved. Same thing here. They see the error of their ways. And again, this is for children. There are other aspects to the film that are certainly not for children. Deeper levels of the symbolism having to do with, I would say, the esoteric aspects of the religion that it's actually indoctrinating us into. Okay, going through some comments. Lee and Dion says, wildfires going on worldwide at the moment, as predicted on The Economist. Oh, sure. I mean, The Economist is 100% in tune with this metascript. If you want to know the future, watch Netflix and look at The Economist covers. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, the fire extinguisher. Someone brought up the fire extinguisher scene. Yes. Yes, that's the scene I'm talking about. That's probably not for children. I'll bring a picture up on the screen for you. So Wall-E's out in space with the fire extinguisher, and it's about a movie. The movie's about the world having been abandoned, and now you have to repopulate it. It has to be colonized again. And another thing about the robot that symbolizes the dove is that she's, well, you'll see. She's kind of like in love with Wall-E. So there's this part where they're floating around in space. So outer space, if you go into the symbolism of the rocket being the earth god and the obelisk being the symbol of the god having been replaced by the rocket, the goddess is the night sky. ISS, ISIS. No coincidences here. And you have this scene where Wall-E is in space with a fire extinguisher, spraying it all over the robot Eve. And it's a very bizarre scene. I mean, if you are a Freudian, and by the way, the CEO of Netflix is related to Bernays, Edward Bernays, who's related to Sigmund Freud. But if you were a Freudian, you would immediately come to certain conclusions. But I'm saying beyond the obvious, there's an esoteric aspect to it. And I think we're looking at Mystery Babylon, fertility rites, right there in your face. But again, it wouldn't make sense without the full context of knowing that we're looking at a movie showing, one, the flood myth, but two, a new creation, like the creation myth, the repopulation of the world. And here you have this reenactment of the world about to be colonized again, with the robot spraying his fire extinguisher over his female companion. And then, of course, she carries within her the little green plant, symbol of new life. And that's ultimately what it's about. It's about new life, but new life after the reset. New life without the wickedness. And if you care to watch that scene and you watch the ecstatic way he behaves once he figures out how to use his fire extinguisher, it's pretty clear what you're seeing. Polecat78 says, why does Space Jam 2, a basketball movie for kids, have the droogs from Stanley Kubrick's 1971 film A Clockwork Orange cheering courtside? I haven't seen that. Actually, I saw part of it. I was listening to it, but I didn't notice that. And it's a valid question. Because A Clockwork Orange, I remember when I first saw it, I was in film studies class, and we were watching all these Kubrick films, and the teacher loved the movie Clockwork Orange and thought it was fantastic. And I was just kind of somewhat disturbed because it's a movie about a group of individuals beating people up, gang raping, just the worst things you could imagine. But the movie does have, as you would expect, the usual levels of symbolism, as all their movies do. The Space Jam movie also has a lot to do with this merging into the metaverse. It's another aspect of it. Let's go ahead and move on to another topic. Tonight, and I feel somewhat vindicated, tonight George News has officially admitted that they're QAnon. This is a message from Anonymous, also known as The Collective, and now known as George. Anonymous Q. This is the group that started the Q drops, and for some time some people thought I was exaggerating, and then I started providing evidence. And here's a few quotes. There are no drops at the moment. That's a quote. Another one here. We were responsible for leaking the Integrity Initiative project. Why did Google terminate our channel in 2018? George News also says 35 and 45, yes. That's all code. You may not know. 35 is a code for JFK. And what he's saying in many of these drops, they're no longer, quote, Q drops, but more or less, is that JFK Jr. was standing up against the secret societies, and that the war on the deep state is real, and JFK Jr. is going to resurface very soon with his magazine, George. And that, moreover, he is QAnon. So, it sounds crazy. It is insane. But this is what is at the bottom of the QAnon rabbit hole. JFK is right front and center here. Which makes me think the whole thing is an elaborate alternate reality game, probably written decades in advance. Not quite sure where it ends up, but it's not over yet. And in this live stream tonight, this individual behind this thing admitted that yes, they are one and the same, and that there are no drops at the moment. And my own research has revealed, and if you care to look, you can find it, this person is a personal acquaintance of the Trump family and actually received a key to the White House. There's quite a few things in there that substantiate this. It's already being looked into. It'll come out sooner or later. Oh, and in case any of you are holding out hopes that Keanu Reeves was the one, have a collection of pictures here. He's making all the same symbols as everyone else. I don't know if he's into pizza or hot dogs, but definitely throwing all the usual satanic hand signs. Here's a nice picture. Laurene Powell Jobs, owner of The Atlantic magazine, hanging out with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, the Forrest Gump of sex traffickers. Like, is there anybody in the world she hasn't been photographed with? You know, she was photographed with Elon Musk, and he claims that it was a photo bombing that he didn't know. Restless Bear says Ghislaine. Right, all of their names tell you a different story. By the way, she started this thing called Terra Mar, the Terra Mar Project. Like, apparently they have some kind of nation out in the high seas, uncharted waters, which is probably where all of this, quote, human trafficking goes on, if it's real, but it fits with the story. Atlantic is pure commie trash, says one commenter. No disagreement there. I played the clip earlier where Bill Gates was explaining to Anderson Cooper his relationship to Epstein. And it was because of Epstein that he was divorced. You know, Kevin Kline wanted nothing to do with him after he found out that he was over there at Epstein Island. Bill Gates claims that there were other people there, so it's not that big of a deal. But now, I meant to say Melinda Gates, but let me go ahead and show you this. This is a real interesting set of, I don't know. I think this might actually be true, what I'm about to explain here. So Bill Gates has a girlfriend named Ann Winblad. Okay, so he hangs out with Ann Winblad once per year. Nothing fishy there, but once per year, Melinda let Bill have a little getaway with an ex-girlfriend. And supposedly they just went skiing or something. So nothing strange about this. It's a little questionable, I guess, but it's their business. So I looked into this a little bit because here's where it gets weird. So if you're looking at the screen, you're looking at Bill Gates' ex-girlfriend, Winblad. But now, this is where it gets kind of, well, it kind of substantiates the idea that Melinda Gates isn't Melinda Gates anymore. Like, maybe she was Melinda Gates, but it seems like she's been replaced by Kevin Kline. That's been the theory. So it turns out that Bill Gates' ex-girlfriend that he hangs out with, Ann Winblad, is married to Kevin Kline's brother. So there you have it. Again, here's the connection. Bill Gates' girlfriend is married to Kevin Kline's brother. And strangely enough, since for the last 5 or 6 years, Melinda Gates has really taken on a really striking resemblance to Kevin Kline. And let me go ahead and show you 2 pictures back to back to kind of underscore this. Because my thinking here is that possibly both, but definitely Melinda, is not the same person. So if you're looking at the screen, you see Bill, Ann, and Melinda just a few years ago. Now here's the same 3, but Melinda no longer looks the same. Melinda looks like Kevin. Now I don't want to spend too much time on this. I know it's absurd. But there was this meme that was spreading around for like all of 2020 comparing Melinda to Kevin, and it kind of died down for a little while, but then it turns out that there's a definite connection between Bill Gates and Kevin Kline. Now, one more thing about Kevin Kline. He was in a movie called Dave. The movie Dave is about an actor who's hired to play the role of the president. So if you haven't seen Dave, I think it's very relevant for some reason. I guess it's because right now, like, we really don't know who is playing the president. So Dave, the film, 1993 American political comedy, Kevin Kline and Sigourney Weaver. So it's about a guy named Dave Kovic, which is, someone pointed out to me, has an anagram with COVID in there. Not that that means anything, but basically this. He's a body double. He impersonates the president. The president suffers a stroke. And so this guy steps in and ends up having to replace the president. Again, it's called Dave. Restless Bear says, what are the odds? Yeah, I'm saying that it's an explanation. So we probably are correct about it. And that might even explain why they had a public divorce. It's like, hey, this is getting a little too open. And did you all hear the theory that Bill and Melinda died? Like, didn't they die in like 2013 or something? There was this story. Yeah, here we go. 2013. Now, it was fact-checked. But it says here, Microsoft co-founder turned philanthropist Bill Gates claimed he and his soon-to-be ex-wife Melinda died in 2013. And I've seen the reports. Could be a hoax. Let's move on. I refuse to take this guy seriously as some kind of a villain. I really don't think that there's any chance he's going to blot out the sun or any of the things that people think that he's going to do. I think it's mostly a character to help substantiate this idea that we're looking at a potential global genocide by the technocrats. Now, they don't like you, that's for sure. They want to replace you with robots, but I think that they don't really need to inject anything to accomplish their goals. Just the existence of this choice is all that it took to cause all the division that they needed. I don't have any sort of expectations of people dropping dead. I don't think vaccines make people magnetic. I'm not a vaxophobe, but I do support vaxophobes. They want to speak out on the topic. But anyway, listen to Bill Gates again defending his relationship with Epstein.
Can you explain your relationship with Epstein? Did you have any concerns? Was there ever any concerns you had about it?
Oh, certainly. I had several dinners with him, hoping that what he said about getting billions of philanthropy for global health through contacts that he had might emerge. When it looked like that wasn't a real thing, that relationship ended. But it was a huge mistake. Now,
again, he exonerates himself. Typical psychopath. He says everybody else was doing it.
To spend time with him, to give him the credibility of, being there. There were lots of others in that same situation, but
Yep, there were lots of others. If you missed this earlier, Donald Trump's Trump cards have been released, and the main card has a phoenix on it. Red background, gold phoenix. Just pointing that out because there's no coincidences. Like, look at this. Loki variants. How many of you are watching the TV show Loki? I haven't seen it yet, but it came out before variants were a big thing, and variants figure very strongly into the story. They're always putting memes out there in advance. Let's see, Restless Bear says he had no idea. Right, he got on the Lolita Express, I take it. But for all the talk about Epstein, I think there needs to be more focus on Richard Branson. Richard Branson is said to be the Epstein for the royalties. So all the royal families, anybody who's higher up than these mere celebrities, they go through Branson. And he's got an island there, somewhere between Epstein Island and probably wherever SpongeBob has his island. Okay, so that was the daughter, by the way. The girl that was being kidnapped by the president or held hostage. No, that was actually the daughter of the late Capitol Police officer. Very young crisis actress, because nobody died, nobody cried on that day. It's such a flimsy story, and it's great to see even mainstream characters calling it out as just terrible crisis acting. Did you know that Laura Ingraham was doing this piece where, sort of like what we used to do? A couple years ago, we started something, we called it the Golden Hoggy Awards, named after, of course, David Hogg. And it was a way to give awards to the best crisis actors. Well, Laura Ingraham was giving out awards to the best actors of 1/6. And I'm pretty sure they stole this from us. But let me go ahead and play this.
I want you to get to the bottom of that.
We have more on him in a moment, but it's not about politics at all. And for best performance in an action role, the winner is Michael Fanone.
Too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This is the one I said. This guy thinks he's Jack Nicholson, but they're giving out actual trophies to crisis actors. I've never seen them stoop this low, which is great. Yeah, they stole our our Golden Hoggy Awards. I mean, it's low when they do it because they think these people actually died. When we do it, it's just good satire and parody because we know it's a hoax. We know that the moral high ground is ours. We're not the ones lying to the country. I mean, the whole thing was not a riot. It was a stage production. It was a CNN production with a bunch of government actors. It wasn't the least bit believable. And there's a video out there, Everything Wrong with the Capitol Hill shooting in 21 minutes, that tells the whole story. And not only that, Ashley Babbitt is not dead. For all these attempts to make her into a martyr, there's nobody there. It's just a fake character. And coincidentally, she was cremated 2 days later. Like, come on, 2 days? That's too quick. It doesn't take... I mean, we're talking about an autopsy, right? You have to do an autopsy to determine the cause of death. I mean, 2 days seems a little fast. Like, I understand maybe they could rush it and it wouldn't take 2 days to get her to the coroner, but to go from there to cremation in 2 days? And someone suggested that might be sort of hinted at in her name, Ashley, as much as these names are often indicative of the characters' roles. But her mom's out there with someone else saying that she wanted to do this, she died as a martyr. I don't think so. Now check this out. Michael Fanone, Crisis Actor Award winner, listen to what he said to the GOP members of Congress. Quote, "You guys don't seem to have a problem when we're kicking the S out of black people. But when we're kicking the S out of white people, uh-oh, that's an issue." This is how you know he's an actor. He's a caricature, playing the role of a racist cop, pointing out the irony of the situation here. So phony. You could tell this was authored and written by Democrats. That's why I say this whole thing was a CNN production. Nobody talks like this. It's called The Aftermath, Why Officer Mike Fanone Won't Forget 1/6. This morning we did a closer examination of his ears, and it does look like the guy's wearing a mask. I mean, we know it's fake and all that. That's a given, but there are indications that that's not even a real face. He's got like an extra set of earlobes. But I'm not going to get too far into that right now. I did want to point this out again. Salon.com did a piece where they noticed that the story of the martyrdom of Ashley Babbitt mirrors a 1963 episode of The Twilight Zone called He's Alive. So, another example of a character drawn from fiction. Ashley Babbitt. I mean, all of them. I have a couple more links I want to share here. I missed this one last month. I wasn't following the Kyle Rittenhouse trial all that closely, but they're trying to bring up the fact that he shot a sex offender as something of a defense, which he couldn't have known. Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney wants to argue that one of the men killed was a sex offender who tried to steal his gun, which, according to the story, that would be true. I've often said that Joseph Rosenbaum died doing what he loved best, chasing a minor. But according to the story, he grabbed the barrel. And this is before he went and shot Gage Grosskreutz and then Huber. Anthony Huber. Now, you know, the thing about Anthony Huber is he was friends with Jacob Blake, the individual who was shot 7 times by the police, which kicked off the Kenosha riots in the first place. I mean, what are the odds? There's a few interesting side stories here, like about how Lynn Wood kind of left Kyle in jail to raise more money, and nobody knows where this money went. A lot of money was raised off of Kyle Rittenhouse, and it just kind of disappeared. Another story here, I want to bring this up. If you may remember, and I know TMZ covered this, that Kyle was at a bar, and in the bar he was making hand signs, like the AOK hand sign. Kyle Rittenhouse flaunts his freedom, TMZ Live. He had a shirt that said free as F. Kyle Rittenhouse flaunts his freedom.
Shooting. 2 people, right. He had a busy weekend. Was out at a bar. Yes, he's 18. There's a reason. It's fine for him to be there because he's with his parents, but it's more about what he's wearing while he was in the bar. A t-shirt that says free as blank, a 4-letter word.
You know, the interesting thing about this, he has a lot of supporters, Charles.
He does. I remember he got how much?
Now, okay, people remarked about the hand sign, and I remember thinking, okay, they're just taking it too far. Well, more information kind of came out that he was posing with Proud Boys, and they serenaded him with a song called Proud of Your Boy. This is something of, you could say, an initiation. So he was initiated into the Proud Boys. What? And the song Proud of Your Boy is from Aladdin. Here's a short clip. Now, the Proud Boys, you should know, are led by feds. Proud Boys leader was a prolific informer for law enforcement, a federal and local law enforcement informant. Proud Boy leader, government informant. FBI enlists Proud Boy leader. So, just another connection between intelligence agencies, between the feds, Kyle Rittenhouse, and that entire production. Afterward, if you remember, Trump went to Kenosha September 1st of last year and gave them $42 million. Nothing to see there. Oh, that reminds me. Let me go ahead and go back to a previous topic for a couple of minutes. We were talking about the arcs. You know, the arcs to save us from the flood, from global warming, or whatever. Well, earlier this year, there was the eruption at St. Vincent volcano. And I took note of this because I think it was the 42nd anniversary of the previous time that it had erupted. Yeah, the previous time. It says here, first time in 42 years, this eruption on St. Vincent, which was on Friday. I believe it was April the 9th. So with this story, it kind of brought up the story that I brought up about the arcs. Like this was one of these situations where you have this volcano on an island erupting, and the people on the island are trying to get to the ships to escape. Well, at the same time, you have the pandemic going on. And so people are told, well, you can't get onto the ships unless you're vaccinated. So here you have a situation where the people who are vaccinated, who have been saved, are going to get onto the ships and they're going to escape. The people who were unvaccinated are going to get the lake of fire, the lava. Here's an article from April 12th. The people on the Caribbean island where a volcano went off are being evacuated on cruise ships, but not without a COVID-19 vaccine. So what a perfect dilemma that they've created. What a perfect situation, a perfect hypothetical to overcome any vax hesitancy. Like you might as well get saved, because if there is some type of a calamity, like a volcano or global warming or a flood, you know you're not going to get on any of those rockets to Mars or to the space stations without your Vax Pass. I mean, what a sales pitch. What a sales pitch for the Vax Pass. And this is what religions have been doing forever. If you get saved, you go to heaven. If you don't get saved, you go to hell. So the vaccine is truly salvation. They've repackaged and resold it. Commenter says, one article mentioned that they're criminalizing criticism of Fauci. Well, at first, Dr. Fauci said that if you criticize me, you criticize science. You're actually speaking against science. Dr. Fauci said, attacks on me, quite frankly, are attacks on science. Imagine that. You're critical of that guy, and now you're actually attacking the institution of science itself, the scientific method, all of it. Anybody who's ever been a scientist should be offended because you're blaspheming. Well, now, criticizing scientists might actually become a hate crime. And why not? I mean, aren't they our priests of the day? You know, why wouldn't we apply the same standards? Like, if you're going to criticize a scientist, well, maybe you're an extremist, anti-vaxxer, and a murderer because you put people at risk when you breathe in public. I've actually seen that phrase being thrown around, that anti-vaxxers are murderers. But no, they do want to extend federal protections against hate crimes to scientists. You know, truthfully though, I mean, it should be a hate crime to discriminate or to in any way attack the anti-vaxxer for being an anti-vaxxer, to be prejudiced against them, the unjected. There was actually a dating app called Unjected that was pulled from the Apple Store. They're discriminating. They don't want you to have your separate opinions, and they don't want you to have kids and children. They don't want you to carry this on to the next generation. So they're actually trying to get into selective breeding, if you think about it. If the governments are taking control through the corporations that they control of the dating apps to control who meets who, I mean, how arbitrary is that? Oh, we can't have uninjected dating uninjected. Well, why not have other rules put into place? Why not just make it about political affiliation? How about Republicans can't join dating apps? Lean Dion says the Russian Orthodox Church comments on the vax. Yes, I believe they said that you go to hell without your vax. Like, actually, your vaccine pass is your pass to get into heaven. St. Peter's there at the gates. He's going to look at the list of the vaxxed and the unvaxxed and send you down into the lake of lava if you didn't have faith or if you blasphemed against Fauci. Tommy Jones says, where would we be without IPS bad-mouthing religion? They don't shoot people with poisons to be saved the last time I looked. Maybe you don't know the history of religions or the pederasty that they brought into our modern age, or their superstitions, their mind control, their guilt control, their false worldview. Maybe you haven't looked into religious persecutions, the enforced ignorance, the murders of the people who translated the Bible into the Vulgate because they didn't want the priesthood to be able to completely weaponize ignorance as they had. I mean, there's nothing positive about the history of religion. You're saying bad-mouthing religion? Yeah, I will badmouth fascism and mind control all day long. Bad-mouthing religion. The mass media is the religion of the day. The globe is the God construct. COVID is the devil that the atheists will believe in. I'm sure you badmouth all of these things. And the injection is just the newest iteration of the communion wafer. Religions are there for divide and conquer. The vaccine is the ultimate divide and conquer tool because it segregates society among the saved and unsaved depending on your relationship to establishment science and media. So if you're on the side of religion, you might as well be on the side of big media and big vax. It's the same program. But if you want to defend religion, you can call in 833-311-1984. George Carlin says, bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out. Tommy Jones says, history can be altered. Right. Right. Well, what about recent history? What about, like, in the last 50 years? We can look at atrocities committed by religions or with the authority of religion. We can look at the hatred and division promulgated by religions, including sexism, racism, every form of bigotry, and all the phobias. All these things that have their origins in these ancient forms of regimenting minds. Now, I'm pro-religion in the sense of, I'm pro-choice. So if you want to join a religion, by all means, watch CNN every day for the rest of your life. Or, go to this church or that. I could care less. My issue is when they try to impose their religion on other people, whether it's through murder, coercion, or whatnot. And today, the religion is being imposed through peer pressure for the most part. The holy water of the day is your hand sanitizer. The concept of sin that could no longer be used to regulate the non-believers in any of these ancient gods has been replaced by the virus. So you can have all these sinful, wicked people by the old standards going to the nightclubs, drinking, having a lot of different partners or whatever. And you could say, you're going to go to hell for that. And they'll say, I don't believe in hell. That's superstition. Enter Dr. Fauci. You're going to catch a pandemic. You're going to spread a pandemic. Put on this garb, socially distance, stop going to bars, change your behaviors, and spend more time reading the Bible of the day, which is MSM. And people did it. Lockstep, overnight, puritanical revision of a wicked society. And they converted us into this new religion. They pulled it off flawlessly. And I'm not just picking on the Christian religions. I think that all of the religions were started by the same evil demigod. So, not picking on Christianity. I would say that Christianity, Islam, Judaism, heliocentrism are all part of the same cult, or they're all the same things. It's like a hydra. I would even throw Freemasonry into the group. If you want to have a list of all the Judeo-Christian religions, you have the big four, whatever, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and heliocentrism, and then throw in Freemasonry. Because I think it's all sun worship, including heliocentrism. They don't know that they're worshiping the sun, but they are. Tommy Jones says, bad analogies don't make good philosophy. Oh, these are these are perfect comparisons. I'm suggesting that it's the exact same thing. This is not a coincidence that Noah, as I've been saying, has the same exact template as the Noah from the Bible. But I'm not here to debate necessarily. I'm just pointing out the facts as they've been presented and as they are presented. And it does happen to be a fact that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration uses the symbol of the dove, and they're warning us about the flood for our wickedness. And yes, it is indeed perfectly templated on an older, archaic religious system. And I say it worked flawlessly. Like, there are so many atheists out there who are devoutly religious. You'll never get them to touch holy water, but they'll put on the hand sanitizer. They would never consider a religious garment, but they'll put on the face mask. And if you look at the way they treat the people who don't put on their face masks or who don't go along with the program, it's all about shame, ostracism. It truly is a salvation template. And if you're not going to be saved by the blood of Bill Gates, the best they can do is guilt trip you and blame you for things that go bad in the world. They'll blame you if we're continued, if this devil continues to ravage the world. In fact, it's the unvaxxed that have allowed the new variant. Anyway, I'm totally open to conversations about religion for sure, because I think that that is the main topic of the day. I think that the Bible has been replaced, all of the holy books have been replaced by the monolith, the TV screen, and the curated version of reality, which is the New Testament. And it's a work in progress. They have to finish getting rid of the heretics, the blasphemers. They have to get rid of the Apocrypha. And they're doing pretty good. And right now, the infidels, the conspiracy theorists, are the only obstacle between total world salvation. That's why I call it the cult of the monolith, because it's all about this monolithic worldview. And until everybody's saved, the world isn't saved. You know, the world has to be saved before we can have this perfect utopia. They're trying to eliminate sin. You know, we're living through a holy war right now. All right, thanks everyone for joining. This is COVID-1984 by Chief Crow. We will be more than likely live tomorrow afternoon to parse through the news and everything that's developing. It's going to be a very interesting week. There's a new moon on 8/8, which is Lionsgate, which might mean something. Generally, these occult rituals happen around dates that correlate to that star, Sirius, and the sun, and their interplay above. I mean, everything about this cult is based on the celestial realm and the personification of the lights above. There's nothing really new under the sun. The new world order is the old world order, and this reset we're going through is basically taking everything that was old and rebranding it. So the arcs of the space age are just like the arcs from the past myths. It's all about taking those that are chosen by the priesthood that aren't deemed wicked. And if you're uninjected or unmasked, you're pretty much one of the wicked, and you're going to be excluded from the rapture. You won't be let into the domed Chazistans when they start opening those things up. All right, this is COVID-1984. Have a great night.
Shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. What? Yeah. Truth. It's death to the ball. It's death to the ball. It's death to the ball. We're seeking death to the ball. Death to the ball. We are seeking. You're gonna lose it all. Babylon is going to fall.
All right, everyone, thank you for joining. This is the 6th of August, 2021. I'm actually looking at some footage right now. Earth from orbit, wildfire smoke blanketing the U.S. And I like how they use the word footage, because everything I see looks like a computer interpretation of information that they get. You know, that's where I think the distortion happens, where people mistake the image for the thing itself, the map for the territory, where people become visual literalists, rather. So it's like you have Bible fundamentalists. If it's written in here, it's true. Well, now you have these TV fundamentalists. And if they see it, well, it's true. I'm not saying this isn't so, but the source is questionable. And I'm suggesting that with everything that we get from the monolithic media, it's entirely possible for them to bend reality as they bend the news. This is NOAA satellites collecting aerosol optical depth data. Now, it doesn't mean that this isn't real. I'm just suggesting this could be done by means other than, well, space. Satellites in space. Do we have to include outer space in the picture? And I would say, no, that's the big lie there. But that's the distortion that they need. They need you to believe that they have an elevated priesthood that has a perspective that you don't have. So they have a direct pipeline to God. Otherwise, you wouldn't need them. The reason why you need a priesthood is to reach the higher powers, to have access to the higher authorities. But these priests are intermediaries, and in today's world, we have, of course, NOAA and NASA to tell us what the state of the world is from the perspective of the God of this new paradigm, which is in fact the globe, and our relationship to it determines whether or not it destroys us or not. I have a lot of things to go over. If you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Open phones, open topics. Now let me play this. This is great. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene suggesting, and I called this. Do you remember I said that I'm not an anti-vaxxer because I think it's a controlled opposition movement? That I think that they're setting up a needle versus vax, left versus right, very obvious, staged dialectic to play off of, that this dynamic is entirely inorganic and fake. Well, look, this kind of reaffirms what I've been saying, that ultimately we're going to be seeing a contest between the needles and the guns. Because you have the party of the needle, the forced injection, and the party of self-defense, the party that doesn't believe you need a government-injected immune system. So the anti-vax pro-Second Amendment position that I've been talking about is being tapped into now. Take a listen to this.
Lucky people here in Alabama might get a knock on your door because I hear Alabama might be one of the most unvaccinated states in the nation. Well, Joe Biden wants to come talk to you guys. He's going to be sending one of his police state friends to your front door to knock on the door, take down your name, your address, your family members' names, your phone numbers, your cell phone numbers, probably ask for your social security number.
Now this is, again, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and this congresswoman is giving a speech in Alabama suggesting that, well, they could use their Second Amendment to keep the door-to-door, what are you going to call them? The vaccination patrol. They're not contact tracing. They're kind of, I don't know if it's a census. I don't think they're actually going to go around with needles, literally. But anyway, take a listen.
And whether you've taken the vaccine or not. Yeah, well, what they don't know is in the South, we all love our Second Amendment rights. And we're not real big on strangers showing up on our front door, are we? They might not like the welcome they get.
All right, there we go. More accelerant on the fire between Greene and General Flynn. They have all but set the stage for some major league psyop to be blamed on the political right. Frank Murr says, like, they don't already have all those numbers. Yeah, exactly. Zuckerberg already gave all your info out. Look at this. I brought this up yesterday, how Valerie Jarrett had said, "Happy birthday, Obama. Happy 60th. If you have any money, give him $6 or $60. And how it just seemed like, are they just kind of shouting out the Antichrist? Well, look at this. Happy birthday, President Obama. Join us in celebrating Barry's 60th birthday by chipping in or telling us how you've given back to your community. Help us make his 60th the most special by donating $6, $60, or $600 to help bring the Obama Presidential Center to life," or whatever. But anyway, what is with this 666? Why is it so blatant? I don't have an answer for this. But again, these are not coincidences. This is the language of the elite, and it's kind of a subtext to our existence, and you can choose to ignore it if you want to. Oh, by the way, heads up, somebody had said that the CEO of Pfizer was not vaccinated. He's been vaccinated since at least March the 10th. There was some kind of fake news going around about that. I just wanted to set it straight. I think that there's a lot of fake news being put out there for the purpose of throwing conspiracy theorists off so they throw away what credibility they should have, just given the facts. So sticking to the facts should be enough. By the way, the agenda to cancel Joe Rogan continues. So he went onto a show and he said that the vaccines are causing mutations, and the scientists who know about this aren't talking about it because they don't want to get canceled. So now you have a lot of calls to have Joe Rogan silenced because of the size of his platform and the information or the opinions that he's espousing here. So anyway, this is just a little further down the line. And my theory on this thing is that Rogan is more or less complicit. I think that he might actually be taking a fall, perhaps intentionally. We'll see. Because he keeps putting his foot in his mouth with these vaccines. Remember a few months ago he said that if you're a teenager, you're young, you shouldn't get one. I mean, that kind of stuff. And this entire conversation, this debate, this left versus right, needle versus gun, vax versus anti-vax, it's just rife with crisis actors on both sides. You have crisis shakers getting paid to hype up anti-vax stuff, just like you have Hollywood celebrities with their pro-vax messages. And then you have characters like this, David Parker, 56, anti-vax club boss, 56, dies after mocking people for getting, quote, experimental vaccine. I don't think the guy's dead. I think that his position is ludicrous, and they're putting all these characters up there for the other side to laugh at and ridicule and say, see, told you so. Our God has judged them. John McAfee says, Fedbook knows more about you and your kids than you do. Fedbook could catch every predator out there, but instead they facilitate the grooming of our children. Yeah, I would say so. In fact, if he's out there, there's a moderator, a former moderator for Facebook who used to work there, and he said as much too. You know, he recognized that, yeah, there's definitely a blind eye being turned to real things, real bad things, and that there is that power, but it's obviously being used selectively. Lickety Split says classic ridicule propaganda. Yeah, absolutely. Ridicule and shame, their main weapons, because they can't use logic and reason for obvious reasons. Sergeant Peterson says, I love this timeline. Same here. I don't have a problem with it. Conspiracy theorists claim that Pfizer's CEO hasn't been vaccinated. This is from Daily Dot. They're debunking this conspiracy theory that's obviously, again, low-hanging fruit meant to trip people up. But again, I find this fascinating that Marjorie Taylor Greene, getting back to this really quick, talking about welcoming the police state with guns, answering your door with a rifle. Between her rhetoric and Flynn waving around a rifle, talking about taking someone out in D.C., and then you have Alex Jones talking about taking out Biden by any means necessary, one way or the other. I have to conclude that if they're not being arrested for making incendiary statements like this, then they're probably agitators, as in feds, and they're probably trying to bait the less stable among the QAnoners into taking action. Now, here's a great one. MyPillow, Mike Lindell, MyPillow CEO, he had this interesting response. I'm just going to play this. This is great. He has a CNN. He has a CNN reporter saying, "Is it possible that you've been misled? That you've been, possibly conned?" And one of the things that you have here is the media pretending like they actually care about this guy. So the whole premise of it is, do you think you might be the victim of a scam? So anyway, look at Mike Lindell's response, because he knows that the guy has no interest in his well-being. And so it's just the most trolly response I've heard in a long time.
Possibly be the victim of a scam here.
Well, then why don't you come to the symposium and make $5 million? Are you worried about me? We should give a hug. You're worried about Mike? Oh, God bless you.
You could possibly be the victim of a scam here.
So if you need any more clarification, basically, the reporter's feigning concern, and Mike Lindell's response is to feign like he actually believes the guy's concerned.
Come to the symposium and make $5 million. Are you worried about me? We should give a hug. You're worried about Mike? Oh.
Anyway, I'm just keeping up with Mike Lindell, who's going to be conducting his cyber symposium starting on the 9th. So the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th, he's going to be exposing information that will supposedly change people's opinions about the election, but they're not going to flip it yet. That's going to happen in September, I believe. I think so, unless they push it back. Let me go through comments. Sergeant Peterson says Mike is right. He may be. The media can make anybody look crazy, and they can make anybody look brilliant, just depending on whether or not they like you. They have that kind of control. Farside says Lindell looks like a bizarro world version of Dr. Phil. Fascinating. Yeah, there's this great book. I haven't read it. It's just there's a stack of books like 7 feet high at the local Hobby Lobby store, and it's Mike Lindell's books, and nobody's buying it. But on one side, when you're looking at the book, you see this raggedy crackhead. His shirt's open. He looks like he's about to mug you in the parking lot. But it's one of those covers that the image changes when you change your angle towards it. So when you move forward, he's very clean cut. I think the book's called From Crackhead to CEO, How Mike Lindell Saved America or something. Lickety Split says his face is too animated. Well, I would say that he's telegenic. He's a performer. He does a lot of his own commercials. So let's go ahead and see what's going on with Mike Lindell. CNN Politics. Pillow magnate Mike Lindell's latest election conspiracy theory is his most bizarre yet. I don't think this one's even all that bizarre, but basically I think what he's saying now is that they were hacked by China. I think that's the new theory. But whatever it is, I'm not really too concerned about Mike Lindell's opinions here. I'm more interested in the 37 terabytes of data that supposedly shows election hacking. And he's going to be dropping this off at this cyber symposium in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We'll watch it online. I'll be following it very closely. 37 terabytes. Not sure what it means, but it's nothing to ignore. And a couple of other things that are relevant is that date, 8/11, is the date that the FCC and FEMA are going to be doing an emergency alert system test nationwide. Some among the QAnon camp have connected these two because according to the prophecy, if you're familiar with the QAnon narrative, the world is going to have to be told at the same time all at once through an emergency alert the status of the war on the deep state. And supposedly all of our phones, all of our devices will be hijacked so we can all get the signal at the same time. That's how it's supposed to work out. I'm not saying I believe it, but that's the story. Let me open up phones, 833-311-1984. And of course, when we're not live, you can leave voicemails. And we do play the voicemails live. Now let's see, 8/11, someone also remarked something about that date being the last day of the dog days of summer, which is all about the dog star, which may not mean very much to you, but the cryptopsy, the hidden rulers, the occult religion behind all of the mainstream religions, the main focus of the Freemasons is the dog star. And that star and its position is relevant to the dates of the biggest psyops of our lifetimes. I mean, 9/11. These dates are all aligned with this star, and it has to do with ancient calendars. And don't ask me why I'm not part of the Illuminati or whatever the cult is. I'm just saying these dates seem to matter. So there's quite a lot you could look into if you want to talk about the position of Sirius and how it might relate to all of this stuff. But let's go ahead and look at this next article here. I got a comment I had to respond to. Lloyd Miller says, Unabomber was not an environmentalist. He was anti-computer. Yes. So I looked into it because I think he's both. And I brought him up because allegedly the Unabomber is, let me see here, sort of an inspiration for Greta Thunberg. At least that's a claim. 20 years later, a look back at the Unabomber manifesto. So his manifesto, if you get into it, and I'm not going to read it here, but it basically is about an eco-terrorism campaign. It says here, given the covert and autonomous manner in which he perpetrated his eco-terrorism, Kaczynski was the ultimate embodiment of the lone wolf environmental extremist. So even though he was anti-computer, something of a Luddite, he was definitely an environmentalist. And his views aren't that extreme. In fact, they see it as they have the moral high ground to shut down the system that's going to destroy the world, to stop the greenhouse effect, ozone depletion. It's kind of a holy war. And if you get into environmentalists, rhetoric and their own ideas. You know, they're all very flippant about, well, there's too many people. Well, how do you solve that? And you notice the people with the bad ideas are always the last in line when it comes to actually implementing those ideas in their own lives. Mask up. Well, put on your mask. And it's literally with everything. The biggest polluters are the ones trying to save the planet from polluters. The ones who are in favor of lockdowns are driving around wearing their masks. It's like, look, do you need a government mandate to lock down? If you believe lockdowns are a good idea, you should already be home. You shouldn't even be leaving your house. Like, nobody's telling anyone to go out into the dangerous world where COVID's just lurking around every corner. You can just stay home. You have a pass. You can be a malingerer for the rest of your life. You could take advantage of the WHO's global case of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. You can be a crisis actor the rest of your life, like all these politicians and pundits. QAnon thinks cops' suicides after the Capitol riot are a cover-up. Guardrail, very subtle, worth examining. So this headline, when they say QAnon, obviously they just mean conspiracy theorists, or people who don't trust the news, or know the news is fake. They think the suicides are a cover-up. I don't think so. I don't think the suicides happened. I don't think that Ashley Babbitt is dead. And I think it's just very convenient that these non-existent characters don't have to speak or present themselves because there's too much scrutiny. You saw the ridicule that the ones who've already come out to speak about the event have received from Fox and others. You know, they've been given awards for crisis acting by Laura Ingraham. So obviously they don't want any more of these really bad actors from the Government Actors Guild, the GAG, to come out and further diminish the credibility and impact of this movement, of this event, this attempt to demonize the entire right as some kind of insurrectionary force. It's all fallacious. But Right Wing Watch is kind of alarmed that many people are suggesting that these things are a cover-up. And again, I'm suggesting that this is a fake conspiracy to say that they were killed to cover up the fact that it was. This is perfect, actually. This is a perfect example of a guardrail. So let me show you this. This is a conspiracy theory channel suggesting that the insurrection was a false flag, and that the officers were actually killed.
What's going on? Obviously, 1 is weird, 2 is very weird.
Yeah.
3, anything more than 3 is really statistically impossible. Something very weird is happening here. And I think that we can safely assume that these are not suicides. I mean, come on, we're not stupid. We've seen this time and time again. And also, Stu, what does...
Now, to assume they're not suicides, the implication here is clearly they were murdered. It's a cover-up. It's very sinister. And I'm suggesting, no, they're actors, and they have no further lines. They've done their part. Maybe they scrap their lines again because their faith in their actors has been shattered, as it should have been. I mean, this has been some of the worst performance art that I've seen in a very long time. Like, this is Sandy Hook level garbage.
Every major false flag event have in common? Suicides right after.
Right. And false flag is also a conspiracy theory. The false flag theory is that the event was real, but it was done by somebody else. So I'm not a false flagger. In my opinion, the false flag theory is the guardrail that keeps people thinking the event was real. It's to keep you from leaving the world stage. The rational position, the position of the auto hoaxer, would say that nobody died. We don't have any evidence of this. So there's no reason to assume that these cops were killed. That's an absurdity, to make that logical, to make that leap and just say they were killed as part of a cover-up. I mean, I can show you, and I will play it again, or I'll put a link anyway, to the everything wrong with the Capitol Hill shooting in 21 minutes or less. That video shows you that Ashley Babbitt wasn't killed. It's performance art. It's theater. It's a psyop. If that part was a psyop, the rest of it is. So then, yeah, you see something like this, some show like this that's supposedly exposing the truth. No, they just offer a guardrail to keep you from going too far away from the mainstream, and then they get pointed at by Vice as an example of, oh, this is what the other side thinks. But they never talk to the people who consider the thing to be fake.
Right? Suicides of the survivors, of any of the police officers, there always seems, and of course, the perpetrator, they always seem to commit suicide afterwards. And I'm not saying that all of these suicides were fake or arc-incited, but it's very peculiar, and I don't believe in coincidences.
Arc-incited is a reference to the Clintons. So if you believe the Clintons are behind murdering a lot of people, it fits neatly into that.
After a certain number of them, maybe something a lot more sinister is happening, that obviously Nancy Pelosi and the deep state, they scripted this was orchestrated, and the people that they can buy and pay out to act and cry on command and tell everybody how racist this event was, what an insurrection was, they get to live. But yet the ones that maybe have something more to share, maybe the ones that really know the full scoop of this and potentially were about to come forward with evidence that debunks this entire hoax, maybe they are the ones that were off.
Well, the point here is that I don't think they're dead. Maybe they are. I highly doubt it. It's not really necessary to have real deaths when you're talking about a movie. And when you bring it into the false flag area, you legitimize most of the rest of the narrative. So I refuse to do that. I refuse to believe that these cops are actually dead. If they were even real in the first place, I'm talking about the ones that we see on TV. You know, you have actors who play these roles, but no, I don't think it's a false flag. The non-death of Ashley Babbitt, that little performance art piece, that alone, again, would kind of lead, I would think, I think it would lead to the conclusion that nobody died at all during this event. It wouldn't fit. And it's just very lazy of them to just say, okay, they all died. I mean, that's just lazy writing, if anything. They couldn't have come up with a better script than 4 of the witnesses mysteriously just die. Oh, by the way, penguins are real. There's a group of people on the internet who think that toucans are fake, that monkeys are fake, that duck-billed platypuses are fake, that toucans are just parrots with plastic beaks, and that penguins don't exist, or they're animatronics. Well, I went to the zoo today and I verified that penguins are indeed real. I have a lot of video, which I'll be posting in Discord, and I'll work a few of these videos into the artwork for the channel, so you'll see some of the footage. They can swim underwater better than the pigeons can fly. Like, I'm watching these penguins, and they're just, it's actually quite remarkable. But no, there's nothing fake about them. Toucans, I can also vouch for those. Okay, next topic. This is de Blasio talking about communism.
Like to say very bluntly, our mission is to redistribute wealth. A lot of people bristle at that phrase. That is, in fact, the phrase we need to use. I like to say very bluntly, our mission is to redistribute wealth.
Again, you know, I called this last year. I said that obviously COVID is a communist virus, and that what we're seeing is a communist revolution when they're shutting down small businesses. And it's not really about communism. It's about using that form of thinking and political agitation to justify this redistribution of wealth. But all they're doing is they're taking away wealth itself and the ability to aggregate wealth unless you're one of them. 444 says, my second favorite YouTube channel, pandas are fake. Yeah, okay, so I've heard that pandas are fake. They're painted bears. I've heard that zebras are fake. They're painted horses. And I'm thinking, well, they sent everyone home during the lockdowns from the various zoos. And so I'm thinking, if that was true, you would show up at the zoo next time and all of your zebras would be horses and all of your pandas would be regular bears. Okay, so let me go ahead and put a link in the chat if anyone wants to watch the 21-minute video that shows everything wrong with the Capitol Hill shooting. By the way, Ashley Babbitt's family is filing a $10 million wrongful death suit against the Capitol Police. The attorney is saying that she was ambushed and was given no warning or verbal command, which is true. Now, she was wearing she was wrapped in a flag, and she had a lot of padding on her back, and she was up against the window, and the shot, if you look at the angle of it, even that's questionable. It looks like they used a squib, possibly beneath her chin. It was not a headshot. It was a squib shot. And if you don't know what squibs are, this is an important thing, and this is why we study these PSYOPs in depth and try to figure out how they do it, how they accomplish all of the various aspects of the event itself. So when Christchurch happened, there was part of the video where somebody is on the ground and the shooter walks up and shoots the person on the ground. Now, that's a very disturbing thing to watch, and a lot of people understandably turned away. And I did at first as well. I was repulsed by the Christchurch video. I watched it before dinner and I thought, this is sick. They're doing it for real now. But then I watched it again frame by frame, and over the next few days, having analyzed it, I realized how they did every aspect of it. And one of the things was, how did they kill the person on the ground? How did they make it look like this person was getting shot? Well, the problem is, and it happened with all of the individuals being shot, is that you would see a little gust, like a blast of wind blowing the fabric, the scarves up. And then the debris would often go in a direction other than the direction indicated by the direction of the barrel. So then I looked closer, and then I realized, okay, wait a minute, the person on the ground has some kind of a blood bag with fake blood beneath her arm. So what we have was some kind of device. It's called a squib. And the way it works is, it's a blood pouch that's remotely detonated on command. So when the fake shooter comes along and pulls his trigger and fires blanks, you have a perfectly timed response. And of course, the squib is on camera. It's one of the most realistic things that you could do for simulating actual gunshot wounds. And some of these are remote detonated, so the person on the ground, the person playing the victim, doesn't have to do anything. I have an example on the screen of an individual who's about to be squibbed, and then he plays dead. Super easy to do. I have to be careful even playing these videos because YouTube will take it down for violence, because it does look real. Now let's go ahead and go into everything wrong with the Capitol shooting in 21 minutes. I'm going to play about 30 seconds of it.
There's happening.
The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for a disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place. We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here on the flag.
I want to confess that I was paid.
You had paid actors, you had fake mace. There's quite a lot in this video. Again, it's 21 minutes. The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for disaster is overwhelming. So my only question would be, how many real people were involved in the scuffle in the Capitol inside? Or, like when you had the individuals walking in between the ropes, how many of them were real, or was it mostly actors? Like, what was the ratio? I mean, I know it was like 7 cameramen for every single insurrectionist. Frank Murr says, easily upgrade to Bluetooth squibs for the Capitol scenes. User Offline says, if Ashley needed CPR, her skin would have changed color. Jordan says, most Americans would hear de Blasio and not know what he meant. Oh, sure. Definitely. No doubt. I mean, this is actually not surprising at all that they can just come out and just say it. People agree with it. They want the universal basic income. If you offered and I hate to give them ideas, but if you said, if you get your monthly booster, you'll get a stimulus check, well, you'll have a well-vaccinated population, and that's probably what they're going to do. Linda Curtis says the cameramen are so brave in the middle of the fire. Yeah, exactly. So you have this B-grade comedy, bad performance art, CNN production. I'm sorry, you have an insurrection. And in the middle of the insurrection that's about to take down democracy, you have these cameramen staging around, getting great magazine quality shots. And then the insurrectionists are posing. 33-year-old Jake Angeli leading the charge with his spear. If I ran into the Capitol with a spear, with or without my Viking helmet on, they would shoot me. Jake was 33, and I remark on this often, but it just seems like there's way too many 33-year-olds just screwing things up for the rest of us. We're going to have to just quarantine them. And if we did, you would see a difference in the world. And if you look into this and just a cursory glance, you'll see what I mean. For example, Timothy McVeigh executed 6/11/2001 at the age of 33. Jake Angeli being 33 didn't surprise me at all. The guy in Australia with the freedom or the free speech shirt last week, the guy punched the horse. Yep, 33. Lickety says it's a great idea. Wish you hadn't said it. Oh, you mean the vax for stimulus checks? Right. It may be going that way. I'm just saying if they made it, I mean, there's a few different ways they could get people to go along with the program, if you ask me. One, you can, attach a financial incentive. And then two, just give the whole thing over to Apple. They'll find a way to market it to people. I mean, if you look at how people line up for these iPhones, and Apple's now going to go through all of your information on your phones to make sure you don't have bad stuff. So it's for your safety that they're going to police everything. But anyway, the Nightmare Surveillance Society of 1984 involved cameras everywhere. You had to duck around the corner if you didn't want to be seen. Well, they conditioned everyone to carry their own cameras. And not only that, but to put their thoughts into the device. So it doesn't read your thoughts, you tell it your thoughts, you confess. It may as well be a thought reading machine. Like if you're worried that Neuralink's going to somehow become a thing and then they're going to start reading your thoughts and we're moving into Minority Report, they're already there. They dissolved the boundaries that people should have. Commenter says, the definition of Babbitt, a narrow-minded and complacent member of the middle class. Yeah, she actually has a couple of different, I think, origins in literature and in the entertainment. So every one of these world stage characters, I believe, they're all just kind of composites. So Ashley Babbitt, for example, has been connected with the novel Babbitt. And what they symbolize are pretty much like middle class conservative types who are not really cool with the way that things are changing. And so the book by Sinclair Lewis could have been the inspiration for her character. She's literally wrapped in an American flag. She's a conservative and she's willing to fight and die for the cause. But then there's this other aspect to it. This is from Salon. Ashley Babbitt, 35-year-old QAnon supporter and Trump superfan who was killed in the Capitol, is more famous in death than she was in life. Reminiscent of the 1963 episode of The Twilight Zone, He's Alive, in which Hitler's ghost returns from the grave to teach a young Nazi how to manipulate crowds. And he explains that if you can exploit the death of an obscure follower, you can transform that person into a martyr. A Hitler's ghost says, quote, "This is an act of friendship by allowing him to serve the cause." So basically, Trump is Hitler, and Ashley Babbitt is the martyr. And she's going to be used to serve the cause. Kind of an interesting comparison there. That's Salon. Did you see the line of that one officer, Officer Fan One, who looks like he has plastic ears on? So he's on the cover of Time magazine, and he says something just so absurd. He says something like, and I don't want to misquote him, but it's just so ridiculous. He says it's a double standard. That there's a double standard that white cops are beating up blacks all the time, but now that it's reversed, suddenly people are mad about it. So he kind of admits or suggests that he himself is a racist cop. And he's trying to make this ironic statement about it. Again, terrible acting. But he came loaded with all kinds of quotes, with all kinds of statements that I think are all meant to kind of cement the idea that the other side is evil, that they're Nazis, and that this was a real insurrection. And I believe all of these crisis actors are being given medals of honor, probably congressional medals of honor, probably Purple Hearts. It's so strange, like after watching a year of the left in particular, just hating on the cops, defund the cops, now they want to make heroes and martyrs out of these. Now, listen to this. This is Governor Larry Hogan basically suggesting that conspiracy theorists are to blame for everything.
Look, I don't care what misinformation or conspiracy theories that you have heard. The plain and simple fact is that these vaccines are working. If you're still unsure about the vaccines, here is the important fact for you to consider. Nearly every single person hospitalized or dying with COVID-19 in Maryland right now is unvaccinated. Those of you who refuse to get vaccinated at this point are willfully and unnecessarily putting yourself and others at risk of hospitalization and death. You are the ones threatening the freedoms of all the rest of us.
Now, I want to point this out too. It is well understood, according to the science, that even the vaccinated are super spreaders. And I don't know why they don't get this. Just because you've been vaxxed doesn't mean you can't spread this. So you should be masked. So I don't understand why this individual isn't wearing a mask. Why is he even there? He should be remotely giving this talk. A few more seconds here.
The freedom not to wear masks, to keep our businesses open, and to get our kids back in school. And tragically, it may be only a matter of time until you do get COVID-19.
And you may get it too. This is hilariously just off, wrong, hypocritical, and it's cognitive dissonance inducing. Someone in the comments mentioned Robert Paulson. Is Ashley Babbitt the Robert Paulson of QAnon? Robert Paulson, former bodybuilder, wrestler, created the chest expansion program. Due to his excessive use of steroids, he got testicular cancer. He had them removed, and due to a hormonal imbalance, he developed large breasts. This is from Fight Club. And he dies. Spoiler, if you haven't seen it, I don't recommend it. I can't watch any of these movies. They're all just terrible by any standards. But anyway, Project Mayhem was this movement to... What exactly was the point of Fight Club? What exactly were they overthrowing? But anyway, they created a martyr out of this character when he died. During one of their events, there's an accident, he dies, and nobody has a name in their movement. You know, like Anonymous, QAnon. In this Project Mayhem, they were all anonymous. But in death, he was given a name. His name is Robert Paulson. So Ashley Babbitt may be a QAnon martyr, and that might actually work. Orwell was right, says Munchausen syndrome is rooted in the human condition. Neurolinguistic programming is here forever as well. Oh, yes. Well, this is the conversation, the big debate of the day is, do you have a sufficient immune system individually? Or do you need to be saved by establishment, science, media, the church of the day? Do you need a priest? Or can you be saved on your own by your direct connection to God? You know, this is all about salvation and your relationship to the state, and whether salvation happens as an individual or does it have to happen as a collective? Do you have to join the club, the church? Do you have to have that pinprick blood pact with the media and its pseudoscience? And the answer is yes, you do. Now, in the movie, let me see if I can find it, actually. There was one part in the movie, I think it was, the main character's name is Jack Sparrow, I believe. They never really bring up his name, but he has a spirit animal, and I believe it's a penguin. And there's one scene where he's sliding down a cave behind this giant penguin. Oh yes, this would be it. And again, I want to point out that penguins are real, again, to those who are in denial about some of these basic things. And I think a lot of the denial about some of these things is there to make legitimate criticism of the hoaxes seem kind of batty.
You're going to find your power animal.
Oh, it's his power animal.
Slide.
Now, this is interesting to note too. Look how bad the CGI is. Here you have this animated penguin, and by the standards of that day, this must have been mind-blowing. Wow, it's a talking penguin. But it looks like the penguins of Madagascar. It looks like a cartoon. The other day we were talking about special effects and how CGI ages very poorly. And how Douglas Trumbull, the special effects guru from Space Odyssey 2012, or is it 2010? Douglas Trumbull had spoken at length about how special effects with CGI look bad just a couple of years later, even if they're mind-blowing when you see them. And when you compare it to Kubrick's work 50 or 60 years ago, you know, you have like CGI that still looks good by today's standards. And he suggests it's because it's organic effects, actual props and models. So you're actually seeing something, and it's not entirely fake. So what he says here is, this is again Douglas Trumbull he's a special effects guru from 2001. Now this is rather incredible because again, it's almost like an insider, but the average reader wouldn't know they're being given some insider info here. He says, special effects have all gone digital. The effects may be mind-boggling. The problem is, give it 2 years and look back, it doesn't look as good. It doesn't age well. But I look at the things we've done with miniatures, and they have aged beautifully. They look as good today as they did then. They look credible today, even though they were made 50 years ago. I'm about what I call organic effects, miniatures. Again, this is one of the experts in the field, and I think this is a great point because if you look at the ISS footage where, for example, Mark Kelly in the space station, you can look at Mark Kelly, we'll just say 2005 or around there. There's one episode, I'm calling it an episode because this has just been really a 20-year reality TV show where Nickelback is at the base and they want to talk to the astronauts who are up there, and Mark Kelly's one of them. And this is back in, I want to get the exact date, 2010. And what you'll see here is the special effects in 2010 look nothing like 2021. When you look at the green screen, the way these guys are floating around, a lot of the effects are a lot more obvious looking back. But at the time, these must have been mind-blowing. I mean, I'm sure I was fooled by this at the time. But if you're looking, the video is called Nickelback Chats with Mark Kelly on the ISS. And Mark Kelly's just in the background floating around like a goofball.
I don't know if it was Ryan or Mike that he wanted to be an astronaut, but instead he became a rock star. Well, I wanted to be a rock star and became an astronaut. So.
We will trade one day, guaranteed, my friend. I actually thought I had to study to get to NASA. I guess I don't, right? Yes. It's kind of nice.
Now, they make this joke about how you don't have to study to get into NASA, and that the only real difference between the two is, let me see this, that I'll let him explain it here, because I think he says, we both use big special effects teams. We have a backstage and an audience.
Absolutely, but the similarities, there are ground support team, just like you're saying about your crew that does all the backbone and the hard back-breaking work. So you guys get to go out on stage. It's very, very similar for us up here. I mean,
he's talking about the crew that goes along with the band, and how being an astronaut is very much like being in a band and having the crew in the back to support them. And again, this is 2010, and I think they were a bit more, here we go.
It's a great job.
I think they were a bit more confident back then, because you can see other astronauts swimming around at the back, and you don't see that anymore. And I think that's where a lot of their glitches have been exposed. Now, again, if you're a believer in the space station, this probably sounds crazy to you, but you would be what I would consider a visual fundamentalist, like a biblical fundamentalist. But you see it on the TV, and it's literally real for you. User Offline says inside jokes. Yeah, I would say so. They seemed like inside jokes. Like they're all laughing about it. But anyway, nothing about the way they float looks real. And I'm pointing this out because this is 2010. Now, if you look at ISS inside footage from 2021, just more recent, it's not that the cameras are better. They're actually better at doing the stagery.
Hi.
Mildly better. This one here is actually pretty terrible. Mildly better. But you can still tell that they're floating around. And one thing that always stands out to me is that they're wearing very, very tight belts. So tight that their bodies look like stuffed sausages. And I have to ask myself, why are they wearing tight belts in space? The belt is there so that your pants don't fall down. Well, there's no gravity. Well, anyway, this is just more recent footage just for comparison. But, the thing is, even as they've improved on their performances here and there, they've added new things, like augmented virtual reality. There are items in the room that they interact with that aren't really there. And they often screw up in this regard, where they will touch items and their hands will go through the items. I've seen microphones going through throats. I've seen so many things that can only be explained by augmented virtual reality effects. And, NASA's obviously pretty new at it, testing out these new things. And one other thing, one final point. The people who debate against the flat Earth all day, all night, they never talk about the fake moon landing. They never talk about the fake space station. And if we're supposed to consider this to be scientific evidence that they're 17,000 miles above us, 300 miles above us, but 17,000 miles per hour. Like, if we're supposed to believe that these guys are actually in this craft orbiting, and this is the best they can do, if this is the evidence, then it should be on the table. We should be able to debate this thing. And the trouble is, it becomes very subjective. I see green screen, I see a harness, I see their clothes being yanked up, and the other person sees compression artifacts or something. They generally have an excuse for it. And by the way, on this last mission, celestial inoculation. Actually, it's called celestial immunity. They actually had, for the first time ever, a piece of space junk hit something. Because that's never actually happened. So a piece of space junk hits the arm and punctures it, thus vaxing the space station. How is that not just a story? How is that not just a PR stunt? They're doing a mission to study the immune system in space, and the arm, which I didn't even know the space station had an arm. It just became a story all of a sudden, and then it gets hit. Boeing postpones Starliner flight to the ISS twice in 24 hours, another glitch. So the thing with the Russian module causing the space station to flip, that was foreshadowing. Now you have a couple more glitches. I'm noticing a lot of these types of stories are popping up, and I think it's foreshadowing for the eventual takedown of the entire thing. I think the public has to be properly appraised of its existence. A lot of people don't know much about it, and when they do these bigger stunts like these launches between Bezos and Branson, it reminds people of the whole space program. So once their eyes are up above and they're watching, that's probably when it's going to happen. 444 says, who irons their clothes in space when there are no women up there? I've wondered about their clothing because, yeah, they do seem to use up a lot of starch. They have really firm edges on their clothes. I wonder how they shave every day. I don't see any 4 o'clock shadows. I had questions about Botox, hair dye, eyebrow tweezing, all the things that you see on these astronauts. It almost makes me think that they're just movie stars. They don't look like they're actually on a outpost far out, far beyond Siberia, far beyond Antarctica. They're on the most remote human outpost. But they look good enough for Good Morning America all the time. Always have clean clothes. So many questions about it. It's a very questionable structure, piece of architecture. It's an orbiting cathedral. It's a temple in some ways. You could actually call them Cenobites, hermetically sealed priests high up in a temple. Now it looks like Jeff Bezos is trolling. Yep, this is some trolling here. He's trolling Branson's Virgin Galactic. He put out this chart today. Compare the New Shepard experience, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic. So what you have is a checklist comparing your experience if you want to go into space tourism. Flies above the Kármán line, 100 kilometers. Blue Origin, yes. Galactic, no. Vehicle type, rocket versus high altitude airplane. Largest window space. Well, the windows on Jeff Bezos' rocket in the capsule, those windows are 42 inches wide. The windows at Virgin Galactic are airplane windows, so they're kind of small. Is there an escape system from Jeff Bezos' capsule? Yes. Is there one for Branson's plane? No. Any impact on the ozone? Minimal. With Bezos, the exhaust is water. Contrast that with Richard Branson, his space plane, hybrid rocket engine with HTPB nitrous oxide, 100 times more harmful. Flight history 15-3. So he kind of threw down the glove here. Blue Origin has a new publicity strategy. Trash his competitors. Now, most of you who've watched this, with me, these launches in the last few weeks, know my take on these things in general. Like, obviously, I don't even think that they're in these things. There's a few reasons why I really would dispute that. But it is worth pointing out that Bezos' rocket launched at 9:11 a.m. and that Branson's, his space plane, took off on 7/11. These are very noteworthy dates and times, and they correspond, I think, to a bigger ritual that's actually taking place. And speaking of the ritual, I didn't put this graphic together, but I've been talking about this, and someone else did this for me. But what we saw last month in the sky was a fertility rite, no different than the Apollo 11 was. 52 years prior. So the Virgin Galactic is the goddess, Virgo, Isis. Blue Origin, and many in the media noticed the shape of the rocket all of a sudden. That's the sun god. In fact, the rocket is the new shepherd. And shepherds and sun gods kind of go hand in hand. They're all shepherds. And when I look at this space program, what you're actually looking at is the shepherding of mankind, or the transfer of the sheeple into the new age. And so, yeah, the technocrats are really our shepherds. Look at this. This is from Counterpunch. How the alt-right have used online conspiracy theories to create false class consciousness and take down democracy. Talk about projection. The alt-right using conspiracy theories to create false class consciousness and take down democracy. Well, I would consider global warming to be a conspiracy theory, and that has created a form of class consciousness because it's blamed on the capitalists, the property owners, and it's said to afflict the poor and the rest of the world more than America. And it is a cover for class warfare. And it is being used to replace any kind of representative government with authoritarianism and permanent lockdowns. So this assessment here is obviously pure projection. But it is interesting to see how the media on the left continues to demonize the opposite side as becoming dangerous, becoming essentially a terrorist ideology. And that is what has happened in the minds of the MSM and the true believers. The Quran, which used to be a thing. Do you remember the Quran and Islamic terrorists like 19 years ago? Ring a bell? Well, that's been phased out. Now it's QAnon, and it's vanilla ISIS, or the white Al-Qaeda. They just changed them. Isn't that amazing how they just phase out one program and bring in the next? He says, while the conspiracy theory changes every time it's shown to be false, the justification behind it stays the same. That the government is trying to control you and strip you of your civil liberties. Now, again, how is that a conspiracy theory? I mean, de Blasio just talked about redistribution of wealth. Well, it's not distribution from the government to the people. It's from some people to others. Haves to the have-nots. Classic class warfare. But listen to this. It says, here's where the alt-right manipulate conspiracy theories to fit their extremist ideology by offering simple solutions to complex structural issues. So I talked about this European Commission report where they talked about extremism and how now they're looking at various memes as indicators that somebody is an extremist. There's an all-out war on memes right now. I mean, I remember last year, year before, the AOK symbol became increasingly associated with, well, hate. Well, it's just getting worse. In fact, Pepe the Frog is back in the news as a icon of hatred. This would be the frog of the alt-right. But now look at this. This is where they're trying to isolate the super spreaders. Who spreads these conspiracy theories? Because today we're in an age where people believe that ideas are deadly. That if you can catch an idea. If it's a bad idea, it doesn't matter. You just catch it. Which isn't true. If we just caught ideas, if we just went along with memes, we would all be dressing like we wouldn't be making no decisions. We would just go with everything. Sure, you consider options, but it doesn't mean you accept it. But with the virus, you're exposed to it, you catch it. With mind viruses, as the way they're understood, and again, this is all just, it's a construct, these aren't real, but they think that, yes, you can catch an idea. You can listen to Alex Jones, and next thing you know, you're a flat earther. And then you're a danger to society. So it says, conspiracy theories spread online through platforms that are legal and official before they switch to the more less accessible and darker areas, such as forums and chat rooms. I mean, these articles are hysterical. The most commonly used platforms: Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, 4chan, 8chan, Gab, Reddit, Telegram, and Discord, are where the extremist groups gather. Says, here's where you're going to come across conspiracy theories. You're going to come across them in extremist groups. You're going to find them if you listen to conspiracy entrepreneurs. Now, what's a conspiracy entrepreneur? Would that be Alex Jones? Anyway, again, this is kettle calling pot black. You know, like there's that old definition of a cult. It's the church down the street from your own. What's the definition of a conspiracy theory? Well, right-wing news is conspiracy theory to the left and vice versa, because global warming is a conspiracy theory. When I was driving down to the Penguin exhibit today, I did notice a lot more homeless than I'd ever seen before on the other side of town. Passed out on the sidewalk. I mean, just all over the place. It's a pretty bad situation. I think it's mostly drugs. It's not COVID, I can tell you that. And I was thinking about that. I was like, you know, at first I was like, this must be the D variant. Look at all these people just like zombies. It looks like The Walking Dead down here. But no, that's not what it was. And I didn't see any masks, so they haven't got the memo to remask up. And I'm just thinking, maybe the reason why COVID isn't the center of their lives is they have real problems. And they can't afford home theaters to stream government agitprop 24/7. You know, isn't it kind of a luxury to be afflicted with this thing? I think so. Someone had said that there's a mention of adrenochrome in A Clockwork Orange. So I found something here that might substantiate that. In the 1962 novel Clockwork Orange, adrenochrome, that's DRENCROM, is listed as one of the drugs added to Moloko Plus, milk laced with a drug of the consumer's choice. Okay, so there's an adrenochrome reference in A Clockwork Orange. And this came up because someone had said to me that there's that new movie, Space Jam. And in Space Jam, you have the Droogs. The Droogs were the gang that would be taking the Milk Plus, which is what they called it. Listen to this. So the Droogs, they take the Milk Plus, they get intoxicated, and then they engage in ultra violence. And they basically go around killing, beating, and raping people. So it's a terrible movie. Anyway, the Droogs, the ones I just described, are in Space Jam, right behind LeBron James in part of the movie. Not sure why. Knockout Bear says Droogs are the demonic thugs, and it's Moloch milk. Okay, so they take the Moloch milk and they do ultra violence. Knockout Bear says the book broke my head in high school. That was probably the point. Okay, well, I don't recommend any of those movies. I mean, we should just have a Stanley Kubrick day and watch them all back to back. I don't know if we'd come out of it okay. But I would have to watch them all at like 2 times the speed. I don't have the patience for a lot of this stuff anymore. Especially when it's all just setting you up to program you. And it's quite literally programming. If you thought it was entertainment, you've been misled. Entertainment is a side effect of the brainwashing. It's the sugar they put in the poison. By the way, thanks to all those who joined Patreon over the last few days. And who are if you sign up for Patreon, here's what you get. You get access to the IPS think tank, which is the opposite of an echo chamber, and you do get cutting edge breaking news analysis. You'll find out about the hoaxes before they're even broken down in the news media entirely. We preemptively tend to call things hoaxes, so you'll know what they're going to be focused on. And then, in addition, you get live stream notifications. And whenever I post new archives, you get those archives sent to the Patreon account that you're signed up with, your email address. So you'll get the audio and the video every day. So if you miss it live, you catch it. And then you also get the newsletter. So you're kept abreast of everything going on with the channel. Of course, the IPS Think Tank originated on YouTube as a chat room where I gave everybody wrenches. They have guns here. I couldn't find a good wrench emoji for this particular piece of art, but the wrenches were there to ban non-members because we have to vet people to make sure they're not trolls. But it started out as a public chat room where we had so many mods that it prevented any trolls from disrupting our all-night conversations. And back then I had nothing on the screen, black screen, and it was just the chat room. So that's where the Think Tank originated in 2017, and now it's evolved because we've had to move off of YouTube for a few reasons. It's just not reliable. It's ceased to be reliable. So we've migrated over to Discord, where we remain today. $2 a month. Go to infiniteplane.info. Knockout Bear says the book was wildly inappropriate for school. It pushed drugs, pedo themes, and violence. Shows you that nothing's really changed. Like nothing really at all. It's the same themes. It's the same programming. Now, how many of you are familiar with the Lost Gospel of Q? The Book of Q, Christian Origins. I've noticed this is becoming more and more popular among QAnoners to start to associate the Q movement with God outreaching to the masses with a new revelation, showing how we are all witness to a grand fight between good and evil. But anyway, when the Gospels were being gathered and aggregated originally according to the lore, it's an oral tradition, and this oral tradition has been described as source, or Q. So the Q source is a hypothetical collection of Jesus' sayings. Q is part of the common material found in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke, but not Mark. So according to this theory, this is how the Bible was aggregated. You have the oral tradition, Q, source, which then becomes Luke and Matthew. And then somewhere in there, Mark mixes with the two. But this is, again, the idea that you had these witnesses, the first-hand witnesses, the true believers, and then they aggregate it and becomes this bigger story. Well, the QAnoners are in the middle of their own revelations, and they're just waiting for the seals to be opened. You know, the unsealing in Revelations. So we know who the damned and who the saved are, who's going to be punished. And of course, the return of the Lord in the QAnon story, strangely enough, is JFK Jr. But many of them also believe that along with this, Jesus will come as well. So I'm just pointing this out because the Q hypothesis for the source of the Gospels is now working its way into the QAnon mythos. And this again makes me think that this is all planned. This is all part of its story that they put in there, and people are gradually unpacking it. I don't think that this is something that they're making up as they go. Quite the opposite. I think that if anything, QAnon, like 9/11, for example, was probably written and scripted and planned decades in advance. All right, I'm going through some comments. Yeah, we have one rule in Discord, no personal attacks. But other than that, you're allowed to post to your heart's content. And for the most part, it's a harmonious work environment, and I do get a lot of my best leads there. Okay, phones are open, 833-311-1984. If anybody has anything to add on the QAnon, Q source thing. Just another example, though, of how this is actually a religion. It's become that. But how can it not? You have the vaccines like AstraZeneca with the mark of the beast on it. Then you have President Obama having his birthday party celebrated at Martha's Vineyard, probably with $66,000 worth of hot dogs. And they're collecting donations in the amount of 600 or 60 or 6. So you have the target of the QAnoners. You know, they're looking at the bad guys. They know who they are. And they all happen to be people who seem to have a fetish for surrounding themselves with symbolism that aligns them with the Antichrist. So it's like you walk into the room with the mark of the beast on your forehead and horns. I'm not a conspiracy theorist when I say that you might be the devil. Someone was asking for some clarification about the dove on Lady Gaga's costume. The design was a dove with an olive branch, definitely a reference to Noah's Ark, which is a post-reset symbol. It's called the Peace Brooch. But anyway, it was designed by Daniel Roseberry. Says her inauguration performance and the symbolic dove brooch is a milestone. It is with great pride that we can contribute it to the foundation. So apparently they sold the thing. But, you know, you think of this thing as a symbol of peace, but I'd like to reiterate that it's the peace of the mass grave. Because, you know, like the Hunger Games, it's a post-reset kind of peace. You know, after you get rid of everything that might be disturbing the peace. We talked about the Mandela effect a few days ago. You know, the Mandela effect about the sign that appeared in a Call of Duty video game that allegedly wasn't there before. Well, anyway, I didn't know people were still talking about the Mandela effect. That's why I brought it up. I figured it had been roundly debunked. Well, a video came out today called Big Ass Mandela Effect Presentation Triggered Haters Welcome. And this is a very common thing when it comes to echo chambers. Because I would say you could almost call the Mandela effect the echo chamber effect. Because it's all about consensus agreement that the people in the echo chamber are right, and the consensus agreement outside the echo chamber are wrong. So it's not really like the saved and the unsaved, or the vaxxed and the unvaxxed, but it's like the woke and the sleeping. It's the Mandela affected and the non-affected. And the non-affected are seen as haters when they debunk it. You know, it's sort of like the way that Fauci says, when you attack me, you attack science. Or the suggestion that scientists ought to be protected the way that we protect religious leaders, you know, from hate speech, hate crimes, federal hate crime protections. And that's because they don't want to be criticized. And so I find that many echo chambers, many cults, many religions are all the same in this regard. So it doesn't surprise me, though, at all then, to see that the true believers in this see the non-believers as, quote, haters. I don't hate it. I just don't believe in it. I don't believe that Timmy fell down the well. And nobody can tell us how he got out. And there is an episode that explains why somebody might have that false memory. So I was looking through here, and look, it's not an open mind versus closed-minded thing either. I'm not closed-minded because I don't believe. I know about the Mandela effect, and I've studied it. Have I ever been affected? And thinking about it, I've always noticed synchronicities and patterns. So when the Mandela effect was proposed to me, I thought, wow, it's kind of like a watered down, meaningless version of synchronicity, where you're seeing meaning in things, a meaning that seems subjective. But there are these trivial things like the McDonald's logo, or Lassie fell down the well, stuff that nobody'd really know about or care about. So it's not about hate. It's a fake theory. It could also be a psyop run by intelligence agencies to discredit people who notice the news is fake. Because if people start noticing that the news is fake, they can't be programmed. So if you can get them to think that reality's fake, well, then they're just lost. They can't distinguish between fake news and reality. They throw out the baby with the bathwater. Everything's fake. And the Mandela effectees are in that camp. Everything is fake. So you might as well leave all other conspiracies behind. No need to talk about how many people did or didn't die at this event, because these numbers could change tomorrow because of the Mandela effect. The truth no longer matters. The Mandela effect is for a post-objective truth reality, and I don't live there. Now, the world stage is a Mandela-affected world in a sense. Molly Rollins says, Q-Source Wikipedia page says, not to be confused with QAnon. Oh, that's great. They actually had to add that. So if you do a search for Q-Source, also called the Q Gospel, it actually says at the top, not to be confused. Well, it's being confused. It's being conflated. They're actually merging these things together. So I'm not going to play anything from this video about the Mandela effect. If you want to see the video, it's called Big Ass Mandela Effect Presentation, Triggered Haters Welcomed. But I wanted to look through here to see, how many people are still feeling it. How many people are still affected? So let me see here. 1 minute ago, Nick Porter says, there was a movie where Sinbad was a genie. I remember it at Blockbuster, but I didn't rent it. Okay. That was 1 minute ago. 3 minutes ago, this guy says, I just keep blowing my own mind watching the Mamas and Papas live. And when they sing California Dreaming on the video, you can see the guy singing, I begin to pray, but the words come out, I pretend to pray. I didn't know that was a Mandela effect. Here's another one about Dolly having braces. Red Pill Diaries 10 minutes ago says, my Moonraker VHS is worn out, but this is the testament. Note the word here, the testament. A relic. This is my testament to how certain I am that Dolly had braces. As clear as the two Mandela effects in my own life. Like my mom's maiden name changing. Yet she shows no interest in it. So this guy has a personal Mandela effect. I know somebody, or I've spoken with someone, and I'm not going to name them, but I was listening to one of their live streams a while ago, and they talked about how they had the Mandela effect. They caught it. You can catch it. If you can catch dangerous misinformation, mind viruses, you can catch the Mandela effect, so be careful. You got to mask your mind. But anyway, this Mandela effectee said that his baby's mama is not the same woman that she was. That he's Mandela affected, she isn't. And I don't know if that got him out of paying child support, but he claims that she's no longer the woman that he married. I mean, that must be devastating for her, to be canceled like that, to be ghosted. It almost sounds insane. Keep going through some more comments. 29 minutes ago, Shutdown says, Mandela effect, my people perish for the lack of knowledge, is changed to my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Many biblical verses have changed. Many people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. That's King James 4:6. So he says it changed from people perish. Now, I don't know why it's even surprising that there would be any changes in the Bible. Now, here's another one. RaisedToWalk.org actually talks about this. It says, what does my people perish for lack of knowledge mean? So in other words, it's ambiguous. You can find examples of both. I'll have to look into this particular claim, but I don't think that this means that the Bible has changed. And that's the claim. The Mandela Effect would also say that Jesus was hanged in a tree. A tree? Well, let's just run with that for a moment. Let's say Jesus was hanged in a tree. Well, whenever that happened, whenever that switch happened, all of the crucifixes in all the churches around all the necks should have changed into trees, and they didn't. Someone in the chat pointed this out. When I was talking about how the reset symbol is the phoenix, and it's also the dove. The dove is like an occulted phoenix. The phoenix burns down the system, builds it back up. That's the whole idea. It comes back after everything's burned down, rises from the ashes. Well, the dove with the olive branch is the same symbol, but it comes back after the flood. So when Lady Gaga was wearing the dove with the branch in its mouth and dressed like the Hunger Games, it was very reminiscent of the Mockingjay from the Hunger Games. And if you look at that symbol, it is actually a bird holding an arrow in its mouth, and it's burning. So again, it looks just like the dove with the branch in its mouth. And like a phoenix, it's burning. And this wasn't what she was wearing, but she was wearing a Hunger Games-like outfit. So this just kind of further cements the connections that they were making at the inauguration for this post-reset presidency in the symbolism right there in our faces. And it's not a coincidence that Suzanne Collins, author of The Hunger Games, is a Sandy Hooker. And there's some connections. There's so many connections worth going into if we wanted to with the Hunger Games and the now. In fact, the prequel to the Hunger Games was released right when the pandemic started, just before lockdowns. But look how they replaced the olive branch with the arrow. And this is a very consistent thing. There's a movie about COVID-25 called Songbird, and I believe it's going to be out in September. And it's basically an exaggerated version of COVID-19 or whatever. But if you look at the cover art, this songbird is just another version of the phoenix. It says, 4 years into quarantine, the virus has changed, and so have we. From the producer of The Purge. Now, if you remember, The Purge has a publicist who was hired by the Trumps. Kushner hired the guy from The Purge, who was an expert in marketing dystopia for the Keep America Great campaign. And of course, Keep America Great is a line from the 2016 Purge called Election Year. 4 years into quarantine, the virus has changed. And I have a question for those who believe in quarantine. For those who believe in quarantine and who believe in masking, why aren't you quarantined now? Do you have to have a government mandate? Why do you have to have a mandate to do it? Why does everyone else, why is it so important that the anti-lockdown, anti-vaxxers get locked down before you do it? Maybe you should lead by example and start a new culture, a lockdown culture, and lead the way. But they don't ever want to do it that way. That's how you know it's not really about what they say it's about. Again, if you just got here, one of the things we talked about earlier, Marjorie Taylor Greene telling a crowd in Alabama that you can stop the door-to-door vax patrol with your guns. Just more rhetoric, but I think it's all just incendiary on purpose. It's being put out there, I think, for the express purpose of creating this needles versus rifle barrels, these types of conversations where we're lining up on these political issues. But now it's like barrel to barrel, barrel to needle. And it's just so amazing how perfectly divided it is, which is why I don't trust the issue. I don't take sides if it's black and white, which is what it is. Okay, let me see what else we have. Look at the comments. AK All Day 2323 says, Jesus was hung from a UFO in the Bible that I read. Well, they would call that a fake Mandela effect. Like, I have a Mandela effect. You'll shoot your eyes out, kid. From the Christmas Story. Well, it turns out they actually say, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. So I brought this up to my Mandela affected friends who aren't friends with me anymore. And they said, that's a fake Mandela effect. Well, what makes it fake? Because not all the other Mandela affectees remember it. So you have to have a certain number of people who experience it for it to be considered canonical or real. In fact, the Fruit Loops Mandela effect has actually been cut out of the Mandela Effect Bible. They no longer recognize that one. It's kind of like how the Pope has to decide if this is a legitimate miracle or not.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Okay, let me see what else we have. Look at the comments. AK All Day 2323 says, Jesus was hung from a UFO in the Bible that I read. Well, they would call that a fake Mandela effect. Like, I have a Mandela effect. You'll shoot your eyes out, kid. From the Christmas Story. Well, it turns out they actually say, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. So I brought this up to my Mandela affected friends who aren't friends with me anymore. And they said, that's a fake Mandela effect. Well, what makes it fake? Because not all the other Mandela affectees remember it. So you have to have a certain number of people who experience it for it to be considered canonical or real. In fact, the Fruit Loops Mandela effect has actually been cut out of the Mandela Effect Bible. They no longer recognize that one. It's kind of like how the Pope has to decide if this is a legitimate miracle or not. Commenter says, Interview with a Vampire and Berenstein are the ones that I have. Okay, so the thing about it is, you have ambiguous names. Like, let's just say Joe Osteen, or is it Joel Osteen? And if you look at their logos, or how it's spelled, or how it's presented, you can see how you could arrive at either one. You know, for example, I'm sure you've seen these memes out there where somebody writes a sentence about how you can read it even though everything's misspelled, and you look at it and it's all scrambled, but the first and the last letter of each word are correct, and so you still perceive it as being spelled right, and you read the sentence even though it's scrambled. My point being, when you read something, it's not necessarily only left to right. You know, there's a gestalt, and it's entirely possible that you could look at something ambiguous and then cement it in your mind the wrong way. So here's an example. So here's Joe Osteen. This is the Mandela effect, or is it Joel? So when I look at the logo, I see Joe in a circle. That's visually separated. So in this Eye of Sauron looking thing, yeah, I see Joe. And then there's L, Osteen Ministries. So the way that the L is separated, it looks like it could be Joe Osteen or Olstein, Joe. It just depends on, again, it's ambiguous. However, if nobody ever asked you, you might not have the wrong memory formed. You would have to look at it and double check. And this is where they get you. It's called the interrogator bias. Maybe you don't know for sure. Maybe you don't, quote, remember because you don't have a clear recollection. You haven't studied it. This is why you have to study to get straight A's. You have to commit something to a memory in the right way. Otherwise, you get the answers wrong. You might have some passing familiarity with it, but you're not going to get the answer right unless you've studied it. You know why it's right. And I'm suggesting here that with many of these Mandela effects, these are just incomplete memories. And when the person is put on the spot by the interrogator, and this is where the interrogator bias comes in, they're forced to answer either or. Well, it's not even an either or. You could have all kinds of wrong answers. It doesn't have to be a binary. So the false binary that they give you, this either or, that is the interrogator bias that forces you to choose, and it's a false choice. It's actually not even a valid question. And when you look into the reality of how terrible eyewitness testimony is and how faulty the memory is, the human memory, even the Mandela affected, it makes perfect sense that people would be falling for this trap. So I'm suggesting that the person asking the question, do you remember A or B, is creating the effect. They create it on the spot. In other words, they're gaslighting the person who's being questioned. So you could look at the Mandela effect as gaslighting and manipulation. They're not trying to wake you up. It's actually a mind game. Going through here, DNS561 says the best explanation yet of the Mandela effect. Oh yeah, absolutely. Interrogator bias. And they don't want to admit this. And you know, this is something that law enforcement understands quite well. If you look at I think it's called the Innocence Project, you'll find that 75% of people wrongfully convicted were put there by eyewitnesses who were asked questions. I mean, think about it this way. If you have a lineup, which person did it, A or B? Well, what if neither one did it? Well, if you're there and it's one of the two and the interrogator is framing it this way, you're going to have to choose one. And then here's the other side of it. Once you've chosen an answer, your bias confirmation kicks in, and then you will actually self-reinforce that memory. And then imagine taking that memory, that created memory, and then being surrounded by other people who all affirm, hey, we remember it the same way. Then you have social confirmation. This is why they have to have the cult aspect of it. This is why they have to gather together in an echo chamber so they can all stay on the same sheet. And this is why the people who don't believe are called haters. Because you have a community of people who have built a religion around being wrong, which is what it is. It would be like all the C students forming a cult based on the idea that they have the right answers and there's a conspiracy against them, and that truthfully they're the ones that are A students, but the system is off. So everybody else in the universe is wrong, we are right. And that bond is very strong. As you can see here, I've been following the comments on this channel real time, and this video is only a few hours old. And even within the last 5 minutes, people have been commenting about how they have been Mandela affected. Like this one here. If you build it, they will come. This makes no sense. It's fascinating. Interview with the Vampire is my personal Mandela effect. I remember I found out that it changed, and then I scrambled to find my DVD. I held it up staring, open mouth. And this is by, of all things, Patricia Steer. She's a flat earther. I'm going to say I felt Mandela affected when I saw all the big flat earth channels suddenly turn into crypto pushers. Sorry about this. Just a response, just a coincidence. She happened to comment 50 seconds ago. But when I saw that Patricia Steere and all these other flat earthers went into crypto pushers, I felt like Mandela affected. I was like, did I wake up in a different universe where suddenly all the behind the curvers are pushing Bitcoins and obscure S coins? All right. Anyway, just playing. It's a Friday night. Come on. And, I do have a legitimate point here. It really is kind of shocking. Side topic, but if we ever do a where are they now, it is strange. Literally all of the Flat Earth Conference organizers have turned into, again, Bitcoin pushers. And I think that's amazing. You find the ultimate truth about the shape of the world and about how we've been lied to. And now you take a hard turn into cryptocurrency. Just seemed a little, I don't know, maybe they were bought off by Big Brother. Like, hey, we can't have you exposing the flat earth, so we're going to put you on the ground floor of the next major cryptocurrency, but you can't say the F word anymore. That's kind of what it seems like to me. All right, going through comments. Let's see here. Thirst with Truth says, Tim Osman and Lickety in the same chat. I wish Pissy Pete were here. Oh, yes. If you want to call in 833-311-1984, Tim Osman was the one who called last time. And he updated me on how the flat earthers who didn't go into crypto got into multi-level marketing. And multi-level marketing has nothing to do with the truth. If you ask me, it's all about creating a pyramid that rewards those closer to the top. And of course, the people at the bottom are left the bill at the end of the day. All right, tomorrow is Saturday, so we probably, I think we will. We can probably plan on being live tomorrow afternoon for Infinite Plane Saturday. I want to keep everyone abreast of the developments as we move towards the Cyber Symposium. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, homie?
Hey, what's up? Hey, did you see what I just saw on that Mandela Effect channel?
No, I've been listening. I haven't been actually watching what's going on.
Well, basically, I was looking at this video about the Mandela Effect by Quantum of Conscience, and the latest comment was Patricia Steere. It was like Patricia Steere commented 30 seconds before that she was Mandela affected by Interview with a Vampire. And I responded to her comment with, I felt Mandela affected when I woke up one day and all the flat earthers were crypto earthers. I don't know if you saw that or heard that.
Nice. I did actually, I did catch you commenting. I didn't know that was part of it. Yeah, a little bit kind of to expand on what we spoke about last time as far as the crypto earthers. It's interesting because the next day or the day after, Vegan Warrior actually had a live stream the whole time talking shit about how we're gay and we're a bunch of faggots and a bunch of stuff like that. He was very upset, but he did have Dee Marble on. And one of the kind of tactics that they like to use, and Jaron said it in our Skype conversation, without me saying anything, is they always say, like, look how much money we're making, look how much money. And so that's exactly what they did, basically. So they were pulling up their little phones and because I actually ended up in the chat. And one of them, I think D Marble or something, invite him on or something. And I was on the chat for like probably 10 minutes. And Vegan's like, no, he won't come on. And then he bans me in the chat. Ends up removing that video. I send him a kind of a nice message because, they're misleading people as far as they don't really tell them about the 30% or the 20% as far as withdrawals or putting money into the university or putting it the percentages or anything. They just say, look at this fat stack of cash that I'm making and I'm balling and I'm living in vans and stuff. So anyway, they were very upset. I guess I should probably can it for a second. Did you happen to catch any of that stream?
No, I was hoping you recorded it. Did you happen to record it?
Absolutely. Everything gets kind of filed off to the server immediately if I kind of catch wind of something that needs to be documented or archived, rather.
Okay, I want to get that from you, and then I will respond to it because I'm very interested in actually hearing this. And yeah, definitely.
Cool. So yeah, there's been a couple new developments. Obviously, I told you about that. I sent him an email kind of saying some things about the percentages and, kind of showing him up a little bit. So he removes the video, hasn't said anything, emailed me back for, I think it's almost been a week. And he was always sending me these messages. And I only sent him one or two maybe, but he was always sending me these emails with his, how much he's making supposedly or something. So anyway, he never responded and he removed that video and he hasn't made it live or there's been no presence since. So I don't know if they're scared or what, but, I think they're bringing in a lot of people that are kind of feeble-minded, if you will. I mean, for one, Big Dreads. I found that the other day through the grapevine as far as him doing this as well. So there's this kind of breakoff community for the MLM. That was the previous flat earthers that didn't see the, the dough stack up as much as I wanted. And then you have people like Patricia Steer and Robbie Davidson and all those kind of the elderly crowd, the crypto earthers. And actually one of the main creators of their previous kind of coin that is about to get torn apart probably with all these regulations that are about to get in. But the main guy, the main brain for that, I don't know if you ever saw, but Jeranism had a video on it, kind of talking to him. It's very advanced, kind of just talks way past everyone's head. But that guy is freshly basically either being removed or left or something. It seems like he's been removed actually. And they're changing up kind of a lot of that. And then come to find out, then Jeranism's got this Hex guy on, and come to find out this is Robbie Davidson's kind of new move. Very recent move is now this Hex thing. So they kind of just jump all over the place, and I think they kind of rely on, like the mainstream media does, that everybody has the mind of a tadpole. Like they don't have memory or thought. So.
Right. Well, I kind of thought, yeah, there's a few reasons I thought that might be the case after, witnessing this entire movement, how they all just kind of played in. I think they actually collaborated with MSM. Robbie Davidson working with Jimmy Kimmel to embarrass their own conference members. And then they all switched from flat earth conferences. I call them conference earthers because they didn't want to explore the edges. They just wanted to organize these conferences and hotels everywhere. But they went from that to pushing cryptocurrency. And so for a lot of us on this watching this, it made zero sense. But the multi-level marketing thing, one of the ones you named that they were into, I looked it up and I did see the word scam in a lot of the search results. So that might explain why they might not be interested in talking about it very much.
Yeah, I mean, what's that old saying? Like it's hard to convince, someone to, or whatever, they're a fool or whatever. I think that's very true. And I kind of feel that with flat earth as well, which is a whole nother topic. But, if you get yourself in pretty deep, and I actually was watching Big Dreads, it's one of those things where like they think that they're getting this money back and it comes into this account. and then they end up spending it on this like education package where they start like, you know, quote unquote earning more. So there's like levels, like they're competing to be like a level 10, you know, necromancer, like, you know what I'm saying? Like a dog elf or whatever. So, it's pretty intense, dude. They've gotten themselves into something. And, I think the bottom's about to fall out of that because I think a lot of the liquidity was riding on Bitcoin.
Right.
And it
right.
seems like, go ahead.
No, I remember this. I remember Dredd had thrown out big piles of cash, and he was having people, he said, I don't want any small money, big money only. And I'm like, wait, he's taking in all kinds of investment capital here. I don't know where that became his expertise. And that was right before it looked like Bitcoin had taken a bit of a plunge. And this could be devastating. If you build your channel on, let's just say, conspiracies or truth or alternative truth or whatever, and then you go into something like this and you mislead a lot of people, it could be devastating if it doesn't reward them at some point. And then you're stuck building this pyramid beneath you of losers. And that's what MLM is. The winners are at the top, but to stay there, there has to be a new level of losers always being brought in at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually sent him a clipping that I got, audio clipping from his mouth within the same paragraph. He literally was like, oh, they calling us grifters. Like, and what was funny is they defined grifter and they said, you know, someone who scams or whatever, but like a small amount. And then they had a problem with it was a small amount. They didn't go on that they were scamming people. They literally went on to, oh, this is a small amount. And then they went and they're like, oh, $5,000 or whatever this week. Whatever. I was like, what the hell? And then the actual clip that I sent him was literally him saying that, you know, this isn't a, you know, MLM, like a pyramid scheme. They think this is a pyramid scheme. Within the same paragraph, he starts to say, yeah, we get all these people below us, you know, they start making money, we make money, and the people above us, you know, they make money. They make, you know, more money. It's like, I've been in those, dude. I actually was tracking down like scams and all kinds of stuff before Flat Earth. Like I was like a scam baiter for a long time, still am. So I can really identify these kinds of scams. And unfortunately, what I'm saying is the liquidity in this CashFX kind of MLM, they can kind of show you that there's money. But right now, you know, Bitcoin went up to 60 plus and then went down, and it's going back up 40-ish. But, you know, the liquidity really, really took a hit there. And at some point, these people are known scammers. They will, their money will be taken, mostly when it's through this like back end transfer your Bitcoin kind of like, you know, crypto kind of wallet kind of stuff. I do not trust that at all, dude.
Well,
but you know,
you said you were a scam baiter, so you're familiar with scams and how they exploit people. And I used to study cults. I would subscribe to all the literature from every different cult, fringe, mainstream cults. I would get their books, and I would just kind of aggregate this stuff. And I was really interested in mind control techniques and how these things actually function. And in my research, I came across multi-level marketing. And I had been pitched on MLM a couple of times before then, so I was familiar with it, but I didn't know it was a cult. And I actually have an article here. It's pretty good. It's called How MLMs and Cults Use the Same Mind Control Techniques. And that's another aspect to it too, is that you're looking at, like you said, you know, people become hooked. And it says here, for many who get caught up in it with the promise of unlimited earnings, it becomes a nightmare. And this article breaks it down that, yeah, you're looking at a strategic way of manipulating people out of their money.
Yeah, but I mean, I totally agree with that. But this is on a whole nother level, like in the 21st century, where you have, you know, the headquarters in Panama, where you can kind of dodge a lot of shit, regulations and stuff. And then you have these kind of, you know, Bitcoin or crypto transfers. And so when they want to, they can, extract. And there was just a couple months ago where there was payments that weren't coming through. They all Cash FX, everybody got that message. So they weren't getting payments for some reason. And so, that might be a dry run or whatever. These people will milk it dry and probably end up in Bermuda or on Crisis Actor Island or something, dude.
Fascinating. And yeah, this Cash FX, I'm seeing all kinds of articles about it. Is it a scam? This is going to be fun to watch it fall apart. I mean, to me, it's a classic pyramid scheme. It's just a matter of time. And yeah, it would be really problematic, though, to sell your subscribers or get your subscribers involved, because if it doesn't work out and you don't all end up at the top of the pyramid, you're never going to be able to make it up to them. So fascinating. I wonder if it's some kind of a honeypot or a setup or something.
That's what it is. I, as a young lad, went into, at first they relabeled themselves. It was Quickstar back in like 1990s or something. This is where I learned a lot about it. The business, it was called. You'd go to the meetings, the people above you would talk to you and, humanize it. And then you would go to these like grander meetings where there would be like, diamonds or sapphires or people that are making, some real money or whatever. But you're sitting in a stadium of tens of thousands of people sometimes. And, all those people are struggling, dude. So, like my sister, for one, was buying all this product that was just sitting like in her trunk, and she was, barely even making rent, so that basically this money would flow up to the top and they would get their numbers and stuff. So it is very culty, come and you kind of meet people, you get in business suits, fake it till you make it is kind of a thing. So I'm glad that you brought the parallels as far as the cult aspect of that, because it is just manipulation. And people will do it for power or money or both. And when it comes to money and large sums of money, people will do very, very funny things,
Oh, yes. And there is some element of wizardry where if you go to an MLM meeting, you may show up and they'll have some kind of like, they'll have coffee and snacks to hype you up, sugar rush, and they play some kind of music, very charismatic people. And it's almost like a religious revival, the spirit of it.
Church, yeah.
Love bombing, where every single person there will look you in the eyes and shake your hand. And if you're someone who's been looking for a job and the world's been cold and now you have an opportunity, it's nice to go into a room of successful people, all in their suits with suitcases, and they all shake your hand, look in your eye, and it's like, that's called love bombing, because that becomes addictive. Not the thing itself, but the feeling you get from being around them. And that's the part they really hook you on.
Yeah, exactly. It is kind of like a religion, a cult. I mean, religion is the same thing. They play on that kind of same aspects of communion or getting coffee. Still very, very nice people and calm, and you can make friends, and you go there and you hear this music that gets you on kind of like a high level. I suppose I never really did, but I've experienced people who have almost like out of body experiences with that gospel, basically, or whatever it is, which is excellent. But that's when you can be manipulated. So that's what we're seeing with the Church of Scientism right now. With it's interesting, man. They try to swerve and move and do everything they can. This vaccine is obviously having some issues as far as transmissibility, as far as people actually still getting sick. And the thing that they're hanging on to is that it's like it helps with symptoms. So they don't let you have a robust immunity from actually getting it. No, you have to still get the vaccine. None of this makes sense. But they're obviously continuing to try to get this mandated, and really you start to see the people around us that are like, yeah, these people. I mean, I don't know if you saw, but who was that dude? One of those guys. He's like a comedian. He's old school kind of truther guy. I haven't watched him for years, but I ended up watching this where he walks like in California and is like, hey, you want to sign this? We're getting a petition to block the unvaccinated up. You know, they had their chance, and we're just going to lock them up. And, and there were a lot of people that were like, yeah, you know, they'll sign it. Literally take people their freedom away for it. And it's like, at the end of the day, the best thing they have is that this is like cough syrup. And this is what I said for many months. This is like cough syrup, if that, when you have a cold. It only helps with symptoms. As far as transmissibility and all this other stuff, you can't stop a pandemic like that. So it's very interesting to see where this is going. I don't know if you've been following that at all, but the antibody dependency and stuff like that, have you been following that at all?
Yeah, I definitely read it all, and I 100% agree with you as it's a very culty thing. And the fact that they're having people admit that they're willing to just, let's just go ahead and, you know, forcibly lock up and quarantine the vax hesitant. Man, they've really just brought out openly the fascism among the statists, the desire to completely control people. It's insane. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, COVID's just, I mean, it's a gaslighting, like MK Ultra, just mind control zap, dude. I just wonder like how some of these people are ever going to recover from this like hypochondria, like this collective hypochondria that we have for germs and invisible terrorists. I mean, the terrorists that you could see, you know, fake beheading people on green screens in 2015 were much more kind of, you know, away from you. But now you can kind of go home and listen to your local terror reports and, you know, on the internet, Worldometer or coronavirus updates or whatever, like literally the terrorist is on the loose and you have to be scared of it. And I'm just, you know, man, I'm just surprised how many lemmings there are out there. I knew that was the case with the whole toilet paper thing and just everything. But at this point, if they don't get it about the whole masks and just everything, they are NPCs, dude. They're not, I don't know, man. We're living amongst a bunch of NPCs. Yeah, I get the feeling too. I try to avoid it. I'm trying not to be informed about it. I have fatigue about it. And then I go for a drive and all the freeway signs say there's a D variant on the loose. And like, okay, this is just making it so that you don't have any plausible deniability. You can't say, I didn't know. And it's become this echo chamber, and anything that doesn't agree gets censored. And this is one of the things that I pay most attention to, is how they're using criticism of this to justify permanent changes to free speech. So even after this thing passes, the way that they regulate how we communicate online will never recover either. So they've given a lot of people, I believe, probably complexes for life, probably OCD, you know, the hand washing, hand sanitizer. And I think they've really destroyed free speech. And this has all gone along with this acceptance of, well, cancel culture and all the rest.
Yeah, it really came to a culmination. I mean, they really just threw the deck of the Illuminati card game down last year and continue to just pummel us with it, man. The amount of gaslighting, I probably shouldn't watch Fauci, but I do. And like that guy, I just don't understand how he can do it to humanity personally. Money, power, fame, I don't know. But it's interesting to see, all the fondlers, Cuomo, this whole story. This is obviously the liberals wanting that seat and just, they're eating each other over there. But I don't know if you heard about the Arizona guy that was, a little diddler himself.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And this guy's photographed with, you can find pictures of him with AOC and with Vice President Harris. I mean, Harris has taken pictures with some very questionable people, but I'm like, okay, you're being photographed with this guy, and yes, birds of a feather flock together. Obviously, they all cover for each other, and I think you're right. They're eating their own. This is not some isolated incident that just came out.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely like a left, liberal, and then there's like this progressive, and then there's like all the way over somewhere out left field. And it seems like for some reason, these corporations and everyone are taking the bidding of the very left field that there ever was or ever is. And I just think it's going to really destroy a lot of, the Liberal Party. And I understand this isn't a political channel at all, but it is. I mean, I was warning against Biden being president, and we see the effects of ridiculousness, and conspiracy theorists would be like, oh, they're just all the same, and it would be the same. And no, it wouldn't have been, dude. Our gas wouldn't be double right now, and houses wouldn't be doing this, and it just wouldn't be like this. So it's all fucked up because basically the media painted this clown. I mean, he kind of is a clown, but he was doing a lot better than what this clown's doing for us. So
yes,
he's taking us into the old back battle, new world, basically. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right, though. Like, this isn't necessarily a political channel, but even if it's not left versus right, I kind of think that this split, this division that we see manifested here as Democrat, Republican, this split isn't on these party lines. And you have rhinos, obviously. You have the ones who don't fit it. My point is that this split is actually about our relationship to power. And the people who are pro-Big Brother are the party of big vax, big medical tyranny, and state-injected immune system. And the people who are in favor of freedom, the people who have a different relationship with power, they want their guns, and they want to defend themselves with their own immune systems. This is all about a power struggle, I think. And right now, it's pretty much in the open. And it is a fact that it is the liberal philosophy, the leftists, that are in favor of this takeover in every way. They're the ones who should be locking themselves down voluntarily, but they want to lock down their opposition first.
Yeah, isn't that funny? I've never thought of that point until you made it earlier. And I know it's kind of a parody of it, but it is somewhat of a good point in and of itself. It's like, if you're that scared, leave the hazmat suit, just stay at home and disinfect, live in bubble world. Because there are people around here that want to continue their lives and get on with their lives. And I kind of like your breakdown of the right left, because that's at the end of the day kind of the gist of it, is that we kind of have a pro-freedom, pro-Second Amendment, pro-Constitution, and a lot of times religious, a lot of times conspiratorial, a lot of times lower IQ. And we have some liberals that are, just like that. They're just state fascists, a lot of them. I mean, they just will buckle under to scientism and just everything. So you have this very, very intellectual crowd for the most part, mixed with like Antifa thugs and clowns and stuff, and misguided people from California, and a lot of freedom lovers. So, you look at that dichotomy as that, and it's like, is that even a dichotomy? Is that even a choice? Like, it's easy to choose.
Yeah, exactly.
if that's the choice.
If they were legitimately afraid of the virus, they wouldn't come out with masks and frown at the faced people. They would stay home. If they were legitimately afraid of global warming, they would sell their cars and go into climate lockdowns already. They would already be in their bunkers. But it's just very obvious to me that that's not their intention. It's all about power, when they're not going to do that until they get the freedom lovers to do it. So it's pretty obvious that the liberals are the weapon of the elite, and they're the liberal, the leftists, the statists, and they're using them to basically get everyone else to give up their rights. And so in a way, their party is leading the way towards suicide, societal suicide. And that's why I've said before, if Vaxageddon was real, we would watch the left just self-exterminate. Why stop them?
Yeah, and Vaxageddon might, be to come as far as the dark winter we perhaps find ourselves in now. As far as maybe these guys, these doctors, many of them, citing papers and their expertise saying that antibody-dependent enhancement is a real thing, and people are going to have issues that take the vaccine, and they might just be. I still take the position that these are to hook you on them. These are literal cartels, pharmaceutical legal cartels, and doctors are literal legal drug dealers. I've been a drug dealer since I was a kid. Like, how else could I explain what is going on? You say this is legal, this isn't, and you can change it into a pill and patent it, and then you can sell it for $50 instead of just letting it naturally grow or give it to people. We went from, kind of homeopathy and natural remedies to, big oil and some of these tycoons that just took over the pharmaceutical company. And, then they give them complete liability in 1986 with the Vaccine Act. And so this isn't even a vaccine. Not many people say that. This isn't even a vaccine. So how are they not liable? This isn't something that inoculates somebody from getting the virus and spreading the virus and getting the disease. It just helps with symptoms. It's a treatment. It's not a vaccine.
Great point. We're looking at basically a cartel. We're looking at a gang, a very big gang of drug dealers, and it's unfair competition. I mean, do you remember early on when people started selling hand sanitizer and PPE on Amazon, and then suddenly one of the first things that happened was Amazon would shut down independent stores. They said this is too important for you to make a profit at a time like this. So then they let the big companies do it. And I'm like, well, Walmart's going to make the profit now. Amazon's is sacrificing their individual store owners for this. And so that's when I knew too, this is about communism and redistribution of wealth.
Dude, totally. Marxism, socialism. But what's funny is there was a guy that brought like his whole truckload into Utah, and guess what they did? They busted him, dude. And it's like, well, what's illegal about that? Well, you can't bring any kind of alcohol from any other state without it going through the whole state-run liquor department here in Utah. So this guy gets busted for being like an entrepreneur trying to make a dollar, selling some. If you want to if grandma wants to buy a toilet paper for $80, well, there's going to be somebody there to sell it, But so knock out the competition, and that's what the whole pandemic did, really, with the small businesses. I mean, the transfer of wealth was immense and amazing, and then you have these assholes going up to space and giving $100 million to Van Jones for some reason, or whatever I mean, literally. And then he thanks everybody from Amazon, like everybody's who can't go to their local store because of COVID restrictions. They had to buy a bunch of shit from Amazon, so he gets to go and spend 5 seconds in space, supposedly, or like in weightlessness, and a complete waste. And what is he burning? Like, oh, this is just burning, into water vapor. Oh, right. I guess that's not affecting climate change or anything, but just everything's gaslighting, dude. Just complete slap in the face of American people. Everything, at every turn.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that 100%. And it was a joke. I mean, when Bezos said, thanks for making this happen, it's like, we paid for that. I mean, it was such an insult. Obviously, the richest man in the world gets to go on this joyride. And I think they did this on purpose. I actually think that this is part of conditioning the public to think that rich people are a problem and we need to redistribute the wealth. And after this call, I'm going to replay that clip of Mayor de Blasio talking about that, saying this is about redistributing wealth. And, people are probably going to go along with this because they don't understand that the wealth has to come from somewhere.
Yep, exactly. And, they're destroying all these businesses, and they just say, well, hey, if you're a business owner, just pay more. Just pay more. So I go to Moab. I'm driving past Moab to go to Colorado, and dude, this is for the second time in a couple months. This Moab is like McDonald's. Help wanted, $18 to start. I mean, that's where this is at now. Where basically what we're going to do is like, okay, well, we're going to pay twice the wage, but you're going to do twice the work. You're like a little 17-year-old making fries and cleaning the floor and, busting their ass or whatever. It's all topsy-turvy. But did you get my last, before we go, did you get my last Discord message about the audio I sent you?
Let me go ahead and check that really quick. And I do want to also get the recording from Vegan Warrior, his last thing. Okay, I got the audio here. Interesting. Cool. Yeah. Why don't you play that, and then we'll go ahead and hang up here.
But play that, and then I want to hear your comments on that. And then I'll upload as soon as I can.
Okay, I'm going to play this audio right now. I have no idea what this is.
Let me, if you'll permit me, Father, I want to lay this out to you as I've been thinking about it, and I want you to correct me as I've been watching this whole thing unfold with the weird dancing clergy, which I think is part of the liturgy of the anti-church, alongside the 6 feet apart. They've got their sacramentals, which is, the face covering designed to mask the magnificence of your human face, created in the image of God. The hand sanitizer is their new sacramental as well. It substitutes out for holy water. I think you can go line by line. The experimental gene therapy is their sacrament. It's of baptism. It's derived from their high sacrament of abortion, which is their Eucharist. I think there's a linkage. I think they're mocking us. I think Satan is mocking us, and unfortunately, so many people have fallen into it. At the outset.
Wow, I like how the guy listening was like laughing, trying to dismiss it, because I've made these same connections. I'm glad you brought this out, because I think this is far, far, far beyond a coincidental connection. And to say that Satan's making a mockery, well, somebody's making a mockery. I don't know who put the 666 on the AstraZeneca, but the nomenclature's there. The symbolism is there if you want to read Mark of the Beast into this. And I'm not sure who that was, but appreciate the caller, Timmy, there, giving me the link, because that's something that I've been saying from day one. And I've been breaking down the various ways that we've been given a replacement religion. And some will say it's just a clever analogy, hand sanitizer, holy water. And I'm saying no. I think that they have given the atheists a religion that allows them to be regulated. You gave them a devil they fear, COVID. A God they fear, global warming. A wrathful God, and you have to behave yourself and recycle or he floods the place. And you don't believe in sin, so you can go out to the clubs all night. Polyamory, all that's fine. Nope, not anymore. COVID, the new devil. The new sin is virus. You can't go out anymore. Stay home, lockdown, quarantine, mask up. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi, this is Anagram. I'm calling because wow, you are so right on point with all this stuff. It is like the induction into a religion, and I wanted to say that I kind of feel like Wernher von Braun saying on his deathbed that there was going to be an alien invasion. Why couldn't COVID be that alien invasion?
Absolutely. I had a caller a couple of days ago. We kind of touched on that, and yeah, why does it have to be flying saucers from above? And one of the things that really made me think about this was that the first UFO crash in Roswell was said to have landed in Corona Field. And there has been so much connection, of course, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers and others. So, yeah, I think you might be right about that. I mean,
and everything that they're putting in our faces to scare us. And it's funny that you say, I don't know how the drug problem is by you or where you're at, but by me, like the methamphetamine problem has just sprung into society, and everybody that's on it looks like zombies, and it's just all these things are happening at once, though. And the government to some extent controls what's in the drugs, so they could be doing things to them. There's a lot more psychosis going on. There's a lot more strange things people are doing. Everybody's got to be afraid of each other, and they're doing a really good job of making us afraid of each other. I'll leave it at that, and then I'll go on to my next point after you have a chance to respond.
Sure, no, I agree with that. I think that the mask is like the Milgram experiment, where you give one person the authority to inflict pain on someone else, and they were able to do it when they couldn't visibly see the person. And I think that's part of the communication, the killing, empathy.
Yeah. Well, and I also kind of liken it to, have you ever read the book Persepolis?
No, what's
it's about, so the book Persepolis is about Marjane Satrapi and how she grew up in like the 70s in Iran. And when they implemented the veil, she was a girl in school. And the book is kind of a talk about the rise and fall of the Shah and, the introduction of the veil. And I almost kind of feel like, which is a form of control. which is a form of saying that you're beneath us. You know, you must wear this face covering. You have to cover your God-given face, like they said in that clip that you played. I think it's kind of the same thing. The mask. I mean, all this looks like a feed bag. It makes people look like cartoon characters, you know, and there's always this looming threat of it coming back and taking away our freedom again. And the only reason it is because we're allowing it to happen. It's almost like their experiment to see, okay, if we present them with this problem and we present this solution and they take it, well, then they're giving up their own freedom. You know, to some degree, it's like we have to accept it and do it on our own. We have to take the vaccine willingly. We have to accept the mask willingly. You know, it's a mockery of the sacraments in a way, a mockery of the God-given freedoms and free will that we allegedly have.
Yes. In fact, about the veil, I made that comparison last year when I was when the thing kicked off. I started to correlate this has got to be the new universal religion. You know, universal Catholic, a universal religion that will bind everybody of all faiths, including the people of no faith, the atheists. Well, they have faith, but it's in science. I figured this is the new religion that's going to bind all of the people of the world, especially those who don't know that it's a religion. And so what they've done is they combine all the mind control elements of the big religions of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and then they dressed it up with scientism. So I think outer space is the new heaven. And I don't think that any of these correlations that the individual made in that recording I played are accidental. I think this is a world religion, and that they're actually appealing to the traditions of these other religions, so that, you know how whenever you incorporate a pagan faith into the faith, they would use the same holiday, supposedly.
Yes.
This is religious syncretism, and it's for the space age, for the age of the Scientocracy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. and you know, the it's so crazy, you know, that these blessed, rich, extravagant people get to go into the new frontier of space, to the safety of space, almost as if they're presenting it like the Earth is so volatile and about to be just over with. I mean, if you just think back a couple of years ago, climates and stuff like that was a big issue a decade ago, and then very little was said about it, and then all of a sudden now it's in our face like crazy. We have these strange things going on, the things that we can't reference. So they're showing a fire in the middle of the ocean. You know, I personally haven't been there to see it. It looks a little strange. I mean, it could be CGI. I mean, we don't really even know how many of these things that they're showing us on TV are real. How much of it's crisis, how much of it's a hoax. I mean, I know that's something you talk about a lot. It's just, it's mind-blowing to me that nobody else sees it, like what's happening. Like Australia, what's going on with Australia right now? They're just handing over their freedoms. You know, it's mind-blowing to me. And it is a ritual. It is a cult, and we've known they were here, but we thought, well, what danger could this, you know, group of old men be? You know, going to their, whatever, Freemason meetings, whatever. I mean, obviously there's been some type of agenda that is worldwide, and it's been being planned, and now it's being played out. And I know I'm talking about a lot of things and jumping around, but the Biden administration has basically gone in the White House and barricaded the door shut. There's no more We the People petitioning on whitehouse.gov. You can't petition the government directly through the internet as easy as it's been for decades since whitehouse.gov has been up. I think We the People petitioning has been a part of it, or at least it's pretty early in the beginnings of whitehouse.gov. It's been there. And now they don't even answer the phones at the White House. And you can't send the mail. They're not taking mail right now. So how do we the people access our government? How do we put an end to this? What's your opinion about that? I'd really like to hear that. How do you think we can step up and end this? We're censored on social media. We can't get access to our government. What's next? I mean, not civil war, I hope.
Good questions. Very good questions. And as for the Civil War one, I won't have a firm answer on that until after the Cyber Symposium, which starts in 3 days. Because if what Mike Lindell is promising with the 37 terabytes is legit, it might be incendiary enough to trigger something. But as far as how do we do anything about this, that's the tricky part. Because as you say, we don't know how much of what is out there is real. And most people don't question it. They don't say, well, it's fake until proven real. They think it's real until it's proven fake. And if it's fake, somebody will report it later. Like, so they see a case like Jussie Smollett. Well, that was fake. Well, they don't tell you about the thousands of others that were fake. And so most people don't even know that the burden of proof is on the media. And what we've done with this channel is we made that shift. That's what it means to preemptively call it fake until real or auto hoax it. Because if you don't do that, you don't have a way out. You're just brainwashed and powerless, and you're just an automaton. And that's where they want us. And you mentioned how when people put on the masks, they look like cartoon characters. You know, I couldn't agree more.
They do, like Ninja Turtles.
Like Ninja Turtles. That's what it is. I was trying to figure it out because you see their eyes. And whenever I see people with the masks, not the gators still look respectable. Like you could be a biker. But no, when you put on the mask.
Oh yeah, but they've tried to say that those aren't appropriate for casinos and whatever and blah blah blah. So they take that away too. Yeah, they do. They still give you a little dignity. But the other masks, they just look like either like cartoon characters or feed bags.
Yeah, and it may have been a coincidence, but right after they started mandating masks, I started saying to people, if you have to do it, do a gator, because then you look like you're going to rob the place. You look like you have some dignity. You don't look like a sheep. And then less than a week later, CNN had put out some story where they were showing people wearing masks, trying to blow out candles, and they couldn't. They put on gaiters, and they could. And they said, gaiters don't work.
Yeah. Well, no cloth masks work. I mean, the science behind that is pretty clear. I mean, I read a lot into stuff like that and biology, and they've proven that incubates way more stuff. You're causing damage to your respiratory system. I mean, it's crazy. And these things have been predicted. What was it, about 40 years ago? Somebody predicted this whole COVID thing. I think it was President Carter predicted Biden and Harris, not exactly Biden and Harris, but he predicted the whole setup, the whole unhealthy old man president with a female vice president. That was predicted back, I believe Carter is the one that predicted that. You should fact check me on it. But
I remember he did say in a somewhat flippant, joking way, but he did say that the first woman president would be the result of an enfeebled old man having to leave the office. Yeah.
Look and Joe belongs in a home, and that home is not the White House. I mean, I don't know if you heard his whole town hall that wasn't edited by CNN, where he's talking to that guy who's obviously there to ground him out, and he's fumbling to try, talking about men on the moon and all kinds of things that were a little wild, and that's fine for us. To get off subject, but he's the president. Everything he says should be planned well, very well. Not just so somebody's letting him loose just to make him look stupid too. That's the other part that sucks. They have smart enough people at the White House to know better than to let him go out there looking like a bumbling idiot. They could do so many other things. Let's just say they've mismanaged everything lately.
Do you think this could be strategic? Like, let's have him go out.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I say mismanaged for politically correct purposes, but, it's so strategic. It's so by the book. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. And yeah, everything about this COVID has seemed scripted, and everything about, really, I think our news is bent. Like, right out of the Newsbenders, 1968, you can find that play. I think that our news is scripted in the big picture, and everything else has to conform to it. And so the big picture, there are some insiders, I think, but nothing that's happening right now seems organic. And I think they purposely...
Well, we've known... Go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, the perception of, like, when you look at the last year, the election campaigns, the perception was Trump was massively popular and Biden couldn't fill up a parking lot. And so there's this intense disparity between version A, version B, and yet Trump lost. And so are they being sore losers, or do they have a point? And even if they don't have a point, the perception was still there. So I kind of think that there's this attempt to create a disenfranchisement and maybe even to create the perception that this thing was off.
Yeah, God, so many good points. Let's go back to the media. Let's talk about, we've known as a public, it's been sort of just this whispered thing. I don't even think most people would consider it a conspiracy theory. I think it's well known that there's clandestine agents from the government, be it CIA or NSA or certainly Homeland Security nowadays, at every media outlet, because they're there to get the top, the news that needs to go on the wire here and now, and they're also there to make sure that certain stories don't get run. They're there as advisors or consultants or whatever, what have you. They get paid by the media outlet and by our government, and they've been there to control the narrative for some time now. And it used to be this is why people are moving to podcasts now, because it used to be that in order to be a good journalist, you had to cite your sources, you had to be sure about what you were saying, and that's the only thing that got out. Things that were fact checked. Of course, you had your different outlets that were politically aligned or whatever, but you knew what your sources were. You knew who you were listening to. If you were more into the Republican point of view, then you were with whatever New York Times or whatever. You knew where you were getting your info from. But nowadays you don't. It's all pushed together. That's why people like podcasts, and this is why people like to hear it live from people that are reading, going in deeper, going down the rabbit hole. People like you. I really respect your show, and I listen a whole lot.
I appreciate it, and I think that this is what we have to do. I think we have to be proactive about the news and about the worldview that's being formed around us, because I think out of habit, people think that you can tune out and just catch up later. But the fact is, if you don't keep up with it real time, when something big happens and they throw in a big plot twist, you won't have enough time to actually think it through. You're just in reaction mode. Like, we didn't have enough information when the lockdowns happened to even really contest it. We're still asking questions, and they dole out the answers, drip, drop, and take a lot of time. So yeah, I'd like to get ahead of this controlled media apparatus.
That we were sitting there in lockdown, like, wait, what just happened? I mean, that's literally it was like a sucker punch.
Yeah, absolutely. And the people who are fully immersed in the media, I think, are the most pliable. They don't have even in their heads that the news can lie. So the other aspect of this way of analyzing the media is, hey, we are looking at the news with the full understanding of how mendacious it is, and we're not true believers, and that's the other side of this thing too.
Well, yeah, and I have a dirty little secret too, and that's that I listen to Fox News. I don't know if you recently saw that Tucker Carlson came right out on Open News and said that the NSA was spying on him, and they were sending him threatening emails and saying they were going to shut the show down, and they literally were sending him back like messages that he'd gotten from confidential informants and things like that. People throughout as a journalist, he's going to talk to all kinds of sources, but he was literally getting copies back from these government sources of his messages as to say, this is really us, and we're really going to, screw you. And, they brought that right out on the news. I mean, I do like the fact that they sort of tell the truth on that note. But on the other hand, they try to inflame a lot of tension with people, and they're just pro-Trump and anti-Biden when it comes down to it. But still, at the same point, there is some transparency. You get to hear things from them that you don't from other media sources.
Yes, and I like some of them. Some of them do have really good, I think, well-formed opinions. And I thought Laura Ingraham did great the other day when she was ripping on those Capitol Police, giving them Crisis Actor Awards. Like, that's something we do on this channel.
Yes.
And so,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, they're selective about which crisis actors they call out, but I'll take what I can get. What is it? My 90% friend isn't my 10% enemy, and I'm like that with a lot of these different pundits.
Yeah, you have to look at both sides, no matter what. Yeah, well, you have to look at everything. I learned to do that probably more recently in my life, but as you get older, you kind of learn that it's good to hear both sides out.
Right, and beyond the both sides as well. And what we're doing here, I consider it to be a post-media critique. So I'm not even taking a partisan side. Like, I'll say for the censors and the info volunteers from the UN listening that I'm pro-vax and I'm pro-anti-vax. I'm pro not having an opinion on it. You know, because the instant you take one of the two controlled sides, you're either censorable or you're, dumb. I'm sorry, but at this point, if you're still going with the main line, you're just a true believer.
Yeah, you have to respect everyone's beliefs. Let it be really to be pro-choice, and on every level. I mean, people should be able to choose their religion, their who they love. All of that shouldn't matter, and we really need to drop. We really need to drop our differences as a society if we want to beat this. I mean, to me, that's the only way we can really beat this. I mean, it is a very evil agenda. It's gut-wrenching to me. It makes my stomach hurt, and it's sad to me when I see people that have been brainwashed for it, have fallen for it, that have been dumbed down by it somehow. I don't know where the tornado of dumbness has come from or how it swept over so many people, but it's happened, and it's sad. It's hard to watch, but I believe, I guess the only thing I believe could help us is some unification and for people to put down their tensions. If we do that, we might be able to save this, but what are the chances that we put our tensions down? So many people have their tensions up and their fists clenched and they're ready to fight. You know, I mean, people are sick of the government and what it's been doing, and you'd almost have to think that they've planned this part too, that they want people to become unrest. They want some reason to implement martial law or to say that you guys aren't good, so now we have to take over. But
that's probably it.
If enough people hear this and feel this, put your tensions down. Don't raise your fists up anymore. You know, people. That's what's dividing us.
Absolutely. They're definitely putting us into two camps where, I don't know if you heard this, but earlier I played a clip where Marjorie Taylor Greene is in Alabama, and she says, when the vax proselytizers come to your door, you have your Second Amendment. So they're creating tensions where there don't need to be any. And again, in my view, pro-lockdown people should just go home right now. You don't need to force it on other people. You know, think and let think, live and let live. But that's where the tension is, and they are creating it. And we'll see where this goes. But I agree with you. Don't take the bait.
Definitely not. I mean, you've got to realize, and I don't think people think into it much, but governments are of the best minds available. You know, they've got the cream of the crop, and they know what they're doing. So, you know, they don't make big fumbles like that. You know, they make strategic plays, just like a football coach. You know, they make sure that everything plays out right, the way they want it to. So, I see how much tension they're putting in the world, and I fight every day to try to inspire people to not have that in them, even though it's in me. You know, I mean, let's all be real. It's hard to avoid being stressed out and anxious about the threat of danger in your face at all times. Even if you don't watch the news, there's no way you're going to walk around in a day without hearing that word.
Yes, and I think the news media is there to keep people in a state of crisis, so they can play off the crisis. They don't want people to have a sense of peace. And it's, you know, all of this, you said, where did it all come from? It's kind of like War of the Worlds. But instead of one radio broadcast telling people that there's an invasion and people who don't have other info to cross-reference it would fall for it, they've created an echo chamber. And so we're living through this nonstop War of the Worlds broadcast. And that's, you know, it's maddening to see how many people are still acting like we're underneath an alien invasion. And those of us who know better are just like, it's a religious cult that's taken over the world. As we started this conversation saying, it's a religious worldview that's being imposed, and it's all about
and they're teasing us. Yeah, they're just putting it all in our face. Alien invasion. We're going to tell you at 9:00, but nope, not tonight. And they just keep you inflamed. They keep you saying, "Oh, police violence. Here it is again. Look how terrible it is. Racism's real." Yeah, tonight at 9. You know, I mean, we got to stop going to that and start looking more toward podcasts and people that are sharing the facts real time, or, sharing it on screen, whatever it is, I mean, I just think that we've been lied to so much that people need proof now.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. I think podcasting is the future. I think live streams, live interaction with the chat. And I actually think that the format that we have is optimal for the type of media analysis that we're doing, because we have the callers, we have the chat, we have a website and a forum. Anyway, hey, appreciate the call very much. I got someone else calling in.
Yeah, you're killing it, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a great evening. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? I talked to you a few days ago. I was just listening to the conversation you were having with the last caller, and I was the guy that talked to you a few days ago about the Unabomber and the Terrence McKenna situation.
Yes.
And I wanted to bring that. I wanted to bring that up again because what I suspect is going. So number one, I took the liberty to not only email but also send like snail mail to the Unabomber to see if he would write back. And it's going on 6 years now, and he's still alive, and I never received any response whatsoever. And that was my first indicator that maybe the storyline is fake. And the reason I think it's fake is because what the system is doing with that model, with that storyline of that supposed criminal, is saying, look, even somebody that went to Harvard educated, an IQ of 168, as smart as he was, he couldn't go up against the system. The system always wins. And that seems to be what the mainstream media keeps on pushing, the narrative, that the system always wins, like whether it be through Netflix or whatever it is. So that's one reason I suspect that storyline is fake. So, I mean, outthinking this think tank, just like your last caller said, the government always has the best of the best. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. I believe a few people can outthink the smartest supercomputer on the face of the earth. I don't really give a shit what anybody says. I think if we put our heads together, whatever we are, whatever created us, is far beyond any computer that a human could build. And I'll put it to the test. We'll figure a way out of this, one way or another. And I'm just, I had to put my 2 cents in there to at least get that out there.
Hey, I appreciate it very much. And yeah, about the Unabomber, that's great that you actually reached out to him. And this is fact checking. It's reality testing. Yeah. And this is what the media doesn't do. You're not a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. What you did, you're an investigative journalist. So it's interesting that I've never heard anybody bring this up before. They've actually tried to reach him, but that you got no contact.
Yeah, because supposedly he was known for writing back to people, and I think I'm pretty well educated. I have a degree in science. I know the King's English just like everybody else does, and but no response. Maybe he's sedated, or he's like 76 years old or something like that, supposedly. But I don't think he exists at all, period, is what I think and what I suspect. I think it's just a storyline put out there to, scare the shit out of you, just like George Carlin said, if you're familiar with that comedian. He says the rich are there to, collect all the money and pay none of the taxes. The middle class is there to do all the work and pay all the, taxes, and the poor are there just to scare the shit out of the middle class, And I think these other extra stories, like the one I just mentioned, are also there to like push the narrative. Look, don't go up against the system. You'll get busted. You'll get caught. You. Not that I'm pushing that narrative myself neither, but like people are such conformists. It bothers me to my core. That nobody wants to do anything about it. I literally had to send a legalese document to my employer to basically put them in their place as far as the COVID-19 testing was concerned. And it was a small victory for me, but I prevailed. It's just a bully tactic that the world is doing to the people, and nobody wants to stand up for their rights. And I take the liberty of standing up for myself, and I literally don't have to take the test the way they're offering it, where they jam the damn thing up your nose. I take a spit test now, you know, and so I mean, I got my dignity out of it and my pain relief. But like, if you don't stand up for, you know what's coming. You know, if you don't stand up for your rights, you don't deserve any. Period. And this is what it's coming down to, you know. So, like, I give kudos to the people in Germany and France for standing up for their rights. You know, like, what the hell is people in America doing? Nothing. Everybody's just like these soccer moms are in control. You know what I mean? I mean, not that I have anything against anybody's lifestyle, but it's just like, you know, you walk through Whole Foods. You walk through Whole Foods and you see the man getting reprimanded by his woman in front of everybody. You know what I mean? It's just like this is what a male has been reduced to in this society, and they're McLoving it. You know what I mean? Like nobody's. I mean,
I noticed last year. So last year we were noticing the same thing. We're like, why do we have resistance against lockdowns everywhere else, but here in America we're too divided because of the BLM versus the police and the Proud Boys? They created so much political strife that there was no unity against lockdowns, and we fell behind on that.
No, you know what it is? There's no more men in America anymore. And I hate going down this road because nobody wants to hear it, but I have to say it, you know. There's no more men in America anymore because for the simple reason, if the product is free in the society, then you are the product, you know. So what is free out there? It's endless. It's absolutely endless. It's on a screen and it's absolutely free. It's called porn. If porn is free, then you're the product. If you have a whole society, you know, like wasting what they're made of on that shit, you have nothing left to make this world a better place. And I'm sorry, I had to say that so everybody can hear it, everybody listening can hear that shit. And literally, that right there will make a world of a difference if people just stop.
But what about in general, like hypermediation? Like, I think that people are so like, it's like we're inebriated with entertainment and fake news that people are so disconnected from reality that all around there's places where I think that people are so plugged in that they're never going to be anything but puppets going with the flow.
It's a dopamine rush. It's a dopamine, like this screen is the most addictive thing on. It's not even real. It's not even reality. You know, but it gives you a dopamine rush. You know, there's a reason why Steve Jobs didn't let his daughter have an iPhone until she was 18. Not because they gave you shit. He gave you shit. He just knew what was in this technology, you know? Like, I'm talking to you on it right now, you know, and I really desperately want to go back to a flip phone. And if I can get rid of that too, that'd be awesome. But how would, you know, minds like us communicate without it? You know what I mean? So that's another problem in itself, is the dopamine rush that we get from, you know, multimedia, you know, like whatever it is. You want to listen to a song, you want to do this, and we want that instant gratification. Like we didn't have this back in the 80s, and I personally really don't need it, you know, like, but to function in this society. See, one of the things they were doing at the company that I work for is they wanted to like me to download something on my phone. So, you know, I could arrange it such that I would go for my weekly tests, you know what I'm saying? And I could keep track of it. Like, I'm like, that's bullshit. If I download if I download just stupid app on my phone, then you're going to track me through it too, you know? So when it comes down to like, you know, like quarantining and shit like that and locking me in a box, you'll make damn sure I'm there, you know what I mean? And this is like, like nobody, so I had to stand up for myself, and basically I have a small victory, you know, due to, you know, my ability to stand up. Nobody else, everybody was like, oh, okay, indefinite testing, I guess I got to get the vax. I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know, I'm like, doesn't anybody have like any testicular fortitude anymore? It just fucking bothers me to my core, you know what I'm saying? That people like fold so easily. And I thought America was different, but I'm telling you what the root cause of America is, and that's the root problem, right there. You know, there's not any men in America anymore, and that really pisses me off. So
awesome.
Well, I just had to say that.
A lot of people in the comments here agree with what you're saying. They're saying you hit the nail on the head. Appreciate you bringing up that viewpoint, because we're always talking about media criticism and this addiction to it a real psychological
Yeah.
addiction, yeah, that is definitely a big part of this whole thing.
Yeah, I just read an article too that Apple is going to release anybody that has any child, like a child porn on their iCloud or something like that. I'm like, wow, let's see if they honor that and stick to that. You know what I'm saying, or whatever it is. I mean, hopefully that's a victory in the right direction. But I don't trust Apple as far as I can throw a stone. But anyways,
no,
hey,
not at all. But look, it's
thanks
like
for
how you can't disagree with that. You're like, well, how can you disagree with that? You want to get rid of the bad guys?
Yeah.
By all means, go through my
Yeah,
phone.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, so search through everything, whatever you want. Let's see what you're gonna find. Let's see where you're gonna find it. It just seems to me like they're gonna use that to like put maybe some good people in bad positions. You know what I'm talking about? Like they could use that. I don't think Apple is a good company, is what I'm saying, and I think they could use that to like punish like people that maybe have good intent. You know what I mean? Politics is a dirty game. You know what I mean? Like whatever's going on out there is a dirty, dirty game. And I'm showing on that level. There's like
Yeah, no, we can't trust them.
Shit on every. Yeah.
We can't trust Twitter. Is Twitter regulating free speech? No, they're 100% partisan, and I don't expect any better from Apple. And even though it sounds like they have good intentions, obviously it's a major power grab.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
Thanks for the call.
I'm at a loss of words, but hey, thank you for taking my call. Appreciate that. Bye.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime. Great comments. Appreciate the call very much. And a lot of people in the chat here appreciate you calling in. And all the other previous callers as well. Here at night, we do this caller-driven program where we source information from people. I mean, look, we just got a call from someone who reached out to the Unabomber, someone we were just talking about, and he mentioned George Carlin, and I consider George Carlin to be one of the greatest philosophers of our time. Bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out, and the previous caller had actually quoted Carlin as well. I believe it was Carlin. No, it was Mark Twain. It's easier to fool a man than convince a man he's been fooled. These are memes. These are units of cultural information. These are quotes worth remembering. And I like these just on images that can be shared very rapidly. But as you know, there's a war on memes. And they probably don't want this one getting out there. Every day, I think we're just putting ideas out that are, it's all considered as dangerous misinformation, but all these ideas we're putting out there that we're spreading are worth spreading on this channel. So feel free to take any memes. I invite people to join our Discord server, share any of the links, any of the insights. The previous caller had given me an audio clip where someone was breaking down how this COVID is a new a new religion, that COVID is a new replacement for the devil. The holy water has been replaced by hand sanitizer, the same things I've been saying. And so it's like, I'm glad to hear these same ideas. I don't care if they're copied. I don't care if it's other people arriving at things later. But we traffic in what the system calls dangerous misinformation. And it doesn't mean we believe it all. It means we're just the most informed. I mean, you have to choose between, are you going to be informed or uninformed? Because if you're uninformed, you're not going to be able to catch up when the meta scripters throw us a major curveball, a plot twist. Someone posted this in Twitter, my Twitter feed today. This is a flyer: no footy, no festivals, no fun. As in, no AFL games, no festivals, no fun. It says, that's life without vaccines. Do you want things to get back to normal? Get vaccinated. And then it has a phone number. So this is extortion. You can't have your fun until you do this. Also worth noting, no football, festivals, fun, FFF 666. Probably not a coincidence. Seems like everything about this world-spanning cult refers back to that number, not sure why. Here's a clip from de Blasio again, talking about the plan to redistribute wealth.
I like to say very bluntly, our mission is to redistribute wealth. A lot of people bristle at that phrase. That is, in fact, the phrase we need to use.
Now, what they don't tell you is they want to redistribute wealth from those who have it to those who don't. It's not coming from some magic pot of gold that the government has. And what they also don't say is that freedom redistributes wealth. It actually creates wealth. Communism or these other methods of redistributing wealth, they steal from one, give to the other. That's the opposite of wealth creation. It's a very destructive thing. I'm not at all surprised to see that this fascist would be advocating for this and talking about it with no sense of shame. I guess they suppose that people are corrupt and brainwashed enough to be ready for that. By the way, Bitcoin is on the cover of The Economist. A crash would puncture the crypto economy. This is, what if Bitcoin went to zero? And if you follow this channel, you know that the covers of The Economist are usually indicators of where things are going. Case in point, look up the cover, Sharp Power. It's the Economist cover from 2017. On this cover, you have the globe that looks like a COVID because it's covered in spikes. Again, 2017, and it says the new shape of Chinese influence. So if you break this down, that's just the symbolism. Obviously, it's the COVID taking over the whole world with the spikes. But then you also have the word new, as in novel. Chinese. Influence, as in influenza. The new Chinese influenza. Sharp power. And it's all about China gaining power through this. And if you look at the bigger picture, this Economist cover pretty much told us what was happening. So when The Economist, which is always predicting these things, shows us something about the Bitcoin collapsing or going to zero, it might be worth looking at. This is not financial advice. Now, if we listen to Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, his girlfriend has some opinions about communism that we should probably listen to. She says that communism could be perfected by AI. And what's more, she said, and I thought this was something worth remembering, that forced labor is not a vibe. So that's good to know. It's not a vibe. Because let's be real, enforced farming is not a vibe. I mean, these words almost, they're just weightless, coming from the girlfriend of a billionaire.
So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is actually the fastest path to communism. So if implemented correctly, AI could actually theoretically solve for abundance. Like, we could totally get to a situation where nobody has to work, everybody is provided for with a comfortable state of being, comfortable living. AI could automate all the farming, weed out systematic corruption, thereby bringing us to as close as possible to genuine equality.
This is just typical Marxist utopianism about the worker's paradise and perfecting everything. Nobody has to work and everybody can just learn how to read and create art. We don't have to work. It's just all about culture and fun. Make NFTs all day.
So basically everything that everybody loves about communism, but without the collective farm.
Without the work camps, right? Why?
Because let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe.
It's not a vibe. Working on a farm with a gun to your head or a rice field, not a vibe. You couldn't possibly be more out of touch. Now, of course, this is also the wife of Elon Musk, worth mentioning because this is pretty much runoff from all the conversations that he's probably having. And also worth noting here that the World Economic Forum, with their 666 logo, have launched Gaia. And Gaia is the program that will allow us to supposedly adopt responsible AI. It's the Global AI Action Alliance. And this is, of course, to bring us into the future where nobody has to work. Nobody has to own anything. So it's kind of like the old communism, I guess, but instead of farming, I don't know what you do. I guess you just quarantine for the environment. I guess the plan might be like from the movie Wall-E, where everybody just gets into their recliners and they're served by robots and they live through a screen and they get super fat, atrophied, dumbed down, and they lose all touch with reality. All right, thanks for joining. Thanks for the calls, everyone. I'm going to be returning to the 24/7 stream here. This is Mask of the Beast by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Join us tomorrow, Infinite Plane Saturday. We'll be doing calls, going through news, and keeping an eye on the upcoming Cyber Symposium and whatever that's going to bring.
Listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati on my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining. It is Infinite Plane Sunday, August the 15th, 2021. And what did he say? Faceless cuck, another NPC? I was thinking about this today, about the idea of the robotization of the human race that we're seeing right now. And the people who are the quickest to put on the mask and reduce themselves to a pair of eyes that are usually covered by shades. Yeah, they're turning into robots. This is the robot wars that the Terminator was about. The human race is being extinguished. Breathers. If you breathe freely, if you have a face which is individualized and it has expressions, you're going to be terminated. Those who can be assimilated, as in turned into robots, will be preserved. They're going to go into the new age. I think that's what we're seeing here, the robot wars. And this certainly ties in to Arnold Schwarzenegger, his recent statements about screw your freedoms, and his involvement with World War Zero. So if you don't know what World War Zero is, basically it's Senator Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Satanist, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Greta Thunberg, and a few others. I believe there's also a few Democrats, but the whole idea behind World War Zero is cutting our carbon footprint in half. Our climate crisis needs to be solved according to this notion, and your breathing is causing it. So they want to cut your carbon footprint in half. What does that mean? Don't drive as much, don't fly as much, don't breathe as much, don't consume as much, recycle more. And what we're seeing here is the merging of these agendas, with the pandemic being followed by this crisis emergency where crisis lockdowns are on the table. And it says here, and this is from worldwarzero.com, we can't return to normal because normal was the crisis. Typical problem reaction solution. But my point being, World War Zero is a distinctly anti-human agenda. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the Terminator is one of its faces. We have quite a lot to talk about today. A lot. And so we may not get through everything right now. We may have to take a couple of breaks. No big deal. Also want to give out a nice shout out to all the vaccinated people, because you've died for our sins, or you're doing it for everyone else. We have to celebrate the martyrs. I just wish they could take it a step further and lock themselves down. Same with the pro-maskers. They go out wearing the masks because they think it's a great idea. They believe the science. Well, if you believe the science behind masks, the same science tells you that lockdowns are part of the same strategy. So it's hypocritical to not go all the way. So I'm suggesting that there ought to be voluntary lockdowns before you try to mandate it on everybody else, but it's actually too late. I see a movement now, March for Our Lives, the group that started after Parkland. Well, March for Our Lives is now moving into March for mandatory masking. And pretty soon, we're going to have pro-lockdown proponents marching in the streets. telling everybody else to go home. It's topsy-turvy, but this is the world we live in. Check this out. Fox News Entertainment covered this. Maskless Arnold Schwarzenegger calling people schmucks. So Schwarzenegger again said, screw your freedoms, cut your carbon footprint, don't drive, stop breathing so much. He called us schmucks. We're a schmuck if we think that freedom is more important than whatever he calls here. Here's what he says. He actually said, screw your freedom. So it's about the individual being subjugated to the collective. And he says, people should know there's a virus, it kills people, and the only way to prevent it is blah, blah, blah. But he says, screw your freedom was a little much. I'll admit calling people schmucks was a little much, but he stood by his statement. So in other words, don't be a schmuck, put on a mask, doesn't apply to him. And that's kind of my point here. I'm thinking, my point here is you have these hypocrites in high places, and I'm surprised people still listen to them. Well, actually, I'm not surprised, because we know what is really behind it. It's ultimately about power. I'm going to go through some comments in the chat, and then I want to go ahead and play some voicemails that have been left here over the last couple of days. Mark says, obey Dr. Eichhoff. Yeah, you spell Fauci backwards, I-C-U-A-F, and it's Eichhoff. You can also spell Dracula out of his name if you bend the F into an A. Not hard to do. And you know, they were doing vaccinations at Dracula's castle in Transylvania. And this was, I guess it was, I'm not really sure what the point of it was. It was kind of creepy because it's like you can go get your vax at Dracula's castle. Like it was some sort of an incentive. Romanians can receive COVID-19 vaccines at the castle. And until then, I didn't even think about it as like a vampire thing. Because the thing's an injection. It's not sucking like vampires suck your blood. But then maybe it's ultimately about the transformation. Because when you get injected by the vampire, you turn into one. And of course, Dracula, you have all the background, Order of the Dragon. You have the history of Vlad Tepes, the Impaler. And then beyond that, you also have the origin of the story, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Bram Stoker himself being a Thelemite who quoted, you know, he wrote the phrase, the blood is the life, which I think is kind of indicative of, you know, vampirism as being the core of their cult there. So I do think this is somewhat, I don't know, alarming. It says, again, this is Count Dracula's lair in Bram Stoker's 19th century Gothic novel. Dracula will be home to a free vaccination without making an appointment. Vaccination marathons. Now, just for the UN info volunteers listening, this is not an anti-vax channel. We're not a pro-vax channel. We're kind of pro-anti-vax and pro-vax. We're just open for the discourse. Prime Minister of Israel warns that if people don't get vaccinated, they will postpone the Messiah. And I called this. I said, you're going to see this being conflated with salvation, even with the religions. That science is the dominant faith. And that's what they're trying to make you see here. That, like, science is God's way of saving us. Science is the new orthodoxy that's replaced the old religions. And many of these people have this sense of superiority. You know, it's superior because they're scientific. They're not superstitious or whatever. Or so they think. And I'm not the only one who's been saying this. In fact, there's a very popular rapper who recently has taken the very exact framework that I've used to describe this new religion, and he pretty much repeated it verbatim. The only thing he may have missed was the outer space as being the New World Order's heaven, the universal heaven. But I'm going to find that tweet because it's pretty spot on, that people are understanding that we're looking at salvation and the saved and the unsaved. Oh, by the way, I've been saying for some time that there's going to be combinations of masks and helmets for space junk because they're getting us into this space age. Well, if you look at this horrible commercial here, and I'll mute it, you have this HEPA filter purifier and a transparent visor. It's basically a motorcycle helmet with a bigger face shield, but for walking around and to protect you from COVID. It's got airtight seals, and it literally is a helmet. So this is part of the new norm. I've also seen some very fashionable face masks, and they're using very attractive models to display how these things would be worn. And I have a feeling this is part of, like I said, turning people into robots, and you'll be able to identify them very easily. And I think it's going to take another turn. I think that this notion of the metaverse and the blending of real and fake and cyberspace, this might actually be the space age. As in, the space age transition we're witnessing, the one that was prophesized in the Space Odyssey, the 2001 Space Odyssey film, that maybe it's not about us physically relocating to space, but it's about us merging with cyberspace, entering the metaverse. And this would be represented by David Bowman merging with the monolith being the screen, the agreed upon filter for your reality, the new monolith, the monolith in the palm of your hands, the smartphone. And so I could imagine a situation where people are in their little bubbles, literally protective shells. I mean, this is what we're looking at. I mean, safe spaces. If you remember safe spaces, originally those were to protect you from right-wingers, from hate. Safe spaces then became mandated to protect you from viruses. And now they're getting people used to the idea that we need safe spaces, again, to be protected from ideas, even more so than viruses. So I can see these suits, these costumes, these religious garments actually creating a division in society to where now it's not just a mask or vax tracks that separate the believer from the non-believer. No, now it's a full-on damn spacesuit. And then here's where it merges with the metaverse. These things are going to merge seamlessly with all the devices, and people may have an option of like in Black Mirror, where you can mute somebody. They may be able to do that. It wouldn't be hard, I don't imagine, to put some sort of filter over your screen there to kind of augment your reality. And I can just, like, I was watching a group of individuals today hunting Pokemons, I think. There's like 5 or 6 of them. Their eyes didn't leave their screens. And I've been saying people are living through this screen. They're entering the metaverse. They're entering the monolith. And yeah, we're just about there. And once we have permanent headgear, social distancing, and every single interaction, financial and otherwise, is through this filter, yes, we are in the space age. And if you're not with the program, if you don't have the injected operating system or whatever, you're just going to be excluded. So I don't think there's necessarily any genocide. I think we have a rapture here, a voluntary rapture, and if you choose it, you can go. And it's very much like that movie From Beyond from 2017, which you can find on Netflix, which is it's considered to be a science fiction body horror film, is how they describe it. No, it's called The Beyond, but it's the same thing. It's a science fiction, but it's about the brain being removed from a body and put into a robot body to go to this new planet where it's pristine, because they don't want your earthly body to ruin it. Kind of like you couldn't go to heaven with your physical body. You have to transcend. And it's the same thing here. It's suggesting that maybe the human beings shouldn't even go to space or go to this new world until they get rid of their carbon footprint, until they become, well, transhuman. Like angelic, you rise above gender, you rise above individuality, now you're just like a pure being or something. It's alchemical is what it is. And alchemy is actually a huge part of this transition into the space age. And this is a subtext to all of the work with Stanley Kubrick, specifically 9/11. You see, 9/11, which was forecasted in 2001 Space Odyssey, is about two becoming one, two towers becoming one. And then, of course, with we have a phone call, 1 second. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, how you doing? So I got this different kind of theory that I've been like thinking about. I wanted to share with you.
Sure. What is it?
And that I think it's what we have here is not a vaccine problem, not a virus problem, not a totalitarian billionaire problem. I think what we have here is an ugly people problem, right? So try to follow me on this.
Yeah, please go on.
That all these people that are imposing this shit on you, like Bill Gates. Well, he was married to this thing that almost looked like a man, Anthony Fauci, his wife looks like a man, let me see. You go on Reddit and you start reading threads. There was this one representative, Lisa Reynolds. She like went off on a tirade about how they're gonna make sure everybody gets vaccinated and you won't be able to eat like at a restaurant
Wait a
without a
second.
vaccine
Okay.
passport. And
Okay.
shit. No. She looks like a man. She looks like a freaking man. She just about has an Adam's apple. You know what I mean?
Okay, but look. I don't know. I mean, this is very subjective. Is my point. Like, could you argue that Fauci's better looking than? I mean, it's too subjective. But I will say this: there is something about looks to be considered here, because communism hates attractiveness because it gives you it gives you a competitive edge in the marketplace, and they don't like competition. They want everybody to wear the same uniform, and so you may be onto something with the hatred of or disdain for people who may have, I don't know, more acceptable looks. The whole incel movement is based on the idea of unfair advantage. But I don't think that's the same thing you're describing necessarily.
No. It is what I'm describing. You know, like a Fibonacci sequence is found everywhere in nature, in everything that's beautiful. You know, and when you look at like the mayor of Chicago, you're like, this fucking thing is causing so much fucking problems for everyone. I'm like, holy shit. You know, like I'm just saying that like it's a systemic ugly person problem. You know what I mean? This is what's going on here. It really is a thing that's going on. And ugly people are fucking ruining the world for everybody else.
But you could probably point at just as many beautiful people who have caused problems and have been problematic, and they use their beauty to even be more evil, I would imagine.
Name one.
Name one beautiful person, one beautiful evil villain. Okay, give me I mean, I've seen them in the movies. Give me a moment.
Yeah, but that's the movies. That's fiction. They'll sell you.
Fascinating.
On that, you know what I'm talking
so
about?
you're kind of like the Napoleon complex. You're suggesting, you know, like somebody has some inadequacy, and you're kind of suggesting that here we're looking at some kind of revenge for inadequacies. I've seen this theory brought up before that Bill Gates wants revenge. You know.
The Baphomet. He looks like a Baphomet too, you know. But I mean, he's married to a man, you know. So but that's a whole other thing itself. I don't want to get into like trans investigation here, but
look, hold on. Let's get into that for a second.
Yeah.
So for people who don't know,
sure.
Okay, I've heard this. This is a theory. It's not new. I heard Mr. E is back, and the theory is that anybody who's anybody in mass media or in the movies, both male and female, are actually the opposite of what they appear to be. So this is separate from civil rights groups or whatever about some minority groups. We're talking about his theory is that the entire elite are quite literally, part of some sort of secret society that's based on androgynous Freemasonry and whatnot. Does that make sense? I mean, is that how you understand it?
Yeah, no, I'm fully aware of that theory, and you know what? I'll put some weight on that. I would. I'll take it at face value. You know, these fucking people are out of their minds. You know, they want to inject something in you. You know what I mean? Everybody that has a heart on to inject something in you because nobody wants to inject anything in them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're fucking ugly. You know? Excuse my language. I apologize. But
okay, wait. Let's keep on track with what we brought up. So, is Donald Trump a woman, according to your theory or this theory? Because that's how most people they run with it. They say that's the case. Is Donald Trump a woman, in your view?
I mean, I think he's a fat guy now. That I mean, I think he's a fat man because he's had to do so much emotional eating, probably. You know, but I don't know. I can't. I mean, if Mr. E calls him out on it and points out some things that I can't see, maybe I'll consider it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how. You know, like but maybe I don't know. I just don't.
Hold on, I got a comment here. I got a comment. We got somebody here. His name is GFYS. I don't want to say his name. He said, "I will unfollow this channel because the people are ruining the chat for him." But his name is literally bitch. It has bitch in his name. It's like, why would we be surprised by that? Go ahead and go. There's no why announce it. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat. No, it's not your fault. No, actually, let me read some comments so you know where people are at. So we have here, Jared Board says, this caller is great.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Obrecht says, this is hilarious. I know you've made somebody mad, but they just haven't said anything yet. I'm just listening impartially, but look,
ugly, you know?
as a rule though, I don't think you should be allowed to criticize someone's looks if your face isn't out there. Unless you're willing to.
No, I'm sorry. We have a caste system in America now. You won't be able to eat at a restaurant if you don't have a vaccination card because ugly people impose this on you. So you know what? I'm gonna fucking call it like I see it. You know, if you're fucking ugly, you're fucking ugly. I'm sorry. Fix your face. You know, I'm sick and tired of America. This is fucking nuts. I just read an article that like the president of Mexico is like anti this whole vaccine bullshit because it's a big pharma fucking wet dream. I'm like, holy shit, like Mexico is the new land of the free all of a sudden. I should have learned Spanish when I was in high school. Holy shit.
You know what? I feel you on this.
Stuck in here.
Last year, I was disappointed that the only person on the world stage standing up to the lockdowns was the president of Brazil. And I was like, you know what? If we're in a new world order, that's my president. Why should I be stuck with the one in the geographical area in which I was born? If it's one world, we should choose our own. So I was actually considering Bolsonaro to be my president for months there.
Yeah.
Because he was the only one standing up for really what is freedom. You know, basically it's freedom. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at fascists, and they conveniently wear a fashion statement on their face that tells us that they're fascists. And that's pretty much it. It's world fascism that we're looking up against. And who's against it?
Ugly people. Well, I mean, it's ugly people pushing it. If you ever seen the Antifa people, there's a reason why they want to wear a mask. You know what I'm saying? It's like because you're fucking ugly. You know, I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent. I swear too much. I apologize. Hey, listen. Thanks for all your hard work and
cool.
Keep it going, Tim.
Thanks for the call. Have a great day.
Peace. Yeah.
All right, right. You know what? And I don't look. This is just like with some people on Twitter. They have to put something on Twitter that says a retweet or a like is not an endorsement. And let me go ahead and rate that call 5 stars. I can rate the callers. So anyway, you have these Twitter accounts where they say a retweet or a like is not an endorsement. And I don't feel the need to put that on my Twitter account. I retweet people getting, for example, I retweeted these Antifas getting beaten up by Proud Boys and vice versa. I don't like the violence, but I retweet it for my own information. And so I have a list of things that I'm keeping up with. But it's not an endorsement. And so I take a lot of calls, and I don't endorse every point. I really want to hear what people are, how they arrive at their convictions. And this caller seems to associate physical ugliness and probably personal inadequacies with the desire to inflict authoritarianism on others. And he may actually have a point there. And I had brought up something about communists and looks and how they want everything equal. And I even think the mask, it's a symbol of your acquiescence. It's also a symbol of censorship, but it's defacing you. And they want you to efface yourself, to become part of the collective. And so you're left with a face that looks like an ant to me. When I see some people with the mask all the way up over their nose and over their chin, I just see their eyes. It's pretty much like an insect, kind of like a robot. And then you attach them to all of their devices, and then you insert them into the metaverse. And, we're just a few iPhone generations away from being surrounded by androids. And this is not a coincidence. Let me bring this up. George Lucas's first film, THX 1138, has an interesting release date. It was released on March 11th, 1971, 3/11. And of course, 3/11 is the date the pandemic was declared. It's about a dystopian future where the population is controlled through android police and a mandatory use of drugs to suppress emotions. Oh, mandatory drugs. And if you have any emotions against these drugs, by the way, you're a terrorist. Mandatory drugs. It's for your own good. Sound familiar? But yeah, this was the very first thing that he put out there. And the date, very significant. Very interesting movie all around. Prescient. We're living in this THX 1138, or we're just about there. Let's go back to fakeworldnews.com, where I keep track of everything. I keep track of everything that we talk about, all the links. Do you all remember this picture of the Prime Minister of New Zealand after the Christchurch shooting? I believe this is when we coined the term Prime Minister Ding Dong. Well, it's being suggested that that's a crack pipe. And I actually suggested this myself because there's a video of her smoking a crack pipe. And it's real. It's not CGI. Some said they put a joint in the end of it, but no, she's like rolling this pipe around. I'm pretty sure it's a crack pipe. Anyway. Yes, Prime Minister Ding Dong is a crackhead. No surprise there. So yeah, these are the robot wars that we're in right now. And which side are you on? And when you say robot, you're just talking about a being that takes programming, no autonomy. By the way, the Epsteiners, I got to show you this. I found a picture of Zuckerberg and his wife wearing masks, and the design looks exactly like Epstein's temple and palm trees. Just something to bring up there. Although I'm not entirely sure I still believe in the whole Epstein scenario. Now, this is a little script someone sent me. You go to a restaurant and you say table for 5, and they say, what's your name? And they say, do you have your vaccination cards? And here's the answer. So basically, this works for any scenario. If they ask for your vaccination cards, you say, who will be our server? Once they tell you, great, can you show us Jill's vaccination card? I also need to see proof of her flu shot. And can you provide me proof that she's not a carrier of HIV or hepatitis A or B or other communicable diseases? And of course, you're not going to get far with this, but finally, we'd prefer not to be served by someone who uses recreational drugs like marijuana, meth, or fentanyl. Could you provide us with Jill's most recent tox screen? That would be great. So it's a script you can take with you or memorize it. So when you go to a restaurant, you got to confront a manager. Fair is fair. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request. A Wave Principal says, how do I get a wrench? You know, you may not believe this, but I cannot log into that channel. You will never get a wrench because I've been locked out of that channel for 2 years. The only reason I can stream on it is because I have the keys. I maintain the stream keys, and the original YouTube or Gmail account associated with it was long since deleted. So I have a few glitches here that I've exploited. And I did manage to disable the robot. Apparently it was banning everybody, so there's no more bot in that chat if you've noticed. We've been talking about Matthew Coleman, the individual who allegedly killed his children because of QAnon. And the whole story is unbelievable and fake. I predicted this would happen, and those of you listening know. I even have blog posts that show. I was saying we're going to have something happen on the anniversary of the Manson killings, and it's going to have all of the same key elements, and it's going to antagonize the liberal left coast. And it's going to be a right-wing Manson type figure. And sure enough, Q sent the killer, and it contains all these core elements, which we'll go through all of these in detail about this character and how they're explaining his radicalization process. But one of the things that I found interesting about this QAnoner so-called killer is that he harpooned his children to death. So you have this symbol here, you know, the harpoon gun. You have a symbol of the harpoon, like a spear, and he did it because, in his words, his children had serpent DNA, and he didn't want them to grow up to be monsters, which, you know, sounds insane. Man killed his kids over QAnon serpent DNA conspiracy. Now, I've studied QAnon. I've never heard QAnoners pushing the serpent thing. But the mass media is running with this. Well, it turns out that the guy in Nashville who blew himself up in his truck, his name was Q Warner, which QAnoners took to be a warning from Q. He also believed in lizard people, supposedly. And then it turns out there are other parents, other people who have actually killed their children in the name of Q, according to the fake news. But I'm looking deeper into the story to find out if there's anything real about it. And one of the things that stood out, though, was this theme of the harpoon and the snake. You know, the spear killing the dragon. Because interestingly enough, the ADL has recently put a ban on that image because the right-wingers, the 3%ers, apparently they use the image of the archangel killing the dragon. That's something that the Anti-Defamation League has associated apparently with hate groups. And it has to do with, I believe, Floyd and Chauvin. Here we go. ADL data reveals uptick in anti-Semitic incidents. And so, of course, they catalog all these different symbols that go into this, this new threat, you know, the white Al-Qaeda. And now it's like normalized that they're actually out there killing their own kids. It's like they're Satanists or something, sacrificing babies. It makes no sense. But anyway, I think there's some correlation here between the spearing of the snake and the symbol of the archangel spearing the dragon also being associated with right-wing hate and QAnon. And then that Q would send him to kill the serpent. It's just part of their storytelling and their narrative, but it's just all noteworthy too, because we're talking about a grotesque killing that took place at the exact same time as you had the Cyber Symposium, which is right-wingers gathering to overturn the country, QAnon fueled. In fact, one of the main QAnon promulgators, someone that was believed to be Q, actually spoke at the event, Code Monkey Z, Ron Wickens. So you can't say these things are disconnected. And then that was also the anniversary of the Manson killings. QAnon and Illuminati ideas caused a man to kill his children. So now they're also putting it out here that conspiracy theories, quote, enlighten people about the world so they can take action. So it's this new kind of jihadi template they've created. And everything we're seeing is based on templates. Right now, as we speak, American Taliban is trending. And I've been saying for some time that the QAnon radicalized terrorists have been replaced by, the Quranic radicalized terrorists of Islam have been replaced by QAnon radicalized terrorists. And these are not coincidental. In fact, there's this concept, it's called the black pill. And, there's two reasons I wanted to talk about this black pill thing. One, there's actually a really good podcast called Black Pill Radio, and they deal with a lot of fake news. Well, the media has claimed the term black pill to refer to right-wing shooters, basically. But black pill, this is where it gets interestingly tied into this American Taliban thing. The concept of the black pill is that the ones who believe this, they believe that if you're not born attractive in this society, you have a disadvantage. So they want to reset society by instigating World War III, and then when they build back better, post-reset, women will have no rights. They want to put women into basically like burqas, or like that movie Handmaid's Tale. And these are comparisons that have been made in the media, that the incel black pill movement wants to subjugate women. It's an absurd story, but let me go ahead and show you how they've taken this pill, this black pill. So they've taken the red pill term, the black pillers have done this, and they've said that it doesn't go far enough. So here's what it says. Beginning around 2016, the red pill started shifting to the, quote, black pill mentality, and the belief system accepts the red pill view of society dominated by women. And again, but it goes deeper. Black pill adherents believe that looks are genetically determined and women choose solely on looks. So whether or not you're an incel is predetermined. Now this is absurd. Looks have nothing to do with it. Just look around. Everybody's having babies. It doesn't matter if you match what they show on the TV. But this theory is that if you don't look like Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise or whatever, or Matt Damon, you're not going to have babies. And that's just not true. But it says, misogynistic incels attempt to prove the truth of the black pill movement through scientific studies and online dating data sets. Goes on to say that some of them go into gym maxing, as in lifting weights, to improve their game. So the black pill strategy has two options for you. One of them is you try to cope and adapt, and the other is you become a hero. Now the hero is the equivalent of a jihadi martyr. And this is something they've created off of a template. So you have the sexually repressed Islamic jihadi suicide bombers seeking virgins in heaven while destroying the world that needs to be destroyed so they can build it back without the women in control. And this has been replaced, and it's the same story. So when they're putting out the trending meme right now, American Taliban, yeah, they're connecting it to this notion that you have this sexist undercurrent, and that's why all of these shooters have been described as, incel. And again, they are considered to be a terrorist movement by the FBI. And again, these words are similar: Quran, QAnon. Not a coincidence that they used to look for terror cells, and now they're looking for incels in basements. Basements are caves in this new context. FBI terror hunters turn to a different threat: incels. The FBI's top terrorism cops are now taking a different angle. And I've seen, okay, so recently, like in the UK, you had a 22-year-old incel who shot up a number of people, killed himself, but apparently he identified as an American and a Trumper, even though he was, and this is a picture of him, Plymouth Gunman 22. This is from the Daily Mail. There's quite a lot about this story I find unbelievable, but they're trying to associate him with Trump, even though he's in the UK, and he idolized Elliot Rodgers. We'll go into this story. It's just as fake as all these other ones, but there was a foiled incel attempt I want to bring up really quick. There was a foiled attempt in Ohio, and check this out. So supposedly, the FBI uncover a plot by one of these incels, one of these black pillars, and his plot involved a plan to shoot 3,000 women. 3,000. So this is, in my view, this is all just writing, script writing, and it's meant to convey a certain story within the subtext. So what are they really saying here when you have incels who want to kill 3,000? Well, 3,000 is a very specific number. It's a 9/11 number. That's the number of casualties, roughly. So the idea that he had a plot to commit a 9/11 level terror attack kind of tells you. It says he had the ultimate goal of killing 3,000 women after he completed his Army basic training. So this guy goes to basic training and comes out with a plan to basically be like the Osama bin Laden of black pillars. Now, in my opinion, these are psychological operatives and actors. I don't think there's anything legitimate or real here. It's totally invented. But it doesn't matter. The public will believe it. And the public will largely believe that this individual in California was radicalized by Illuminati ideas, and these ideas caused him to kill his children. The entire movement, by the way, is about saving children. It's about stopping the elite from drinking the blood of children, from sacrificing children. And we're supposed to believe that QAnoners are going to, draw a Q in the ground and put a baby in the middle and stab it while chanting Donald Trump's name? Like, that's not what's happening. It's absurd. But this also ties in to the conflating of the QAnon movement with the sort of unhinged right-wing hippieism gone wrong. But it's definitely tying into this notion of New Age and right-wingers are becoming something of a new hippie movement. And I've seen that storyline coming out now pretty frequently. It's just, you see these stories being pushed out there to normalize the idea. California man confessed to killing his children, refers to Illuminati conspiracy theories. And now you have the DHS actually saying that conspiracy theories are going to cause the next terror attack, possibly on 9/11. So how did this happen? How do conspiracy theories somehow get conflated with acts of like terroristic doctrines? Well, they did this with QAnon, I believe, and this is one reason why it's likely that the deep state narrative is totally fake. Because if you notice, these theories put targets on the backs of every major Democrat and every major celebrity. Oh, that's a baby eater. Like, if you were truly a believer in this whole story, you would think that Tom Hanks is a human trafficker. And much worse. So you can understand why somebody unhinged would have a rationale kind of built in. This is how they can make the claim that it's like a radical religious movement, no different than jihadis who supposedly want to destroy the great Satan. So I think that the QAnon story about the evils of the West and those in power, or the evil in control of the world right now that needs to be fought, the need for a jihad and digital soldiers to take action or whatever, this is invented in order to destroy any kind of real, true resistance, I think, to this world fascism. Huge trap, if you ask me. Let us continue. This is another one. Lancashire man, 47, obsessed with COVID conspiracy theories, kills himself after a breakdown. So people are catching conspiracy theories and killing others and killing themselves. Homeland Security warns new COVID restrictions will spark attacks by domestic extremists. So now anyone who is resentful about having to wear a face diaper is considered to be a domestic extremist. Amazing, right? And if you recall last year, and I think it's important that you don't forget this, last year, snitching was off the charts. People, when the lockdown started, people started calling the cops on their neighbors for coughing, for leaving their homes. And there were so many incidents where people were just turning on their friends and family. So it turned into basically a war, a class war, interpersonal wars being thrown into it. But you have the looting going on, all the small businesses being shut down, big businesses doing great. But to the backdrop of this, you have the people who are in favor of the burning down of the system, conspicuously silent on the looting, the burnings of these cities, except when one person shot back in Kenosha. But you saw it was mostly people were complicit with it because it's a revolution. And I think that the shutting down of businesses by snitches calling 311 is no different than burning someone's business down. So anyway, you're considered to be more or less a counter-revolutionary, if you ask me. You're not a domestic extremist if you're against what you perceive to be or what is obviously a revolution. It says, beyond the domestic threat, DHS warns of heightened threat environment ahead of the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. Now, speaking of anniversaries, on the 19th anniversary of the September 11th attack, Derek Chauvin had a hearing. And this, of course, was, I think, an intentional act to, here we go, throw a little more accelerant on this, add some more symbolic value. So on September the 11th, 2020, he's on trial. Floyd's legal team is outside with masks with 846 on it, the I can't breathe thing. And all across America, you have not celebration, but they have a memorial at 8:46 a.m. to commemorate the time of day that the first of the Twin Towers was hit by a plane. So, this is what I said before. It's a remembrance that happens to have that number 846, and then Chauvin's on trial, and the people outside are wearing 846s on their face for a completely different reason. But that's just one more example of how these two events, September the 11th and the killing of George Floyd, were completely interrelated, entirely interrelated. And they both connect to even the Rodney King beating, if you get into the symbolism and the storyline. Far beyond coincidence. And we've talked about this, and if you don't know about these coincidences connecting 9/11 to the Floyd killing, Derek Chauvin, 9/11 America. And it's all in the subtext. You have various elements and props within that event that kind of repeat the story. But just a couple of key points. Twin Cities, Twin Towers. 8:46 was the time that the first of the towers was hit. Floyd, of course, suffocated for 8:46. The sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. So the sun setting at that time is key, especially when you're trying to show that these events aren't arbitrarily planned, even if they're staged, but they're actually timed. They have a very specific timing. Not a coincidence that 330 days after the death, the death of George Floyd, or alleged death. So 333 days later, it's 4/20. That's when Chauvin is convicted. And Chauvin, of course, at his trial, they only allowed 33 people in the room at any moment. And this is all stuff in the news. You can look it up. On 3/3, the 30th anniversary of the Rodney King beating, they passed the George Floyd Act. And the Rodney King beating, it's worth noting, he was beaten for 1 minute, 19 seconds. So it's like a reverse 9/11. And he was hit 33 times. And the number 33 is encoded into these events. In fact, the Twin Towers were 33 years old when they were brought down. Even the $20 bill, you've seen it folded up. You have the burning towers in the back. He was arrested over the $20 bill, the counterfeit. The name Derek is derived from a famous hangman. So there's your significance there. I can't breathe, a hangman. The name Chauvin, obviously a reference to Western chauvinism, because we're looking at Western chauvinism versus world communist revolution, or whatever you want to call it. BLM's the vanguard. You could say Stooges, fodder for this bigger movement, but they set up this dynamic here, which is like, I wouldn't even take sides in anything like this, considering how they have the default. You know, it's like, why should the people who are on the side of the cops by default have to back Chauvin? But that's how they polarize this thing. And of course, Western chauvinism is what the Proud Boys are advocating. They call themselves Western chauvinists. And it's not a coincidence that one of the Proud Boy patriots, J. Aaron Danielson, was shot in the chest. And this was one of these prayer, patriot, Proud Boy, Western chauvinists. And he's like a martyr. You could say he's one of the first martyrs of this. And the shooter, who was with Antifa, told Vice News right before he was killed, apparently at Trump's orders, that this was the first shot in their civil war. But if you look at the killing of J. Aaron Danielson in Portland, Saturday, 8/29/2020, look at the time, 8:46 p.m. So what are the connections here with 8:46? Well, 9/11, the George Floyd event, and this event. Like 9/11, the number, you find certain key numbers that seem to be associated with major psychological operations. And the 8:46, the connection here, it seems to mean or imply that this is like a shot heard around the world type of moment. That's what it implies. So the first tower hit in the building, the death of Floyd and what that triggered. And then the shot against Danielson, 8:46. Now that hasn't had the blowback yet. But if you follow the story, and we do, if you follow the Metascript, you'll see that that's actually percolating. That the Fed-run Proud Boys, and they're all Fed-run, Fed-run Proud Boys, Fed-run Soy Boy Antifas. It's got Proud Boys and Soy Boys competing for the favor of daddy government. But the Fed-run Proud Boys have already made threats against Colin Kaepernick, for example, and they're basically going to retaliate at some point, if you ask me. Possibly even for Ashley Babbitt, a new martyr. Not dead. If you've watched the video, Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes. And I hope everyone here has watched that, by the way. But they're trying to turn Ashley Babbitt into a martyr. And before you get behind that parade, before you do something in the name of Ashley Babbitt, you should know that she's alive and well-paid crisis actress, or agent, psychological warfare agent. There's a video called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes, and it describes... I'm going to play about 30 seconds of it, but basically it's about the simulated riots and specifically about the so-called death, the killing of Babbitt, but how this staged death of Ashley Babbitt was probably to create a martyr, to be exploited later. Okay, warning, the footage you're about to see is extremely educational.
There's some protests happening down outside the Capitol.
The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for a disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place. We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here on the track.
I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today.
I was paid. That individual came out. I don't know if that's legitimate, but the frame-by-frame breakdown is what you can go off of. And the frame-by-frame breakdown tells you everything you need to know. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Obreek says, is Gavin McInnes an actor? More than likely. Alt media, all the alternative media types, it's just mainstream media light. If they don't call out crisis actors, then they're actors, even if they don't know it. I mean, they could be stooges or dupes, I suppose, if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But if you remember, for example, after the Orlando disco shooting, Gavin McInnes went out to the scene, and instead of calling it a hoax, a gun grab hoax, a psychological operation, instead he makes out with Milo Yiannopoulos and tries to appeal to the LGBT vote. Like, oh, our side will protect you from the Islamic terrorists. Like, that wasn't the story. The story was the whole thing was fake and a psyop. There was no way you could cram 300 people into a nightclub with 7 cars in the parking lot. Unless the LGBT crowd have special clown cars. So it was not staffed. It wasn't full. And if you've watched the footage, if you've watched the breakdowns, nobody died in Orlando. And, you know, there are some things worth pointing out that connect Orlando to the Borderline shooting. You know, the Borderline Bar and Grill shooting. That was 13 months after the Vegas shooting. That involved 50 of the same people. Well, there were some wardrobe overlaps worth looking at. And, you know, ever since I mentioned that the only people on TV that wear flannels are crisis actors pretending to be rednecks, ever since I've mentioned it, I've been seeing flannels everywhere on crisis actors pretending to be rednecks. On TV, of course. Okay, I'm going through comments. Mike H says, my natural instinct is to blend in, but I try and catch myself. Well, you know, I don't think that there's anything doom and gloom, to be quite honest. You know, we're moving into a cashless society, and I think everything's going digital. And so you just expect it. It's not the end of the world. The world already ended. Like, you survived that. The world ended on, well, 12/21/2020 probably. That was when they had the date set for so we had our reset. So it ended and we're in the new one. You might not like the new one as much. It's far more entertaining, if you ask me. It's less predictable. It's insane. It's a bad comedy show. I mean, look at this incel killer. It's got to be a joke because it looks like, I mean, I'm just assessing like I always do. You know, keeping up with the crisis actors, we have to look at the symbolism and the subtext. Like, what are they really showing us? What's the true substance here? And it's never what they say. Never. There's always another meaning here. And so the physical appearances are always worth looking at. And so the UK shooter identifies as a Trump-supporting American incel. And I'm thinking he's just a thick girl with a fake neck beard or testosterone induced. Like, there's something off about this. And in the background behind him, he has a, quote, inversion table from Walmart. So I don't know where he got a Walmart inversion table to pose with, but I'm thinking it's not unintentional. Now listen to this. Thursday's killings will mean that online manosphere, like, do you know what the manosphere is? So the manosphere, I've never been there, okay? It's like this place where men go to be toxic, where women aren't allowed or something. But it says the manosphere comes under new scrutiny. I guess this would include all the websites that advocate black pill philosophy. But it says it's a sprawling, decentralized network of chat rooms and platforms that normalize misogyny. Any attempts to crack down on the hate may push its members to migrate to newer, ungoverned internet platforms. So here you have your cave-dwelling terrorists that they can't regulate. They can't regulate their speech, and we have to. We don't want to ban them, but we have to, and then they go to their other platforms, and we have to find them. So now they have to hunt down the terrorists. But the terrorists this time are a bunch of guys who can't get laid, and they gripe about it all day. And they plot revenge against Western society. It's a repeat of the post-9/11 world. This is from The Guardian. Incel ideology, a new blurry form of extremism incubated online. His name, by the way, is Jake Davidson, the chick with the neck beard. It says Thursday's killings will mean, again, that the manosphere is going to come under new scrutiny. So what they're trying to do next is they're trying to get the public to think that these are terrorists. The police have decided not to categorize it as a terror incident, but this is what The Guardian says. Terrorism, by definition, is the threat or use of action to intimidate the public in advancement of a religious, racial, political, or ideological cause. So it does appear that the police need to speed up with the emergent threat of mixed and unstable and unclear ideology, because the next Davidson will be known as a terrorist. So what they're saying is that they overlook this terrorism inherent in this attack, and by definition, being an incel shooting women to change society is terrorism. Although the mass media is the biggest terrorist in the world, I think we all know that. Again, not a coincidence that American Taliban is trending at this moment. Now, let's go ahead and take a short tangent here. Okay. One more thing I want to show you. I'm looking at the Proud Boys fighting Antifas, and they're all wearing like American flags wrapped around their heads, and they're fighting very badly. It's actually comical. I'm not going to play it. You can look it up. Antifa versus Proud Boys, Soy Boys and Proud Boys. And it looks fake. I mean, it looks like World Wrestling Entertainment staged street wrestling. Too many photographers, too many cameramen around who don't feel like, look, if I saw a brawl, I leave. If I'm at a bar and people start fighting, if I'm in public, because people get stupid. They bring out guns, they bring out knives, and people die. So I would not hang out there with a camera and watch a bunch of individuals fight when it's escalating. But it looks to me just as staged and phony as the 1-6 thing. And I think they're trying to convince the public, oh, you've got these American Talibans running around with flags wrapped around their faces, beating up the anti-fascists. And we need the anti-fascists because we don't want to fall into fascism. So fake. So anyway, American Taliban, it's phony. They made it up. But now I want to bring up something else. If you might remember this. I go deep into the QAnon rabbit holes. I've been to the bottom. I know what's at the bottom of the whole QAnon story, and I actually think it was probably written in the 60s. But listen to this. QAnon is the Galactic Federation of Light, headed by the higher Pleiadian soul of John F. Kennedy Sr., named Ortic, or Q, and a mix of other ETs, mostly Pleiadians, Arcturians, and a few trusted humans, both military, non-military, and Q plus is Trump. They are here. So according to this meme, we've already been invaded by light beings, the white hats, I guess, and they're fighting the other side, and somehow JFK and his son play strongly into this. So you might think this is insane. Well, I'm going to close out here before we take a break, and we'll be back later, with the song from 1982 called The Voice of Q. And it seems to be, I guess you would call it prophetic, this song. And the lyrics are on the screen. Actually, I'm going to have to read the lyrics. The song is terrible, but... Open your mind and listen, receive the transmission, and it's got this big glowing Q on the screen. I'm just going to play it. It's 30 seconds of a Q-themed disco song, and this is going around Q circles as like evidence of time travel, or that the mission had started a long time ago. Like these people, this is the Fringe.
Let's communicate interplanetary hyperspace. Open up your mind. Q will answer questions anytime.
Okay, there you have it. There you have it. And I don't find this stuff by accident. Like, I'm looking to see what they're actually sharing. So there you have it. This is an interesting one. Most of you are probably familiar with Miles Matheson and Miles Matheson's theory about Tupac Shakur being alive, and not just alive, but actually an actor, and not just any actor, but like one of the best, if this is true. So I don't find anything that I can dispute about the theory that Tupac is still alive. I think it's obvious that his death was a hoax, and there are many indications that, you know, he's possibly playing another role. But there is this other theory put forth by Miles Mathis. I'll just bring it up on the screen. And he does his research. So, Tupac is still alive by Miles Mathis. To celebrate the 22nd anniversary of Tupac Shakur's non-death, I thought it'd be fun to memorialize him with an expose. And what he reveals here is that Tupac is Jewish, that he's faking, that he's actually a deep fake, that he's a gay Jew and he's still alive, and that the entire thing was an act from start to finish. Now, you'd have to read it. Don't take my word for it. But I want to bring up something that someone sent to me this morning about the Tupac hoax, I guess you could call it. But what's more, they have something that actually substantiates the notion that he may have been what we would describe as a deep fake. So I'm going to pull up this video. And again, anything that we talk about on this channel during these live streams during the day, I put over there at fakeworld.news. It's a Minds group. So if you don't use Minds.com, it's a nice uncensored place where you can share your memes without fear of them being burned later. So the video I'm going to post there, it's called Tupac Coming to America, Chapter 11. And this is by Industry Hoax Revealed. And he goes through a lot of the usual deepfake stuff, with the hyper-realistic mask. But if you look at the cover, well, you'll see.
On how the CIA effectively pull off fictional identities. They accomplish this, in part, by using public officials in law enforcement, the military, etc. The mechanisms, as they are called, passports and state driver's licenses for people who don't exist, bills, tax documents, and other things that form the foundation of...
So he goes into the background of how they form these characters. He's done some great research on deepfake. But what he's positing here, and it puts it into the realm of possibility that this isn't wrong at all, that he may be a complete construct. And I think he's actually identified who he believes is the core actor behind Tupac. Very interesting video. Again, it's called Tupac Coming to America by Industry Hoax Revealed. Put the link at Fake World News. So if you want to investigate that further, those of you who have been interested in this topic. So in other words, he's not just a death faker, but a race faker, an everything faker. And this is the thing most people don't know. They don't know how fake things can be. And you have to know this. Like, this is why I used to always bring up Jonah Mendez when she first started doing these interviews. You have Jonah Mendez. She was an American former chief of disguise for the CIA. And what she was revealing after they had declassified it is that for 30, 40 years plus, the government has had access to hyper-realistic masks that are foolproof. And, it's really difficult to emphasize, how significant this is, because we see digital videos where, oh, look, this guy looks like Tom Cruise and he fooled a bunch of people on TikTok. Well, that's nothing. That's on TV. We're talking about people in our faces. And that's why we talk a lot about Joe Biden and these others, because, you have to know what's within the realm of possibility, or you might just be off your mark, even if you exhaust every possibility that's, obvious or put in front of you. So this is former CIA operative explains how spies use disguise. And this is from Wired. I'll just play a short clip.
In Europe, and you were meeting with a clandestine source at a cafe, your biggest concern might be that your next door neighbor was going to wander into that cafe at that moment and say, "Hi, Bill," when you weren't Bill. And that kind of casual stumbling upon people was an issue.
So what she developed were these hyper-realistic masks, and she goes into detail about how you can completely change someone's appearance with simple things like a plumper along your gum line, something in your nose, very simple things.
I've made prostheses on occasion. You could actually change cheekbones, you can add something here, you can add a forehead, you can...
So we're not talking about a mask, because a mask would be easy to see through. But if you have a little nose augmentation, a little bit added to your cheek, you would be able to effectively change anybody into anybody. And it's a very popular theory that The Weeknd is a character played by Justin Bieber. So if you put that into context, yeah, this isn't far-fetched to suggest that Tupac is alive, and way opposite of what you would expect. Another article here from the Inquisitor. California dad Matthew Taylor Coleman reportedly confesses to killing his kid over a QAnon conspiracy theory. Expect that to continue to percolate, that story, and then he's going to come out and speak on 8/31, August 31st, and we'll probably hear a lot. And the thing is, it's a grisly, disturbing story, and it's going to be studied in great detail, like the Manson killings. It's meant to shock people, I believe, and to get them to associate QAnon with a dangerous cult. So I think this is a repeat of the Charles Manson psychological operation, which demonizes certain demographics and ideas and anti-authoritarian attitudes. Well, I think they're doing the exact same thing here. And again, the masses are going to believe this. They're going to believe it's plausible that you listen to a QAnon conspiracy theory, and next thing you know, you think your kids are monsters and you're killing them in Mexico in a grotesque way with a spear. Oh, by the way, I brought this up and someone in chat reminded me of it. So you have the harpoon, the spear, spearing the snake kids. And then you have the archangel, the spear, or St. George lancing the dragon being associated with Q. And QAnon has been saying a lot about Britney Spears being freed, a free spear being some kind of indicator or something. So I just notice these memes and the repetition. And it's worth noting these things because this is how you can pick up how they force meme and force virality. They force ideas in order to help maintain complete control over the zeitgeist. Going through some comments. One Step Too Far says, ballet is essential for your son if you ever want him boxing. I'm dead serious. Yeah, I've heard that for sure. I've heard that being said with sports in general. I think people ripped on Tupac because he was a ballet dancer, but it's just because it conflicts with the idea that he's some street-hardened gangbanger or something, but that, no, he actually had a very eclectic upbringing, was very learned. He's a Shakespearean actor. I mean, he's a Shakespearean actor. Like one of the best. That's the whole point here. Echo Charlie says, Britney is the UK. What is UK gonna spear? Fascinating. Domestic extremist chatter online is similar to just before January 6th, says DHS chief. Intelligence chief has warned that the rhetoric is very similar to what was happening before the 1/6 buildup. Got to be careful, that rhetoric. And the 1/6 event, as you all know, was a CNN production. Bad performance art. Worst PSYOP ever. I compared it to some of the worst acting of Sandy Hook and Parkland, and I stand by that. Look at this. NBC host Joy Reid compared the situation in Afghanistan to The Handmaid's Tale and claimed it was a cautionary tale for the United States. You know, The Handmaid's Tale has a lot of interesting predictive programming or references to COVID-19, even the name of one of the vax manufacturers. But this is one of these movies where, another example, you can see the public was being acclimated for something. And the movie is basically authoritarianism, cultism, and people in masks. Of course, in the movie, the masks are a bad thing. But, in real life, somehow they managed to flip that. All right, let's continue. A few more things I want to go through. Again, everything here I'm putting in the chat. We have links. Okay, so let's go back to the UK shooter. Virgin at 22. Jake Davidson shot and killed mother 50. Went outside and shot Sophie Martin 3 and her father with a pump action shotgun. Went to a park and shot someone else. So he really went on a spree. The Plymouth incel shooter. Now, again, he's in the UK, but he identifies as an American Trump voter. Okay, so it says today it was claimed his mother, who had recovered from cancer, begged the NHS and the police to give him mental health treatment during lockdown. And this is another element to it, the mental health element. because they want, just like with the guy in California, they want people to think that even though conspiracy theories might be fine for entertainment or questioning things or having alternative explanations, might be fine for you because you're not mentally ill. But these ideas out there are dangerous because the mentally ill can catch them and act upon them. And so there's a reason why they're all mentally ill, all the shooters, all the bowl cuts. They always throw that in there because mentally ill means you don't have any autonomy, and they can start creating the perception that mental illness is a public health problem. In fact, after the Borderline shooting, which I referenced earlier, Lady Gaga actually came out and said, we need to watch out for these veterans. They might be mentally ill, might shoot up places. We need to do more for mental health for our veterans. I remember she just got out in front of it. I'm like, you don't know what happened, and you're going to make comments about the supposed motives of the shooter? And then also putting a target on veterans in particular, which is also very typical. Here we go. Lady Gaga mentions Borderline shooting at a speech about mental health. And they're all spokesmouths for this idea. And this is all a precursor to the COVID, which was all setting up the infrastructure for censoring ideas as though it were a disease. So this is all an ongoing agenda. And I really started pointing this out 2 or 3 years ago. I said, why are they using the lexicon of epidemiology to describe news or ideas? It's because they've been creating thought crimes, and they've successfully done it. They have successfully created thought crimes. A couple of other things really quick here that we're following. We are keeping up with Jimmy Fallon, Pizzagate. Not sure what's up with all of that. We're also working on an episode of South Pole. So just a heads up, you can expect that to come up pretty soon. According to George News / QAnon, there's going to be disclosure of UFOs, and Roswell footage will be revealed and verified by the Pentagon very soon. Every single picture we found so far of the alleged killer in California looks the same. They all look fake, and the people are always looking in different directions. It looks like a total Photoshop job. Trying to discern, where it's real, where it's fabrication, but I don't think that the horror story they depict actually happened. Now look at this. This is from Zuby Music. I don't know if anyone here knows who Zuby Music is. I'll go ahead and pull up his Twitter account. Okay, so Zuby Music is a rapper, author, podcaster, speaker, and coach. And he has a new album called Word of Zuby. And he's pretty influential. He has a good reach, nearly 500,000 followers. And listen to this tweet. We have witnessed the birth of a new secular religion. COVID-19 is the devil. Government is God. Scientists and experts are high priests. Masks are magical talismans. Vaccination is baptism. Challenging the dogma is blasphemy. Thou shalt follow the science or be punished. He nailed it on every single point, and this is the birth of a new secular religion. Dances with Penguin says MAGA Akbar. Yeah, exactly. But again, I think it's worth stressing. The public, especially the anti-Q public, they will find all of this stuff believable. They do believe that you do have this American Taliban threat, and that they're so crazy that they would kill their own children over something they read on the internet. Which, again, it's projection, if anything. Isn't it true that the entire QAnon narrative is about stopping the elite from killing babies? So it makes zero sense. It looks like it's projection. All right, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on to take calls. In fact, I had a couple voicemails. Let me just check one of the voicemails. I meant to get to that. But I'm glad I found that tweet. Again, we answer calls when we're live, but if we're ever not live, you're welcome to leave a message. So actually I have about 3 of them here. I can actually read the transcripts. I want to make sure I get something quality here. We do have, yes. This is from someone who's a routine caller.
Hey, I'm just trying to pull more data and information from the realm and apply Tim Osman teachings to it. So I got one thing that I can apply to the International Space Station. Like the next, you talk about the next step or the next CGI or the next model that how to convince us of what's real. Check out the Star Wars Mandalorian backstory stuff. There's like a whole other extra series of videos. It's kind of like the making of season 1. One episode is about how they revolutionized their filming process, and it's called The Volume. The whole show is, it seems as though it's just, most of it is filmed on one soundstage. They basically built a bunch of LCD screens top to bottom, and they just redid like the floor, and they, you know, it's,
yes, I know.
In 1 minute.
I know what he's talking about. I was actually looking at this. It's the technology that's replacing the green screen, and they use virtual sets. So it's no longer a screen. It's a virtual set. And so it's an all-encompassing surround LED screen. So you can actually be in an immersive atmosphere environment. And the people who are in these environments will tell you that you can't tell when you're going to hit the wall. That's how realistic it looks. You get realistic reflections. It solves a lot of the problems. You don't get any green screen edging. So, you know, you have the blur around the person and you can see the little bits of green. So if this is what they're using in the future, when they start doing moon bases and Mars landings, you're not going to be able to debunk it. So real or fake, it's going to be real, because look how real this looks. And you know how low the standards are with regards to the public. I mean, they believe drawings are real if they're not told it's a drawing. So yes, we are doomed. We are doomed because collectively we have been rendered visually illiterate to separate the illusory from the real. All right, this is Fepe Akbar by Allergic to Bullshit featuring Lean Dion. Have a great day. Subscribe below.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPS we on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones don't accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the oppa's getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a sinner. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your consciousness, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. You're going to hell is paid for good intentions. I'm clenching, my back wrenching, representing only the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit, fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many man across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like 10 pin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hawks army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Messing with the penguin.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.